The Asteri family was a renowned lineage of mages with strictly rigid rules. They would cast out any family members lacking in natural talent, even if they shared the exact same bloodline. However, some rather unfavorable rumors had recently been swirling around within the family. The maid Colette carefully lowered her voice while talking with the others. "Have you heard anything? It seems the young master failed to awaken his magic again this time." Helen hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand to stifle her gasp. "Really? This is already the third time he's suffered from mana shock. If things keep going on like this, won't the second young master end up becoming the heir to the head of the house?" One of them hurriedly gestured for Helen to watch her tongue. "What if someone hears you?" Colette quickly chimed in. "That's right, nothing's set in stone yet." A few of them were so busy gossiping that they had no idea Sylvia had been eavesdropping on them for who knows how long. But failing the mana awakening ritual 3 consecutive times was quite a predicament. It was completely understandable why the eldest young master, Henry, was losing his mind. Sabin shared the exact same thought as Helen. Exactly, he was already eccentric to begin with, and word has it this time is way worse. Suddenly, Vin rasped in a low voice, "What are you guys talking about?" Colette and Helen blurted out simultaneously, "You seriously don't know?" The expression on Colette's face as she recounted the story looked utterly terrified. It all started a month ago. Following his third bout of severe mana shock, the eldest young master had been bedridden for a prolonged period, until one day, he suddenly woke up, but the moment he opened his eyes, the eldest young master started muttering a whole string of things nobody could make sense of, before abruptly bolting straight out of the mansion. It looked like he had spotted something out in the back garden. Word had it that the eldest young master even dropped to his knees right on the ground, digging into the dirt with his bare hands, digging until both of his hands were scraped raw and bleeding profusely. After a frantic bout of scratching and digging away, what ended up in the eldest young master's hands was, recalling Leon's distorted, grimacing expression back then, it looked just like he had stumbled upon some incredible treasure even though it was completely worthless to anyone else. A single weed. Old man Elvin and Sylvia alike never expected to hear such a bizarre piece of news. "Weeds, huh?" Elvin brought a handkerchief up to hastily wipe away the beads of sweat dotting his face. "He only managed to pull up a single clump of grass. Is there really any need to make such a big deal out of it?" All 3 remaining people cried out in unison, "That's not the point." One of them lowered their voice and warned that ever since that very day, for a full month straight, the eldest young master had done nothing but pull weeds. They had no idea whatsoever that Leon was actually busy completing his system quest to gather cinnamon grass. He just kept ripping up bush after bush until they were piled high in front of him before he finally felt satisfied. With today's harvest finished, Leon's hands were caked full of mud and dirt. Moreover, he was completely bewildered at the sight of several figures lingering around him. "Why are so many people coming out to stare at me today?" Turns out, being the eldest son of a major magical household wasn't all it was cracked up to be. His name was Leon. No, to be more precise, he used to be Becky Hyan, a guy from Korea. In the past, Leon used to be a team leader at a very ordinary small to medium-sized company, but unable to stand the constant pressure and bullying from management and his superiors, he flew into a rage and flat-out handed in his resignation letter. Once he quit his job, the only thing Leon had in abundance was free time. So, he went back to playing the video game he used to grind like a madman back when he was hunting for jobs. Logging back into play, he was shocked out of his mind by a harsh reality. Which scumbag did this? They wiped out every single one of my characters completely. Even the cash shop currency I topped up got completely cleaned out. What kind of crazy bastard would do this? All the characters Leon worked so hard to max out are completely gone. To be honest, it was a real shame because he had a whole bunch of max-level characters. But since he had already cleared out all the endgame content, he didn't have much attachment left anyway. So Leon created a brand new character and immediately bought the crafting profession package. He picked out 5 profession packages all at once to put them to good use. As expected of a player's luck, they've leveled right up. Leon whistled cheerfully. "All right. I've got free time anyway, so this time I'll try living a peaceful life as a crafter to heal my soul." And so that was his very last memory of being Becky Hyan, because after waking up, he had become Leon Asteri in the world. On top of that, the present time was already 50 years after the finale of the main storyline. Right now, Leon was focusing on gathering sea rosemary while dwelling on those bitter memories of the past. Thank goodness this body still retained the memories of its previous owner, otherwise adjusting at the beginning would have driven him crazy. The system stated that sea rosemary was a herb carrying a salty, bitter taste akin to seawater. Gathering it meant he had completed the novice herbalist requirement. After receiving 1,000 silings, the exclusive shop would unlock once he had accumulated enough funds. Leon was quite surprised. That was fast. There's even a personal shop? He roughly estimated it in his mind. He figured about 100,000 silings should be enough to unlock it, right? If he grinded diligently, who knows, maybe he'd escape this miserable situation soon. Leon swiftly and neatly uprooted the clump of cinnamon grass and sea rosemary right in front of him. Thankfully, the system windows were still popping up as usual. The skills he had purchased back in the game were also carried over intact, which reminded him, this body seemed to have just failed its third awakening ritual. The Astri family was a place that valued real power above everything else. Someone like Leon who failed the mana awakening ceremony wouldn't find it strange at all if he were thrown out of the family immediately. If he wanted to go out and make it on his own, he needed money first. How could he manage to earn some cash and get safely out of this place? A crazy idea suddenly flashed across Leon's mind. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he instantly felt like sweeping across every single front to harvest herbs. In that case, I'd better hurry up and level up, then find something really good to present to him. This blue light effect is. Leon darted towards the bushes like lightning. It had to be a rare item. True to Leon's expectations, it was indeed a solar crimson herb. Without a single second of hesitation, he yanked it straight out of the ground. Got it. Instantly, a notification popped up on the system detailing both the characteristics and uses of the new herb, the solar crimson herb. Leon was happier than if he had struck gold, as another new achievement unlocked. That floating, euphoric sensation caused him to completely tune out the voices of the people around him. Young master, Leon's eyes shone bright like a pair of car headlights, and it was even a 3-star achievement to boot. But the more he ignored them, the more persistent the person who just showed up became. Young master. Finally, Leon caught the voice of the head housekeeper, Madame Sylvia. The look in her eyes made it seem like she wanted to chew Leon up alive and spit him out. Lately, the young master seems to have developed a passionate obsession with pulling weeds. He answered honestly, I have my own reasons for it. Leon suddenly sprang to his feet and asked the person opposite him about the solar crimson herb in his hand. Oh right, Madame Sylvia, have you seen this? She observed it for a brief moment before replying, it looks like a top-tier medicinal herb. However, Sylvia's answer wasn't what Leon was hoping for. Not that one, it's glowing. You don't see it? He started growing confused. You genuinely don't see it at all? She looked at him as if he were nothing more than a complete moron. It looked like the rumors going around among the servants were actually true. She calmly spoke up, yes, I don't see a thing. Leon felt awkward under her gaze. He stared at the solar crimson herb glittering with a blue light in his palm and muttered, so I'm the only one who can see it? Leon was simply verifying whether the light surrounding the herb was visible only to him. Sylvia couldn't just stand by and watch Leon stay in such an abnormal mental state any longer. Please return with me, young master. You've been awake for quite a while now, yet you still haven't gone to pay your respects to the head of the family. He's been sending people to look for you. Leon jolted in surprise. He's looking for me? The Astri family operated under a strict doctrine of absolute performance. Even inside the household, the law of the jungle prevailed. Those who excelled got everything here. The head of the Astri family was Patrick. The exact person Leon absolutely had to butter up before making his escape. Leon felt a wave of anxiety for his bleak future, figuring that since he was useless now, the old man wouldn't even bother giving him the time of day, yet here he was sending people to call for him this early. What should he do? He hadn't even prepared a bribe yet. It seemed he had just thought of a brilliant strategy to deal with Patrick. Leon sent a message back to the person in front of him. Madame Sylvia, could you tell him I'll come see him a little later? Also, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Sylvia actually helped Leon pass the message along to Patrick. Is that so? He was calmly playing with a blazing red magic flame in his hand. Has that brat still not come to his senses yet? Jondo quickly replied, yes, ever since he woke up, the eldest young master has gone out to pull weeds every single day. Patrick continued to question him, any other news? Kondo lowered his head and truthfully reported, he still can't sense mana, but his physical health is completely normal, and there are no issues with his memory. Patrick was so angry that the wrinkles on his face looked like they were about to stack right on top of each other. Dismissed. Knowing this was his one chance to escape with his life, Kondo quickly bowed and backed away. Patrick's voice turned chillingly cold. Sylvia, what on earth is that brat doing right now? She calmly replied, still pulling weeds. Every single servant in the mansion knew about this, so naturally, this piece of information failed to impress Patrick at all. Sylvia then proceeded to pour even more oil onto the flames of his anger. Lately, the eldest young master's weed-pulling territory has expanded all the way into the forest outside the mansion. Steam started venting from Patrick's head. I didn't ask you about that. It looked like Sylvia was determined to drive Patrick completely up the wall. All right, the eldest young master also mentioned he'll come pay his respects to you shortly. Sure enough, Patrick snapped. What? Shortly? Shortly as in now? He said he'll come later? He's got quite some nerve, doesn't he? He stood up abruptly and started cursing loudly. No way, go tell him right now, if he doesn't crawl over here immediately I'm going to flatten that entire forest. Sylvia looked like she was far too used to the reactions of the family members, remaining completely unfazed. Understood, I will relay your exact words. After she left, Patrick finally managed to forcefully regulate his breathing. He used a magic orb to search for Leon's whereabouts. Oh boy, this insolent little brat. Patrick sniffled as he grumbled about his young grandson Leon. Now that he's awake, he should have run straight over to report to his grandpa and say, Grandpa, I'm feeling better now. That's what he was supposed to do. Yet for weeks on end, all he knows how to do is bury his head and pull weeds. Upon returning to his own room, Leon was startled out of his wits. No way! Placed across the desk were numerous brewing flasks that looked straight out of a chemistry lab, alongside chunks of aluminum and metal. He cheered in delight. What is this stash of high-end crafting gear? Just because the grandson wanted to brew a little medicine, he pulls out legendary gear of this caliber. As expected of a privileged noble family, Leon quickly pulled up the system menu to inspect his skill attributes. So, if his guess was right, the leveling quest for the alchemy crafting profession was also a repetitive grind just like the gathering profession. Proficiency levels were divided into 3 tiers, with the highest being master rank, which only 1% of players ever achieved. He tossed a sprig of herbs into the clay pot. The higher the proficiency, the more refined the technique, and the better the quality of the finished product. Stirring the medicine, he grinned foolishly like an idiot. In that case, should I casually whip up 100 batches of potions and drink them all myself to see what happens? At that thought, Leon immediately placed his hand over the rim of the steaming pot. He shouted out loud, "Extraction!" The very next second, a thick red liquid bubbled over from inside the pot. Guided by Leon's magic, that liquid smoothly found its way into the test tubes on the desk. The system chimed with a notification announcing the successful crafting of a stamina recovery potion. Leon felt immensely satisfied with the stamina potion sitting right in front of him. Without even bothering to test it for poison, he chugged a whole vial of the medicinal brew straight down his gullet. Having high-end gear is truly the best thing ever. Right at that moment, the system notified him that he had used a potion and advanced to a novice alchemist. Leon grinned foolishly. Just as I thought. Grandpa, dear, by this point the entire room, and even his own mind, had completely lost any trace of sanity. Just wait for me. The more he drank, the higher the progress bar on the system climbed. Leon guzzled down potions with complete disregard for his own life. By the very end, he had barely any strength left, and couldn't swallow another drop. The desk was littered with nearly empty potion bottles. His stamina was already maxed out at 100%, and yet he was still forced to chug extra recovery potions. Wasn't this practically torture? There was only one last gulp left. Hang in there. Leon forced himself to swallow the final drop of potion. His entire body trembled so violently he could barely control it. Yet the sweet reward of 1,000 silings was genuinely in Leon's hands. Finally, he had successfully unlocked a new recipe. Leon muttered to himself, "Alright, I've skimmed through the contents. Now let's get started." He frantically tossed the pile of herbs he had farmed into the cooking pot. While out gathering herbs, he had been pondering the whole time what kind of gift would actually be appropriate to give him. Since his grandpa possessed a massive amount of mana, giving him mana recovery potions would be completely meaningless. Besides, when it came to stamina recovery, the household always had a team of healing archmages on standby, so giving him that would also be weird. Then he thought of a type of medicine that could wash away mental fatigue. Right now, Leon was focusing on brewing it. After all, the old man had to deal with mountains of paperwork every day. Word had it that archmages could use mana to continuously maintain their physical state, so overworking didn't pose a problem. But mental fatigue was a completely different story. Leon was genuinely taking this seriously to craft a meaningful gift. The medicine in the pot sparkled brilliantly just as the recipe described. The aroma was wonderfully fresh and soothing. He quickly poured it into a flask. I've got a really good feeling about this. In the game, it was just junk item fodder, yet in reality, it gave off a completely different vibe. Leon once again placed his hand over the newly brewed potion and shouted, "Extraction!" Sparkly droplets of water continuously shifted and transformed under his magic. Packed inside were countless fond memories of Leon when he was still Becky Hyan. The system chimed, announcing the activation of his specialized alchemy crafting trait. Leon had successfully brewed a mental recovery potion. He hadn't expected the results to far exceed his expectations. 2 stars. This was something that required at least level 8 proficiency to create. Amazing. If it's this item, it's definitely qualified to be used as a bribe for the old man. He had been dead tired, but just catching a whiff of it cleared his head right up. It had an effect even before drinking it. He had successfully crafted a medicine that far exceeded his current skill level. The system informed Leon that a mana circuit had formed and triggered mana coordination. Now he was able to manipulate mana with much greater precision. Leon quietly waited for the new skill to stabilize. He kept a tight grip on the new potion bottle in his hand. At long last, Leon had successfully awakened his mana. He was overcome with immense joy. Is this mana? Leon burst out laughing involuntarily, though his laughter grew increasingly unhinged. He had no idea someone had been waiting outside for who knows how long. Finally, John Doe peeked in and observed him through the gap in the doorway. He didn't show any unnecessary expression, and ultimately turned around and walked away. John Doe briskly stepped away from the perimeter of that room. For Leon, everything happening today was going way too smoothly. This body couldn't even sense mana to begin with, and now he had both mana and money. It was fantastic. Looks like his plan to leave the family was going to go swimmingly. Harsh sunlight pierced through the window, streaming into the room. He hurriedly closed his eyes to relish the newly achieved thrill, yet the very next second, his face instantly twisted into a grimace. Wait, it feels like I forgot something important. After pondering for a long while, Leon let out a deep, heavy cry. Grandpa! Patrick furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "How come Leon still isn't here?" He shook his head and let out a weary sigh. "He's just brewing a few bottles of medicine. Why is he making such a fuss out of it?" Patrick slowly spoke in an imposing tone. "Who do you think I am?" "I am Patrick," he continued with a proud look, "one of the pillars of the hero squad." Patrick's gaze deepened, his voice full of commanding presence. "The head of the Asteri family can establish an independent nation whenever he pleases. That is the sum of all the titles attached to me." He helplessly thought of his only grandson. If only this kid would just stay put, I'd let him live out his entire life in wealth and luxury without a single worry. Who knows what he's planning to do with that frail body of his anyway? Patrick let out a cold snort and retorted, "Is our household lacking in money? Or lacking in power?" Sylvia smiled and replied softly, "It's only natural for the family head to be worried." She hesitated for a split second before continuing, but Sylvia softly curved her lips, her gaze softening. While crafting the medicine, the young master looked genuinely happy. He immediately dismissed it with a heavy voice. What good is happiness if he has to face death? Patrick clenched his fist, his expression filled with anguish. This is already the 3rd time he's suffered from mana shock. You know it too, surviving just once is already a massive struggle. His voice grew increasingly heavy. I can't keep hoping for a miracle to happen just so the kid can survive another time. Outside, John Doe walked along saying, "Eldest young master, the family head has been waiting for a very long time." Leon smiled faintly. "I knew it." Patrick sat in silence, a wave of poignant heartache crossing the depths of his eyes. "I just hope the kid can live a little healthier, a little more peacefully." He bowed respectfully and announced, "Begging your pardon, Lord Head of the House." Kondo raised his head and slowly reported, "The eldest young master has arrived."
Leon stepped into the room and bowed his head in apology. "Please forgive me for being late, Grandpa." Patrick stared at him intently and gently chided, "You've been out of the sickbed for quite a while now, so why are you only bothering to come see me now?" Hearing Patrick say that, Leon let out a worried sigh. Pondering for a moment, he spoke up. "Ever since this latest bout of mana shock, I've done a lot of thinking." Leon calmly spoke the truth. "There isn't a single soul in the family who doesn't know about my lack of magical talent." Sylvia stepped forward anxiously and called out, "Young master." He smiled faintly and gently reassured her, "It's fine, Madam Sylvia, I'm well aware of it myself." Leon lowered his gaze and confessed calmly, "I couldn't accept the fact that I was someone incapable of controlling mana." "No, that's not right. It's more like I didn't want to accept it." He squeezed his hand slightly, his voice dropping lower. "Because the moment I accepted that reality, I felt like I wouldn't have a place left in this family anymore." Leon raised his head, his gaze gradually growing firm. "But things are different now. This is the result of my own learning and hard work." He flashed a confident smile. "Being able to accept myself and become a young master who doesn't shame the Astery name." Leon abruptly shifted his tone and spoke sincerely, "Besides, I figured you must have been working yourself to exhaustion all this time, Grandpa." Patrick startled for a brief fraction of a second. "What?" He quietly observed the person before him, thinking the kid looked quite different, whether it was his expression or his aura. No, it was something even more fundamental than that. Patrick fell silent, his gaze resting on the item placed before him. He wavered slightly. Leon wondered to himself, has he always been making this stuff for me this whole time? Patrick nodded faintly, silently praising him. Truly commendable. He let out a sigh and told himself, but I've already long since surpassed the limits of an ordinary mortal. Patrick shook his head internally. Even ordinary lethal poison had no effect on him, let alone a bottle of medicine like this. Leon smiled sincerely and said, "I thought of you, Grandpa, while trying my best to make this." He gently pushed the gift toward the old man. "You simply must try drinking it whenever you have some free time." Patrick smiled faintly, a hard-to-conceal joy welling up in his heart. Pondering for a moment, he spoke up, "You're done talking?" Leon bowed his head slightly in response, "Yes." Patrick nodded gently, his tone composed. "I understand, you may take your leave." He bowed lightly and turned around to leave the room. Sylvia smiled and softly remarked, "You say that, but you look awfully happy." Patrick cleared his throat, trying to put on a calm facade. "All right, it's nothing." He cast his gaze down at the potion bottle in front of him. "But this potion," Patrick narrowed his eyes, trying to rack his brain. It felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Sylvia carefully observed the potion bottle and spoke up, "If it were just a mana recovery potion, there should have been some mana fluctuations. Shall we have that analyzed?" He immediately shook his head in refusal, "No need." Patrick stared at the potion bottle in his hand, his voice dropping. "I want to experience my grandson's heartfelt gesture firsthand." Sylvia smiled, let out a soft sigh, and looked over at him. She bowed her head respectfully and replied, "Understood, then I'll take my leave." Patrick stroked the body of the flask, smiling faintly. "How long has it been since Leon gave me a gift?" He quietly admired the gift and marveled to himself. Looking closely, the kid's crafting skills were genuinely impressive. Even with top-tier tools, without a deep mastery of herbalism and alchemy, he couldn't have pulled this off overnight. "This brat really." Patrick chuckled softly to himself and muttered, "Even though this stuff won't do anything for me anyway, it's a gift from my grandson, so letting it go to waste would be a shame. Let's see what it tastes like." He slowly unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip of the potion. Patrick leisurely leaned back against his chair, closing his weary eyes. He froze slightly, quietly feeling the sensation. His mind suddenly grew completely peaceful, feeling so relaxed. Fragments of memories unconsciously surfaced in his mind, past memories drifting by piece like broken shards. Patrick instinctively reminisced about the time that had passed. He gradually drifted off to sleep. Leon quietly felt it, and before long the old man fell into a deep sleep, though it was a very brief sleep, barely even worth calling sleep at all. In his dream, Patrick smiled faintly. Yet that day's dream was strangely peaceful and sweet. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. Patrick felt momentarily dazed, his heart full of nostalgia. It was a dream about the days he always longed for. He blinked softly, his voice full of surprise. "Did I fall asleep?" Patrick quietly sensed the changes in his body. Yet he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, nor did he feel dizzy. He gripped his hand slightly, his expression filled with astonishment. Strange, his head felt so much lighter. The headache that felt like it would haunt him forever had completely vanished. Patrick sat quietly, deep in thought beside his desk, his gaze distant. He chuckled softly, helplessly muttering, "He really is just as stubborn as that brat." Patrick propped his chin up, his gaze gradually growing firm. "That's right, I can't just lock him away in a cage forever simply because his body is weak. All I need to do is find a way to prevent mana shock." He gently stroked the potion bottle. "Leon, stay healthy and stay by your grandpa's side for a long, long time." In a corner of the courtyard, Colette widened her eyes in shock. "What? Eldest young Master Leon is about to die?" Helen leaned in close and whispered in response. "That's right, I heard he even gave a farewell gift to the family head." Lowering her voice, she acted as if she knew everything. "That's why he's been out pulling weeds every single day lately." G.A. crossed his arms and let out a sarcastic chuckle. "What else could it be for? He's probably picking out his own burial spot ahead of time." A loud noise suddenly echoed from behind, making him scream and jump out of his skin. She flurriedly searched for an excuse to leave. "Oh right, someone asked me to help collect the laundry." Ek hurriedly waved his hand to disperse the crowd. "Come on, everyone go back to work." Kondo looked at the person opposite him and softly asked, "Hannah, are you alright?" She shook her head slightly and sighed. "I'm fine. I heard the eldest young master's personal attendant asked for leave again." He widened his eyes, unable to hide his surprise. "What? Again?" Hannah harbored resentment, tightly clenching her fists. "That's right, those people are utterly despicable. Before, they always claimed serving the eldest young master was the easiest job in the mansion, and they were thrilled to score such a sweet gig." She grew more and more furious the more she spoke. Now, just because of some petty rumors, they dare to quit without a single word of warning. Once you accept a job in this family, you're supposed to share both the good times and the bad to the very end. They have zero loyalty whatsoever. Hannah gave a soft snort, her voice filled with indignation. "How many favors have they received from the eldest young master over all these years? Yet they threw all that gratitude away just because of some baseless rumors." Kondo suddenly turned pale and hurriedly warned her, "Hannah, right behind you." Hannah gave a soft snort, her voice filled with indignation. "How many favors have they received from the eldest young master over all these years? Yet they threw all that gratitude away just because of some baseless rumors." Kondo suddenly turned pale and hurriedly warned her, "Hannah, right behind you." Maintaining her gentle smile, she slowly continued, "I'm quite curious about it too." Sylvia bowed slightly and spoke up, "I apologize for being late." He waved his hand dismissively and calmly replied, "It's fine, is there anything urgent?" Sylvia smiled and gently shook her head, "Nothing major." Sylvia leisurely stepped closer and slowly continued, "Just tidying up a few matters around the house." "Anyway, you called for me bright and early, what is it about?" Patrick silently looked at her, a flicker of anxiety in his gaze. He pushed the potion bottle forward and said in a deep voice, "Using your witch's eyes, could you take a look at this potion for me?" Sylvia lowered her gaze slightly, closely observing the potion bottle on the desk. She knitted her brows together, her voice filled with doubt. "This isn't something the young master could possibly make." Sylvia paused, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. "This is..." She widened her eyes, unable to conceal her shock. "Isn't this the hero's potion?" Sylvia slowly reminisced about the past. "Hero, savior of the world, you ended the war with the demon race 50 years ago and suddenly vanished." She continued recounting with deep reverence. "Not a single labyrinth in this world could ever confine him." Sylvia clenched her hand slightly, her voice dropping. "A legendary figure whom even the gods had to treat with caution." And a glimmer of hope suddenly welled up inside her heart. "Perhaps he is the only one who can find the contract hidden within this mansion's labyrinth and set me free." Sylvia took a soft breath and asserted, "This item is something only the hero could possess." Patrick maintained his calm expression and spoke slowly, "Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. If this truly is the hero's potion, its effects should be far more potent than this." Sylvia fell into deep thought, a lingering doubt still resting in her heart. Furthermore, she shook her head slightly, silently denying it. Leon couldn't possibly be the hero. He looked at her and slowly expressed, "No matter what, I still plan to have the boy make a better batch of medicine." I want you to experience the same relief that I felt. Sister? Sylvia said in surprise. For me, Patrick smiled and calmly explained, that's right, haven't you been living in a state of lethargy for hundreds of years? If this potion works on an 8-circle archmage like me, I figure it will help you out too. Even if just a little. Hearing that, Sylvia only let out a faint, helpless chuckle. Right after that, she burst out laughing. The sound echoed throughout the entire room. She shook her head slightly and spoke up. Do you know what the most useless thing in this world is? It's worrying about a witch. We are born with a 1,000-year lifespan, bodies immune to all diseases, alongside immense magical power and supreme skills. Sylvia gradually reined in her smile and continued softly, so there's no need to go bothering our dear grandson. She fell silent for a brief moment before smiling. However, Sylvia looked at Patrick with a tender gaze. I truly appreciate your kind intentions. He froze, calling out softly in his heart, Sister. A moment later, Leon walked in from outside and asked, You look like you've got something on your mind, Grandpa. Patrick raised an eyebrow slightly and immediately retorted, What do you mean, something on my mind? He observed the old man's complexion and continued, So you didn't get a good night's sleep last night? Patrick shook his head in denial, No. Leon propped his chin up and put on a thoughtful look. Lack of exercise. The old man gave a crisp, decisive reply, No. Tilting his head, Leon made a serious guess. Or maybe because of your age you can't stomach greasy food anymore? Patrick glared at the person opposite him. This brat's got some nerve, doesn't he? Leon calmly continued, If it's none of those reasons. He cast his gaze toward the potion bottle on the desk. Then it's because of the potion I gave you? The old man froze slightly, silently confirming it. That's right. Patrick dropped his playful demeanor and got straight to the point. Alright, no need to waste time, I'll cut right to the chase. Can you make a higher quality potion than the one you gave me earlier? Leon frowned slightly, silently calculating. Under the current circumstances, brewing a 2-star potion was already difficult enough, let alone. He frowned slightly, silently calculating. I can't find any more 1-star herbs anywhere. Leon let out a slight sigh and continued thinking. Last time was pure luck, mostly thanks to his equipment. But he tightened his fist slightly, his gaze full of determination. I can't let this opportunity slip away while the sponsor is showing even more interest. I have to seize this chance at all costs. Leon raised his head and calmly replied, It'll take a little time, but I can do it. May I ask what you plan to use it for, Grandpa? Patrick answered immediately, his tone nonchalant. I'm thinking of giving it to the head housekeeper. His eyes widened slightly, his expression betraying utter shock. Leon blinked, and a hypothesis instantly popped into his head. I can practically feel that they're clearly flirting with each other. In his imagination, the old man casually said, I just happened to pick this up by accident. Sylvia blushed slightly and replied in a soft voice, Lord Head of the House. A voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. That's not how it went. The more he thought about it, the more he believed his own theory. Right, of course he'd want to give the person he loves something even better than what he brought. You must have been awfully lonely for a long time ever since she passed away. A rebuttal voice rang out once again in sheer helplessness. I already told you it's not like that. Leon took a deep breath and said seriously, Grandpa, please give me 2 weeks. I'll make a higher tier potion before then. Patrick immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. What? 2 weeks? Seeing the old man's reaction, he paused for a split second. Leon instantly changed his mind and spoke decisively, I'll finish it in 1 week. Just wait for it, Grandpa. He secretly pumped himself up. This is my chance to seal the deal on maxing out favorability points. I have to succeed. The old man could only stand in stunned silence as Leon hurriedly bolted out of the room. Reaching the garden, he clutched his head in annoyance. But how on earth am I supposed to brew a 3-star potion? Leon racked his brain in frustration as he walked. There wasn't enough time to blindly grind levels just to churn out a good batch of medicine. Even if he bought high-end herbs, he wouldn't be able to utilize them properly anyway. I'd rather spend that money buying a pre-made potion instead. Suddenly remembering something, he snapped his fingers. Oh right. Why don't I check out the shilling shop? There's bound to be some useful materials in there. A notification window popped up right before Leon's eyes. Unlocked potion preview, allowing him to view the item list and item descriptions.
He froze, furrowing his brow slightly.
What? So I still can't buy things directly yet? Leon scrolled through the merchandise items, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Hold on, why is everything here so insanely expensive? Is this key plated in gold or something? Since it's this broken down, shouldn't they sell it cheap?
He continued browsing the catalog, his expression stiffening.
Unbelievable, the other items were just like this too.
Leon stared helplessly at the price tag in front of him. Spices cost a whopping 10,000 shillings, and there wasn't a single thing here he could actually afford. He let out a sigh and told himself, if this method doesn't work, my only remaining option is the traditional route. Leon silently weighed his alternative options. Hand-picking high-end herbs barehanded had its limits. He quickly pinpointed his target for gathering premium herbs. What he needed right now was,
Leon nodded slightly to himself, high-quality tools from the nearby blacksmith shop, the sound of hammering iron echoing endlessly.
Sean poked his head inside and shouted loudly, "Boss, come out here." From deep inside the workshop, Mudu's cranky voice snapped back, "No, I'm swamped up to my neck."
"What are you yelling for?"
Impatiently urging him, Sean replied, "Hurry up."
Sean pointed toward the storefront with a wide grin. "We've got a big spender here, get out here fast."
Pausing his work, the blacksmith instantly changed his tune.
"A big spender?" Mudu grunted as he continued working. "If it's a big spender, just rip him off and sell him whatever. Why are you ordering me around?" Leon stepped up to the counter and spoke politely. "Are you the owner of this blacksmith shop?" He calmly stated his purpose. "Would it be possible for me to borrow a spot to try forging a few things myself?" The blacksmith silently appraised the customer in front of him. Clearly a wealthy young master, obviously dressed in expensive clothes. Mudu stared blankly at the other person and blurted out, "What?" Leon smiled with absolute confidence. "Of course, I certainly won't refuse." He calmly laid out his condition. "I'll pay you handsomely for your trouble, how about it?" Strolling around the shop, Leon stopped in front of a counter lined with tools. He picked up each item to inspect it, silently evaluating them. "Quality's a bit subpar, this won't last long at all." "Is it because manual blacksmiths can't be bothered making these trivial little tools? Anyway, the prices are ridiculously overinflated, I'd rather make one myself." Leon crossed his arms and kept calculating. Even if he revealed his identity as the eldest son of the Astri family to place a custom order, the smiths couldn't possibly craft high-tier gear within a single day. If that's the case, he stepped up to the workshop area and politely spoke up, "Would it be possible for me to borrow a spot to try forging a few things myself?" Sean raised his head, his expression stunned. "Forge it yourself?" Leon calmly offered his proposal, "I will pay you handsomely." Opening his coin pouch, glittering gold coins spilled out across the table for everyone to see. Mudu frowned and complained irritably, "The furnace is already acting up, and now we gotta babysit a noble's play acting game." Growing pale, Sean hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Bro, please, I'm begging you, watch your mouth." Sean turned to Leon and politely explained, "Young master, you grew up sheltered so you might not understand how the world works, but this amount of money is more than enough to buy an entire blacksmith shop. Please take your coin pouch back." He offered an awkward smile of advice. "In any era, there are always swindlers preying on wealthy targets. You need to be careful." Leon blinked, finding himself torn between laughing and crying. "But I deliberately brought extra money." Nodding resignedly, he replied, "All right." Mudu crossed his arms and glared at him suspiciously. "Then you," raising an eyebrow, he asked in disbelief, "a delicate noble wants to forge a hull with his own hands?" Hearing those words, Leon involuntarily recalled the records he had read. The dwarven race, he slowly reminisced in his head. A race capable of touching fire without getting burned. Leon continued recalling the rest of the introduction, possessing extraordinary strength combined with meticulous precision. He looked at Mudu, secretly astonished in his heart. Word had it that only their descendants remained now, he never expected to run into one here. Mudu stared intently at the customer before him and asked, "What's your name?" Leon calmly answered, "Leon." The blacksmith paused momentarily, blurting out, "The infamous crazy bastard of the Astri family?" Mudu jerked his head back and yelled loudly, "Hey, prep a spot for this eccentric guest.
Sean clutched his forehead in despair and frantically tried to intervene. Good grief, bro, please tone it down a notch. Pointing toward the corner of the workshop, the blacksmith said, you can use that forge over there.
Just boss this kid around and do whatever you want. Leon gave a polite nod of gratitude. Thank you. Remembering something, he asked, by the way, what's your name? Leon swept his gaze around and froze. He'd already walked away.
Sean stepped forward with a smile to explain. My older brother's name is Milan Mudu, you can just call him Mu for short.
And I'm Sean. Please follow me this way first. He bowed politely to lead the way. I'll give you a tour of the smithy. Sean smiled as he guided the way. Feel free to look around at your own pace. He led him on a tour all around the workshop, enthusiastically introducing each section. Sean pointed toward the display area ahead and continued, and once the products are finished, they get exhibited outside. Leon silently observed everything around him.
The equipment was fantastic, and the processes were exceptionally meticulous.
But, he frowned slightly. Leon felt deeply suspicious. Why on earth was the quality of the finished products so low?
Leon suddenly turned his head toward the forge.
What was that just now?
The system voice chimed in instantly.
Low-level fire spirit. It is quieter than usual. Staring at the flames, he asked, Sean, are the flames of a normal forge always this weak?
Hesitating, Sean replied, well, right now it's not necessarily weak, but...
Sean sighed softly and explained, the firepower has definitely decreased compared to before. But how did you know about that? Leon smiled and calmly answered, the flames told me.
He continued speaking, then let me show you how to make a...
Mudu's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Hold on, stop right there. Glancing at his younger brother, Mudu gave a firm directive. Sean, go back to work.
I have something to discuss privately with him. Stepping outside, Mudu slowly spoke up.
You, staring straight into Leon's eyes, he asked with utmost seriousness, you saw it, didn't you? Leon nodded slightly in confirmation. That's right. Studying him intently, the blacksmith lowered his voice. Can you fix it? Leon calmly replied, probably. Hearing that, Mudu hesitated briefly before clenching his fists.
Taking a deep breath, he laid down his condition. If you can genuinely fix this thing, I will personally teach you the art of forging. Staring at him with a dead serious expression, Mudu added, I'll grant you priority ordering rights for any custom crafting requests you ever make.
Leon felt his heart stir at that offer.
The smithy in this territory was so famous it took orders from other regions.
He instantly recognized the immense value of getting priority order rights. Leon flashed a confident smile. All right, leave it to me.
Inside the forge, the feeble flames flickered weakly in the space.
Leon slowly approached the dying fire.
Mudu watched quietly, a heavy weight in his chest. I've worked my fingers to the bone to turn this place into the largest smithy in the territory, but the fire spirit has run out of energy. Clenching his fists, he thought helplessly. Without a spirit, relying solely on artificial firepower ruins product quality.
I'm reaching my limit trying to compensate with pure skill alone. I'm a dwarf and I can't even understand what the spirit is saying. At this rate we're totally screwed. Leon looked at the fire and calmly asked, so what happens if you just leave it like that?
Mudu silently appraised the person in front of him.
He looked skinny and completely untrustworthy, but if he could genuinely see spirits.
Listening for a moment, Leon spoke up, it says it's thirsty. The blacksmith widened his eyes in surprise.
Thirsty? A fire spirit is thirsty? Scratching his head in deep thought, Mudu wondered, should I pour some water on it? Leon instantly turned around in protest. Pour water on fire? Are you insane?
Throwing his hands up with an aggrieved expression, Mudu argued, hey, you're the one who said it was thirsty for water.
What do you want us to do then?
Taking a breath, Leon calmly explained, calm down, Mudu. We have to give it something a fire spirit can actually drink. Mudu looked at him with hopeful eyes. If you can solve this, I'll gift you my magnum opus or whatever else you want.
Leon raised an eyebrow to confirm, are you serious? Nodding without a second of hesitation, Mudu said, that's right, I mean it.
The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smirk.
Smiling, Leon said decisively, all right, I'll get to work tonight.
As night fell, the lamp in his room was still burning dimly. Rubbing his forehead, Leon muttered in complaint. I never expected that even after coming here I'd still end up working overtime. The system voice chimed in abruptly.
Low-level spirit is crying out. Spirit essence is depleting, appease its thirst.
Chuckling softly, he replied, all right, I'll help you right now.
Checking the system info, Leon mentally analyzed the situation. The low-level fire spirit was currently severely dehydrated. Normally it wouldn't reach the point of total exhaustion. But the problem was this was the largest smithy in the territory. Dying from overwork or dehydration, wasn't that a bit ridiculous for a spirit? He quickly figured out the solution. Now he knew where the problem lay. What he needed was, exactly, sea rosemary. A recipe table popped up in front of Leon's eyes. Sea rosemary oil recipe. Reading through it, he muttered, normally it's just a salty herb, but through a few processing steps, it turns into an oil that a fire spirit can absorb. The system instantly confirmed the successful crafting of sea rosemary oil. Looking at the finished product, Leon nodded slightly. Done, the system voice rang out once more. Thirst has been quenched. Carefully bringing the oil flask close to the flames, he said, there you go, drink up. The spirit's attributes and the fire oil harmonized. But the next notification quickly popped up. Thirst has not yet been satisfied. Leon let out a breath and rolled up his sleeves. All right, I'll make more. Right after that, he immediately set to work processing more materials. Leon deftly completed each step without a single delay. The system issued another notification. Thirst quenched, essence restored. Another line of text continued to pop up. Spirit is grateful, empathy experience increased. Smiling faintly at the flames, he said, you're welcome. Mudu stood silently for a long time before blurting out, you eccentric little brat, you actually pulled it off. He looked at him with an expression of deep admiration. You really are amazing. Mudu's expression twisted in alarm as he saw Leon sway unsteadily on his feet. Are you all right? Waving his hand, Leon forced a smile and replied, this? I'm fine. Struggling to keep a calm facade, Leon explained, just staying up all night, it's nothing. The blacksmith instantly shook his head and cried out in panic, no way. Mudu hurriedly caught him and said frantically, you can't go dying on me like this, kid. Adorable little Thorn and Leaf leaned in close to the dining table with curious expressions to ask questions. Big brother, what's your name? Before the young man could reply, the two kids started talking over each other. I'm Thorn made of gold, and I'm Leaf made of jade. The sheer cuteness of this pair made anyone who saw them smile. Those two were awfully close. Watching how close they were, he suddenly felt a pang of heartache thinking about his own sibling. Come to think of it, I wonder if I have any brothers or sisters? What do they look like? If I remember correctly, they were pretty prickly, and above all, I don't think they like me very much. Pondering for a long time, he brushed the thought aside to comfort himself. Oh well, as long as we don't cross paths, things should be fine. I don't have any interest in the position of family head anyway. A loud shout from behind abruptly startled Leon into turning around. Oh goodness, you kids. Rhea rushed over to scold the two mischievous little ones. Go play somewhere else. The young master is trying to eat. Then she turned to him and said, his name is young master. Laughing gently, he reintroduced his name. My name is Leon. Thorn expressed excitement, preferring to use a nickname instead. But calling you young master sounds way cooler, so I'm gonna call you young master. Call me whatever you like. Chased away, the two children ran off while teasing each other playfully. These two kids really, stop bothering the young master's meal. Young master, Leon sat down to eat breakfast with Mudu's wife. I am so sorry, young master, they're still just little kids. It's fine. Seeing kids this energetic is actually quite pleasant to watch. By the way, this soup is delicious. I'm so glad it's to your liking. She couldn't conceal her anxiety as she recalled past events. Young master, you have no idea how startled I was when my husband brought you back this morning. Rhea expressed her profound gratitude for his help. I heard you had to go through so much trouble because of him. On top of that, you even stepped in to solve the problem, and she didn't even know how she could ever repay this debt. It's nothing at all, you gave me a place to sleep and fed me meals, let's call it even. Right at that moment, a child's voice echoed out. Daddy's home. The children swarmed forward joyfully to welcome their father back home. Daddy, did the young master fix the spirit? Your face is covered in soot again, you little rascals. Leon smiled gently and proposed, "If you're done eating, let's head out." Mudu wore a confident, cheerful grin. "I've got everything all prepared." He was immensely surprised by what stood before his eyes. Leon was utterly astounded by the luxurious gold-trimmed wooden board placed alongside the freshly completed, razor-sharp farming tools. "Like I told you, whatever you ask for, I'll always prioritize making it first. If we're both busy, just write down whatever you need on here, and I'll forge it and have it delivered straight to you." Mudu walked ahead enthusiastically to guide the young master. "Anyway, that wasn't the important part. Hurry up and get in here." He was astonished to see blocks of pure iron right in front of him. Mudu explained his thoughtful preparations. "Is this iron? Judging by your physical strength, I figured if you had to start from smelting or you'd probably collapse. So I got the materials ready in advance." Iron crafted by a descendant of the dwarven lineage. He recognized the blacksmith's seriousness about teaching. "You're taking teaching me a lot more seriously than I expected." "What? Don't tell me you thought you were just gonna slack off and breeze through it." Leon was eager to kick off his very first forging lesson right away. "Of course not. I want to learn right now. What should I do first?" The blacksmith decided to demonstrate for him first. "That's right, that's the spirit. Let me show you how it's done." The first lesson was mastering the metal's temperature. First off, the most fundamental part of forging is the temperature of the iron. You have to gauge the heat precisely, not too cold and not too hot. Just making it glow red hot isn't enough. But if you melt it down completely, it turns into liquid iron. The fire spirit appeared. Once the iron was heated to the exact right shade of red, the time for forging had arrived. The very next instant, the sound of hammer blows echoed thunderously. The striking force determines the shape of the weapon. Striking force is extremely important. Hammer the blade edge thin, and keep the rest thick so it stays sturdy. Lastly comes the filing and sharpening process to finalize the piece. Once the basic shape was set, file it down further and use a whetstone to sharpen the edge. He was putting the finishing touches on the hoe. Finally, fitting the handle onto the hoe completed it, causing the hoe to emit a dazzling aura. "How's that for a finished hoe? Pretty easy, right?" Mudu stated his craftsmanship with confidence. "That's right. For an ordinary person, this isn't easy at all. But you've got the trillionaire Muda here helping you out, so don't worry." "Can I use up all of this iron?" He was completely surprised by the young master's actions. "You're seriously going to use that just like that?" "I understand." Leon threw the iron straight into the furnace, shocking him. "Understand what, exactly?" He calmly faced the blazing fire. "I'll give it a try and see what happens." The sound of iron being forged rang out with immense power and resolve. He wearily wiped the sweat from his brow after delivering the first few strikes of the hammer. "I saw this coming, but it's way harder than I thought." The system notifications kept popping up one after another in a challenging manner. "Mining quest incomplete, state cannot be restored. Oh man, I've got to melt this back down in the fire before I can use it again. Quest incomplete, completion rate 15%. It's unclear whether this pickaxe can even be finished." Leon didn't get discouraged at all and stubbornly kept practicing. "It's really tough, but I can't stop now. If I just keep repeating this process over and over, I'll definitely pull it off somehow." The grueling training began with a countless number of consecutive failures. He started to get the hang of the secret to maintaining the exact right temperature. "That's it." Leon confidently brought his heavy hammer crashing down onto the glowing red block of iron, exactly like just a moment ago. A blinding flash of light radiated from every single one of his decisive hammer strikes. The system suddenly announced that he had awakened a brand new talent. "This kid." The blacksmith was astonished when he saw the glowing red piece of iron Leon was holding in his hand. "Right just then. Try using that to make something." A look of shock washed over his face as he sensed an unusual flow of energy. It felt completely different from before. Beads of sweat poured down Leon's face as he concentrated intently on the hot iron. The sound of the hammer pounding echoed loudly, and the basic casting process officially began. He cheered with joy upon finishing his very first pickaxe. "Done. A handcrafted pickaxe that increases the chances of obtaining high-tier items." Mudu did not hold back his praise for the young man's talent. "You're pretty good. This freak of nature actually has some real talent. Do you think it looks decent?" It's way past just decent. He advised Leon to take a break after finishing his creation. This right here is true natural talent. Go ahead and be proud of yourself. You finished one, so take a breather. Really? So what should I make next? Leon eagerly asked to learn how to craft new tools. Teach me how to make a sickle. The abrupt request left the blacksmith completely dumbfounded. He burst into a hearty laugh at the young man's sheer determination and stubbornness. When it comes to being stubborn, you're an absolute maniac. Muda gladly agreed to pass down all of his secrets. Fine, I'll teach you everything. He made a silent promise to his family as night began to fall. Wait just a little longer, Grandpa. I will definitely finish your love story. The pickaxe was driven hard into the ground, kicking off a brand new journey. A close-up view displaying the detailed information of the precious medicinal herb he had just harvested. Finger ginseng, a plant with effects similar to regular wild ginseng but shaped like a finger. Requires an extremely meticulous harvesting method. When boiled and consumed properly, it increases stamina. He was utterly amazed by the superior performance of his newly forged pickaxe. Is switching to a better pickaxe really going to make this much of a difference? But he quickly realized this was only the beginning. Not only that, a mystical, glowing forest stretched out before him, filled with countless hidden herbs waiting to be found. Equipping both the pickaxe and the sickle will allow me to gather even more types of herbs. Leon wore a confident smile as he thought about the future progression of his skills. If my mining proficiency goes up just a bit more, making 3-star potions will be totally doable. He eagerly jumped right back into work to practice further. Well then, let's try digging a bit more to get used to it. New item information kept popping up continuously during the harvest. Banana sweet potato leaves, banana sweet potato vines. Spotting a root sticking out from deep within the dirt hole, he exclaimed in delight. Just like I thought, this shape means it's a sweet potato. Does that mean underneath this layer of dirt? The moment he brought his pickaxe down hard, a sudden burst of brilliant flames flared up, making him jump in surprise. The blessing of a low-level spirit hidden within the pickaxe has been activated. Received a perfectly roasted sweet potato thanks to the fire spirit's blessing. A fragrant, roasted sweet potato appeared along with a surprising notification that a blessing had been activated. Roasted sweet potatoes. Leon carefully read the instructions and began to deduce. The fire spirit's blessing gives a certain chance to obtain a perfectly roasted item. I'm guessing this works on pretty much anything edible. It's amazing, I only swung the pickaxe once, and I already ended up with a perfectly roasted sweet potato. The golden, fragrant roasted banana sweet potato in his hands made his mouth water. Without wasting a single second of thought, Leon decided to digest it right away. Eat first. Right after saying that, he took a huge bite. The very first bite sent him floating away in a wave of pure bliss. It's super hot, but that actually makes it even better. Sweet potatoes are best eaten when they're hot enough to burn your mouth. It had the most perfect, rich sweetness along with a nutty, buttery flavor. It felt just like eating a regular sweet potato combined with milk. In Leon's eyes at that moment, the roasted banana sweet potato was a delicacy fit for the gods. So good. The sweet potato's aroma even attracted a little bird that flew in close. Seeing its sparkling eyes, he instantly understood what it wanted. What's wrong? You want some too? He then broke off a small piece and held it out. Here you go. It curiously lowered its head and took a tentative bite. Its gaze shifted from inquisitive to sparkling, looking exactly like Leon's did a moment ago. Seeing its expression, he chuckled. Good, right? Dig in. The bird fluttered around in excitement over the tasty food, filling Leon with a sense of nostalgia. I used to have a friend just like you when I played this game. I wonder how they're doing now. Wrapping up his meal right there, he gently stood up. Behind him, the dawn was slowly breaking. Now that I've got a bit of energy back, should I start gathering ingredients for alchemy? First, I should probably dig up a few more sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, at the palace, a heavy sigh of complaint rang out, coming from none other than Jondo. He rested one hand on a pillar with an impatient look on his face. 3 full days had passed since young Master Leon left. Why on earth did he go to the blacksmith's workshop? This is driving me crazy. Should I go look for him right now? Behind him stood Sylvia, completely unfazed. It seemed the eldest young master still hadn't returned. There was no telling how long she had been standing there. Jondo turned around in surprise. Steward, yes, I'm freaking out over here. There are even weird rumors spreading all over the estate.
People are saying the eldest young master is about to die or that he's going to get kicked out. His rambling was cut short by an excited voice.
Oh look, it's Leon Astery. He's got a new friend on his back. Is everyone waiting out here?
Seeing the person who had been making him mope for days finally return, he shouted out loud.
Young master,
John Doe hurried over to his side. Young master, good grief, just look at the state of you.
He offered a reassuring wave. I'm fine, it's no big deal.
But that dismissive scratching of his head
didn't sit well with Sylvia. She frowned slightly. How could the eldest son of the Astery family possibly look like this?
John Doe curiously pointed at Ivy.
By the way, what is that bird thing?
It was only then that Leon noticed something perched on his shoulder.
What? When did you start following me around? Sylvia suddenly stepped closer, cutting in. Young master, you don't need to do that anymore.
He instantly understood the meaning behind those words.
Grandpa told you, didn't he? He let out a helpless sigh. He really has zero subtlety. This attitude left Sylvia frozen in shock.
Meanwhile, he kept talking. Anyway, the 1-week deadline I asked for isn't up yet, so please wait just a little longer. It's a bit late because I was busy gathering materials, but I found every last one of them.
She was astonished. You actually gathered the materials?
Leon hurried inside while calling back over his shoulder.
So wait for me a little longer. I'll craft it as fast as I can.
John Doe, I'm fine, so get back to work. He pulled a pitiful face and stammered. But young master, you should at least put some medicine on those scratches. John Doe chased after him, calling out to the young master.
The two of them left Sylvia standing alone in deep thought.
She thought to herself, as a witch, most existing medicines have zero effect on me. I don't know what Patrick said to the boy, but out of all the members of the Astery family, I always thought Leon was the weakest and the child who broke my heart the most. Yet seeing him do heavy blacksmith work all night long just to gather herbs, it was foolish, but a faint, tiny glimmer of hope began to stir inside her. Memories of him as a little boy were the exact reason she truly hadn't dared to be sure Leon could pull off this impossible feat.
Could the boy really craft that kind of medicine?
A few days later, Sylvia went to meet Patrick in person.
If you'll excuse me, she's here.
Judging by her expression, one could guess the medicine had worked. Sylvia no longer carried a look of nervous anxiety. She reported proudly, my mind and emotions, which had been withered and dulled for decades, suddenly became as clear as crystal. I knew the boy had worked hard, but I never expected him to craft a medicine that would actually work on me in such a short amount of time. This should have been impossible unless you did something, Lord Head of the family.
He immediately denied it. Sylvia, I didn't do anything. I've been busy enough preparing for Leon's coming-of-age ceremony.
The ceremony was cancelled because he suffered mana shock, and honestly, I've got mountains of paperwork piled up behind the scenes. Sylvia seriously expressed her prediction. If Leon crafted a medicine of this caliber all by himself, that led to a whole different problem. This genuinely felt like a hero's medicine. By definition, a hero is an entity that appears alongside monsters to save the world before it is swallowed by darkness. Yet that person's personal life is never described as happy. They have to fight countless battles to save a chaotic world, constantly tasting despair and emptiness with every choice they make. Once peace is restored to the world, they suddenly vanish, much like a disposable tool meant solely for the purpose of saving the world.
Patrick agreed.
That's right, they disappear without a trace, as if they simply evaporated. Their remaining comrades and descendants try to search for the hero, but we still haven't found any trace of them.
If by some miraculous chance Leon really is a hero, what are we supposed to do?
Losing the comrade who stood by my side on the battlefield was already more than enough. I don't want to go through that pain again with my own grandson.
Sylvia paused for a moment,
and a second later, a smile broke across her face. Then it's time to hide our precious child very carefully. This old woman Sylvia is retiring starting right now.
He was shocked to hear that. What? You can't do that, that's absurd. You're willing to give up your own freedom just to hide Leon?
You don't want to live bound to this house forever. If it were me, I'd find that hidden contract and let you rest. Contrary to Patrick's fierce objection, she calmly continued.
Patrick, worrying about a witch is the most useless thing in the world. I've memorized the terms of the contract inside and out, which Sylvia cannot leave this estate. Which Sylvia can live like a human within this estate.
At that exact moment, someone appeared by the window and spoke up.
Because our precious child helped me live more like a human. It was another version of Sylvia.
She smiled with amusement. So I'll gladly stay by his side to protect him.
Time ticked by until the White Castle was stained with the colors of sunset.
In a study overflowing with stacks of books piled high,
a deep male voice rang out. A new maid has arrived? And she's eldest Master Leon's personal maid?
That young man was Rixel, the second young master of the Asteri family. Rixel was an unmatched genius and the next successor of the Grand Magus family, the youngest four-circle mage, and the descendant who bore the most resemblance to the family head Patrick in every single aspect. His youth wasn't a weakness, but rather an incredibly powerful weapon. For someone like him, having a new servant pop up was extremely suspicious. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Sylvia's resume laid out before him. However, the portrait photo was that of the dark-haired girl. He was filled with doubt. Having worked here for so long, only to quit just because of a bottle of medicine. Her retirement didn't make sense from the start, and yet right as Sylvia left, a new maid showed up. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Let's rewind back to last night. It turned out Rixel had met with Sylvia yesterday. He sat in a chair with his legs crossed, somewhat skeptical of her resignation. You look radiant. Did you really decide to retire? Sylvia didn't tell the truth, choosing to reply based on that narrative. Yes, I wanted to come bid you a final farewell before leaving. Young Master Leon's medicine helped me a great deal. Naturally, he didn't accept that truth. I still can't believe it. Sylvia then offered a suggestion. If you want to verify whether what I'm saying is true or not, why don't you go pay the eldest young master a visit? When you were little, you used to follow him around everywhere. Those words broke the tension slightly. He blushed a little. That was when I was a kid. Sylvia repeated the sentiment once more. Young master, you might find it hard to believe, but everything I'm saying is true. If you get curious later on, just follow the eldest young master around for a bit, you've got nothing to lose. Those words bounced around inside Rixel's head from back then all the way until now. He had taken them to heart. I can't figure her out. Plus, she looked way more relaxed than usual. Is all of this really thanks to my idiot older brother? This makes zero logical sense, absolutely none. But with that, he grabbed his long coat and decided to go find Leon. I've gotta go see for myself. They said he usually goes to Mimosa Forest, right? Night had fallen over the Mimosa Forest estate. Rixel ventured deep into the forest alone, muttering complaints as he walked. This forest is as gloomy as ever, and it doesn't even have a decent path. What on earth is there in a place like this that makes him drag himself all the way out here? If he needed herbs for alchemy, he could have just told Rixel to get them for him. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. What's that sound? Rixel immediately tracked it down, drawing closer to the source of the noise. It turned out the sound came from a seated figure. It was Leon, holding a roasted banana sweet potato, but to him, that sight turned into a horror scene. What on earth is he doing? Right at that moment, Leon opened his mouth wide to take a huge bite. Rixel hurriedly cast a spell. You can't eat that. Don't eat filthy stuff like that. A 2-second pause followed, as if everything had frozen in place. Leon collapsed to the ground, howling in despair as his meal was ruined right at his lips. No, he knelt and wailed before the smashed, ascended roasted banana sweet potato. Leon turned around in a rage to scold the culprit. Who did this? Why would you do such a thing? But when he looked closely, he was dumbfounded to see his own younger brother standing in front of him. Leon was surprised. Rixel, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, Rixel was panicking over his own impulsive action. Crap, I was just planning to spy on him and sneak away. Seeing his flustered face, his older brother figured it out. Wait, did you come here to see me? Don't tell me you came to check out a rival? No way. At that, Rixel gave a few light coughs to explain. First of all, I apologize for suddenly using magic, but you shouldn't eat something covered in dirt and sand like that. It's completely unsanitary. Leon quickly corrected him. But this is a sweet potato. Sweet potatoes are supposed to have a little dirt on them. Hearing that, he grew slightly curious. A sweet potato? You mean that starch-rich root? That definition left him unsure of how to clarify. That's true, but no one has ever defined it that way before,
so I honestly don't even know how to answer. But this made Leon realize something. Are you serious? Have you seriously never eaten a sweet potato before? That question made him stifle a laugh. His blank expression was answer enough. I feel kind of bad for you, never having eaten one before. You're seriously missing out on a fun part of life. Rixel looked confused. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?
Naturally, in his capacity as the older brother, Leon was definitely going to let his younger brother experience a delicacy fit for the gods. Just sit over there and rest for a bit, I'm going to dig up a few more around here.
Rixel hesitated but didn't refuse. Fine.
Walking a short distance away, he suddenly turned back to ask.
Come to think of it, you can use fire attribute magic, right? Can you start a small campfire for us?
He didn't understand why, but he still went along with it.
That's not hard at all.
And while his brother went off to dig for potatoes, he got the fire going. Leon returned with an armful of sweet potatoes.
Are you all set? He replied softly. Yeah.
He walked over and tossed the pile of potatoes straight into the fire. So now we just wait for them to cook.
Won't leaving them like this burn them? It's fine, the skin is really thick so the inside will cook to absolute perfection.
All right. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. The two of them sat facing each other in silence. Rixel kept his eyes glued to the roasting sweet potatoes, having seemingly forgotten why he came here in the first place.
Meanwhile, Leon was secretly glancing at his pensive face. That was when he spoke up.
Sometimes doing something out of the ordinary helps clear your head. Pushing forward is great, but taking a break is just as important.
Rixel responded. I think I understand.
Right at that moment, Leon realized the sweet potatoes were done.
It smelled amazing. Looks like they're ready. Let's eat.
Rixel held a sweet potato in his hand, looking at it as if it were some strange alien creature. Still, he took a tentative bite,
and instantly, its sweetness delighted him. Rixel couldn't help but blurt out. This is really good.
Seeing his younger brother enjoy the food, Leon felt relieved.
Right?
It's called a banana sweet potato. The estate was relatively warm and lacked winter, but there were still times when the weather turned chilly. This forest, in particular, was dark and windy, making the air quite cold.
This kind of weather reminded him of something. When it's this cold outside, what do you crave? Exactly.
Buns, fish-shaped pastries, and roasted sweet potatoes. Along with fish broth and hot dog pastries. That perfect combination of natural sweetness and warmth. Without these things, it's pretty hard to endure this cold. While Leon was lost in thought, Rixel was still diligently enjoying himself. Watching him act like this, his older brother thought to himself, the kid really digs into his food. Well, kids that age have huge appetites anyway. Back when I was in school, I was eating constantly breakfast, snacks, lunch, and then more snacks like instant noodles. A moment later, his brother widened his eyes in shock, because the ground around his feet was littered with potato skins. Rixel realized he had eaten that much.
Leon cheerfully spoke up. I'm glad you like it.
Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward and stammered in reply.
Well, you see. Yeah.
Seizing the rare chance to bond, he said, eat as much as you want. You're working hard for the family in my place, after all. You know, the sick person suffers a lot, but the person taking care of them has a rough time too.
Hearing that, Rixel denied it. I don't consider it a burden, and I've never blamed you, but to be honest, I am a bit jealous of you because you have things I don't. It's not that I'm unhappy with my current position, though. I'll keep doing my absolute best.
Hearing that, his older brother chuckled.
All right, I understand. It's not that I'm unhappy with my current position, though. I'll keep doing my absolute best.
Hearing that, his older brother chuckled.
All right, I understand. Leon stepped into the role of an older brother, offering advice that was also a form of comfort.
You're at an age where you're allowed to be a little selfish. If there's ever a time you get sick of studying, it's totally fine to just do whatever you want every once in a while. As he spoke, he walked over to Rixel and gently patted his shoulder.
You've worked really hard.
Those words warmed his heart, making the pressure of succession feel a whole lot lighter. It was only then that he understood the underlying meaning of Sylvia's words.
Just like Lady Sylvia said, I'm glad I came to see you, brother. Having eaten his fill, Leon quickly returned to his room. He excitedly opened up the system menu to check his current balance. I've saved up a whopping 71,500 shillings. I'll be able to use the shilling shop soon. I worked myself to death to make that medicine for Sylvia, but thanks to that, I leveled up quite a bit. Then he looked slightly flustered again. Still, it's kind of a pity that Grandpa got rejected by Lady Sylvia. Oh well, it's their business, nothing I can do about it. If Patrick heard that, he'd definitely freak out and correct him. That's not how it happened at all, you brat. Leon's mood right now was exceptionally refreshing. I've gotten pretty close with Rixel, too. I don't need to worry about getting kicked out anymore, so I might as well just relax and enjoy myself. A knock suddenly echoed from outside the door. Leon gave a soft signal. Come in. Immediately after, a clear female voice rang out. Hello. Sylvia, now in the guise of a maid, calmly introduced herself. My name is Elvia. Starting today, I will be the servant attending to you. Young Master Leon was momentarily stunned. What is this? Why is this strange sense of familiarity? He thought back to it. She must have some mysterious backstory. No wonder Lady Sylvia suddenly announced her retirement. It turns out this was the reason. It would be weird if a fantasy world didn't have other races anyway, since there are even dwarves here. Then Leon warmly stepped forward to greet her. I'll be counting on you, Elvia. Sylvia bowed respectfully in response. Yes. Call me whenever you need anything. At that moment, he sincerely added, thank you. Thanks to you, my younger brother and I have gotten a lot closer. Sylvia went silent for a split second as she looked at him, before returning to her calm and perplexed demeanor as she asked, I'm sorry, young master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Leon just laughed it off. It's nothing. He was getting his things ready while artfully bringing up the conversation. Can we talk later? With that, Leon stepped out the door with excitement. I have to go out with Rixel today. The warm, golden sunlight blanketed the bustling street filled with people coming and going. Rixel's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with confusion. No matter how he thought about it, none of this made any sense. Why? Looking at Leon, who was approaching with such a haggard appearance, made him wonder why his physical stamina was still this terrible when he went mountain climbing every day. Leon also had a history of collapsing from exhaustion while walking. Falling asleep while eating because he was too tired, 870,943 times. 34,963 times. Rixel quickly tried to find the most reasonable explanation. Could this also be an aftershock from the mana shock? With mana exhaustion in his body, I'll have to ask a priest to check on him. He couldn't help but worry. Mages in temples didn't like each other at all, but at this rate, his brother would collapse before the coming-of-age ceremony even took place. Rixel carefully stepped forward to support him. Let me slow down. Leon clutched his chest with difficulty. Why am I so tired today? Rixel carefully calculated in his mind. Therefore, we must avoid being discovered by both the family and the temple and ensure he can safely meet a priest, which might take a little time. But the most reliable way to meet a priest is through volunteer work. Rixel quickly mapped out a plan in his head. Since the temple's teachings encouraged volunteer work, he could naturally approach the priests that way. Leon quickly steadied himself and asked, Rixel, where are we going now? Rixel cautiously reminded him. First of all, it will draw a lot of attention if people see a young noble wandering around, so we need to buy some disguises first. Hearing this, Leon looked slightly flustered. Disguises like from a clothing store? Rixel directly denied it. No, he answered with a cheerful smile. A magic tool shop. A moment later, the two of them stopped in front of a small magic tool shop. As soon as Leon stepped inside, he curiously cast his gaze around, and excitedly exclaimed. I've been all over this territory, but I never expected a place like this to exist. Rixel calmly walked ahead. Only people who know about it come here. There shouldn't be any contraband items here, right? Saying that, he looked away with a slight guilty conscience. Probably. Hearing that, Leon froze. What do you mean by probably? Leon continued to observe the other items, but he discovered that earrings and writing pens were neatly arranged on the shelves. There were so many cool things. Why did they look like children's toys, though? Rixel coughed awkwardly and explained. I happened to find out about this place when I was studying at the academy. They might look like that, but many of them have amazing functions. Leon put on an amused expression of sudden understanding. Right at that moment, the friendly store owner stepped out to greet them. Of course they do. Store owner Hito pitched his wares. My shop has everything except hair growth tonic, nasal decongestants, and my automatic shampoo magic tool, which is selling like crazy right now. Rixel cut straight to the point. We're looking to buy some disguises. Hito happily led the two of them deeper inside. Disguises, of course we have them. They're right over there, follow me. Immediately after, he pointed at a pile of neatly arranged, glossy magic tools. All of these are disguises, from delicate bracelets for parties to height-increasing insoles. Hito enthusiastically introduced them. The common items that help change your appearance a bit are over on this side. Then he pulled open another curtain. The high-end items that can even change your hair color are on this side. The stuff here is super effective, but the price is a lot steeper too. Rixel and Leon's eyes quickly landed on a shiny item. This was the perfect disguise magic tool, capable of transforming someone from head to toe. It guaranteed that even your own parents wouldn't recognize you after use. The two brothers exchanged a subtle glance through their eyes, seemingly sharing the same thought. Right after that, the door closed along with the owner's cheerful farewell. Come back again next time, Rixel carefully asked. How effective is it really? Leon smiled playfully and replied. This place is fun. I'll come back later to take a closer look. Saying that, he looked down at the heavy bag in his hands. It must be because we bought expensive items that they threw in some freebies. Rixel calmly guessed. Nothing special. They aren't known for liking to give gifts. Just as Leon glanced down, he suddenly spotted something. This was an item repair kit that allowed you to fix gear below master grade. Leon was secretly amazed. They gave me something way more valuable than the hairpin. It must be because it's too old, right? Noticing his reaction, Rixel calmly said, I have no use for these things, you take them all. Leon asked in disbelief, good stuff like this? Really? Rixel nodded in confirmation, it's fine. Leon excitedly handed him a hairpin. Awesome, let's go put on our disguises first. Rixel carefully looked around. This alley looks pretty quiet, let's go in there. Right after that, their golden hair quickly changed color, and their eyes turned a jade green shade as well. Looking at his own reflection, Leon immediately had to marvel. Incredible. A disguise like this is absolute perfection. Rixel casually strolled outside. With this, we can walk around without a single worry. Let's go now. Leon responded enthusiastically. Let's go. A moment later, Leon's voice rang out amidst the sound of rushing water. Rixel, you said we were going to do volunteer work. Why are we at a flour mill now? He looked at the scene in front of him with a blank expression. We're going to do volunteer work, right? Rixel calmly explained. That's right, flour is on the donation list, so we have to drop by and check on it. Stepping inside, he continued. And the funny thing is, they also bake and sell bread at this mill. I heard the bread made from freshly milled flour here is extra special. Leon's horizons were broadened. Really? I thought mills only ground grain or pressed oil. Deep down, Rixel felt a guilty twinge. Of course, I had another reason for coming here. A man named Nicholas immediately stepped out to greet them. Welcome, customers, I've been waiting for you. Rixel had planned this all along. The reason was to meet this man. He was one of the few devout believers in the Astery territory. He was well known for being generous, making donations, and having wide connections. If I build a relationship with him, I'll naturally be able to gain access to the temple. And who knows, I might even get a chance to meet a priest. Then Rixel quickly probed. Is the order ready, sir? Nicholas warmly replied, of course it's done. He turned around excitedly and pointed to the sacks inside. It's been so long since I've milled high-quality wheat like this. I'm dying of happiness. The wheat doesn't have a single bug in it. But upon mentioning that, Nicholas grew curious.
Why do you guys need so much flour? Rixel then explained the situation. I saw some starving children and felt so sorry for them that I decided to make a small donation.
Hearing this, Nicholas grew even more excited. Wonderful decision. Have you decided where to donate yet? Rixel conveniently asked for his opinion. I'm still thinking, do you have any suggestions?
Nicholas cupped his chin in thought.
Rixel anxiously prayed in his heart. Please say the temple. Please say the temple. Right after that, Nicholas made an offer. If that's the case, would you be interested in donating to the orphanage managed by the temple? Deep down, Rixel was overjoyed beyond belief. Perfect.
On the outside, he maintained a calm composure.
Is it the temple's side? Rixel calmly inquired. How many children are there? Nicholas estimated. Not that many. I think around 30.
Rixel put on a skeptical look.
I would have thought the temple's facilities would be better. Nicholas recounted and explained. Well, they used to be. But things are tough right now.
I heard the temple's subsidies have been cut down too. Knowing it was a sensitive topic, he looked a bit awkward. Since this is the Astery territory where magic comes first, they struggle a lot with getting donations. And given the status of prestigious magic families, they probably find it awkward to support a temple-affiliated orphanage. Saying that, Nicholas's eyes quietly swept over to assess the person in front of him. He carefully considered the large flower order and the boy's demeanor, realizing he must come from a very prestigious family. I hope this connection will help improve the situation at the orphanage. At that moment, Leon abruptly spoke up to interrupt.
Wait, you said they bake bread here too, right? Even if we donate flour, it's going to take time for them to make anything out of it.
He enthusiastically rolled up his sleeves and made a suggestion.
So how about we bake some bread for the kids to eat right now? Leon continued to persuade. Even with flour, the kids probably lack other ingredients. Wouldn't it be great if they could get some freshly baked, hot bread right away? Nicholas happily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Is that so?
Of course. My shop is famous for making the best bread in this region. Only then did Rixel realize he had been too focused on his older brother without considering the situation at the orphanage. He hadn't expected to overlook these small details.
Then he looked at Leon with admiration.
His older brother was always so thoughtful.
Rixel quickly agreed. That's a brilliant idea. Nicholas instantly brightened up. Awesome.
The three of them headed inside together to get to work.
Then let's start baking right away.
On the table were whole wheat flour and premium olive oil.
Leon observed thoughtfully. Let's see, we have plenty of flour and olive oil? That's going to make the flavor absolutely amazing.
Nicholas briefly introduced the process.
The bread we're making today is basic barley bread, which is very popular.
It's very simple to make yet incredibly delicious, and kids absolutely love it. Saying that, he proactively rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward.
First, I'll make a small sample batch.
Nicholas began pouring out each ingredient, mixing a specific amount of flour with salt, yeast, and milk in the right proportions to make the dough. Then he placed the dough into a tray greased with olive oil to let it ferment and rise. Explaining as he kneaded deftly, he then gently pressed down on the risen dough to push out all the air bubbles. Finally, he mixed in some crushed sunflower seeds. A smooth ball of dough quickly appeared.
And we're done. Following the instructions, Rixel quickly churned out a few pieces as well. He secretly evaluated it. It's so easy. Compared to magic, this was unbelievably simple.
Then Rixel curiously looked over at Leon next to him.
Are you done already? Nicholas also asked with concern. Has the young master still not finished? Meanwhile, Leon was still performing some kind of hocus-pocus on his lump of dough. I think I need a little more time. I can feel it. Nicholas had no choice but to reply. Yes, I understand.
Then I'll bake your younger brother's batch and mine first.
The soft dough pieces were quickly popped into the oven. A moment later, Nicholas eagerly opened the oven. Let's see how the results turned out.
Seeing a pitch-black, compact lump of bread inside left both of them frozen in place, Nicholas clumsily explained and comforted them. Oh dear, if you put in too much flour, the bread ends up burnt like this. But since it's your first time, the young master can't be blamed. and this is actually pretty decent. A rich aroma of bread suddenly wafted through the air. Nicholas immediately looked at the oven in the back. It seemed the eldest young master's bread was done baking too. He quickly pulled out the baking tray. "Let me take a look." Right after that, a blinding flash of light suddenly burst forth, making all three of them quickly shield their eyes.
Wait, this is a whole wheat loaf made by Leon with beyond incredible quality. His cooking proficiency was also upgraded to level 2. Nicholas stared in disbelief at the perfect, crispy, hot batch of bread. "How can you bake a loaf of bread of this caliber?" he marveled and asked. "How on earth did you do that?" Leon scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh. "I didn't do anything special." Then he gently opened up. "This bread is for the kids. Even if we can't let them eat this every day, at least today I want them to eat plenty of delicious bread." These sincere words from Leon left Nicholas stunned for a second time. Besides, if it looks appetizing, the kids will love it even more. That's why I scored the top of the bread, but I didn't expect the result to be better than expected. Nicholas's impression of the two Leon brothers instantly changed. At first, I thought they were just rich nobles using charity as an excuse to experience commoner life. But I was completely wrong. Rixel also showed astonishment at this moment. "Your brother truly has a talent for this," Leon responded with a hearty laugh. "Thank you." Nicholas continued his train of thought. These two young masters baked bread for the children with all their hearts. Since that was the case, he suddenly made an offer. "Two young masters, would you mind continuing to bake here for a moment? There's a place I absolutely must go right now." Rixel was slightly startled before hastily agreeing. "Sure. You must have your own business to attend to. Yet we've kept you here for so long." Nicholas replied casually. "It's fine." Saying that, he hurriedly turned and bolted off. "I'll be back as fast as I can." Seeing Nicholas's rushed figure, Leon looked confused. "He looks very busy. Did we inconvenience him by asking him to teach us how to bake?" Rixel calmly reassured him. "It'll be fine, brother. He'll be back soon. So let's keep baking." Right after that, he immediately regained his spirit. "I'll do my best so I don't fall behind you, brother." Leon burst out in an excited laugh. "Then I can't afford to lose either." The two of them went back to working with the fragrant dough. The achievement progress for the apprentice baker title continuously ticked upward. Under Leon's dedicated guidance, Rixel also began producing successful, delicious batches of bread. Before long, Nicholas's voice rang out. "I'm back." Two young masters. Turning his head to look, Leon was stunned. "You're back?" But, because behind Nicholas were a lot of other people. Leon looked a bit flustered. "You didn't come alone." A friendly woman stepped forward to explain. "Nicholas isn't usually like this. But he told us he was deeply moved by the kind hearts of the two young masters. So we came here to pitch in a little." Ria unexpectedly showed up to help out too. "That's right, my husband wanted to come because he was thinking of the kids, but he was too busy with work at the smithy, so I came in his place." "Oh my." Leon quickly placed a finger to his lips to signal her to quiet down. Ria immediately stopped in confusion. "Ah, never mind." Then she suddenly set down a large chest. Following suit, everyone quickly pulled out all sorts of ingredients, and there was even an older sister who made the crowd drop their jaws in shock when she dropped 4 giant, massive sacks of supplies all at once, making the ground shake and leaving everyone in awe. "What is that? Look at her biceps, that's the dream of every farmer." "Excuse me, rumor has it she once wrestled a bear barehanded." Witnessing this scene, Rixel was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected them to donate so many daily necessities. "Things are going so smoothly, brother." Leon was deeply appreciative too. "That's right, the people in our territory are so kind." Seeing the radiant smiles on everyone's faces, Rixel re-evaluated things in his heart. Is this the result of putting your whole heart into the smallest things? I only thought about approaching Nicholas to meet the priest, and thinking back, I feel so ashamed. Thinking of that, he smiled and looked at Leon, telling himself, as long as his older brother recovers his health. Rixel confidently affirmed that he would definitely accomplish great things. A few hours later, at the orphanage belonging to the temple in the Astery territory, The donated goods were delivered very quickly. Thank you truly so much, the orphanage director cried, tears of joy.
I don't know how to repay the kindness of you noble young masters.
Leon replied comfortably.
Please don't be formal, we're very glad we could help. The curious children came running over.
What's this?
It smells so good.
Oh, kids.
The director hurriedly and flusteredly reminded them.
You need to greet them first. Immediately after, the small courtyard was filled with the chatter and laughter of the children. Look at this, there are so many things. Let me see too, there are clothes as well, they look so pretty, the director softly offered. Two young masters, if you don't mind, could you hand out the bread to the children yourselves? In the meantime, I'll move these donated goods inside. Rixel enthusiastically agreed. Of course, we'd be more than happy to. The two of them quickly grabbed the baskets of bread. All right, kids, come over here to get your bread. The little ones excitedly ran over to receive it. It looks so good, thank you. At that moment, Leon's gaze was suddenly drawn to a small corner on the side. Under the shade of a lush green tree stood a little boy all by himself. Noticing Leon's gaze, the boy immediately turned around and ran off. Leon inquisitively asked, Director, who was that child who just ran off? The director quickly looked in the direction of his hand and replied, That child is Peter. She explained gently, I'm sorry if he was a bit rude. The kids are still young, so they don't always know how to accept kindness like this. Please don't mind Peter, young master. Leon thoughtfully watched the retreating small figure. Peter? Seeing that all the surrounding children had received their bread, Leon said cheerfully, Looks like we've handed out bread to almost all the kids. Seeing him walk past, the director asked, Oh? Where are you going, young master? Holding the basket of bread, Leon smiled happily and replied, Peter hasn't gotten his bread yet. At that moment, Peter was huddled with his knees drawn up, sitting alone in a corner. He recalled what people had told him about the kid. Peter had been rejected for adoption up to 3 times because of his overly shy personality. Ever since then, the boy had refused all food and donations like that. Leon thoughtfully watched the boy and assessed him. He looked to be around the same age as the Muna family's kids. He looked at Peter's skinny biceps and sighed. The kid was really thin. Leon gently called out his name, making the boy jump in startlement. Peter. Seeing that Peter didn't respond, he squatted down and said gently, Peter, I brought something really delicious. Do you want to try a bite? The other kids finished eating, so this is the last portion kept just for you. Peter frowned, completely ignoring the noisy adult next to him. With sparkling eyes, Leon held out a piece of bread and temptingly lured him. Eating this right now is absolute heaven. It's made from freshly milled flour, so it's super chewy, fragrant, rich, and wonderfully warm. No matter how stubborn your mouth is, it can't stop your stomach from betraying you. Seeing the kid blush furiously and lie back down made Leon secretly ecstatic. He was actually hungry after all. Leon sighed with a slight, amused smile. He had thought that if the kid was just acting spoiled, he would continue teasing him, but even when starved to the point of exhaustion, he still stubbornly refused, so he needed to give the boy a little time. It wasn't until the sky gradually turned a golden hue that the others cheerfully said their goodbyes to everyone. I'll head inside first, thank you all for your hard work today. Only then did Peter slowly open his eyes. I dozed off. Oh well, that's fine too, everyone must have gone home by now, right? The kid sat up, muttering maliciously. Hypocrites, they just want to satisfy their sense of self-satisfaction by doing charity work. Once they achieve their goal, they'll never come back. Why bother coming here to annoy us with those volunteer games anyway? Before he could even finish speaking, Leon, who had been sitting there the whole time, narrowed his eyes and asked. You're awake? Peter jumped in a start, shouting out in panic, unable to hide his shock at the incomprehensible adult. What the heck? Why are you still here? Why haven't you gone home? Leon curled his lips into a smile and replied, You looked so peaceful sleeping that I just didn't have the heart to wake you. Before Peter could recover his wits, Leon held out a piece of bread right in front of him. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving. Want a bite? Peter frowned stubbornly and turned his face away. I'm good. Leon took the bread back and said. Fine, if that's how it is. With that, the piece of bread was immediately torn in half by him. Under Peter's horrified gaze, Leon decisively took a bite of half the bread. What on earth are you doing?
Leon replied with a feigned reluctance.
Eating bread, what else? You said you didn't want any, didn't you?
It'd be a total waste to just throw it away, so I've got no choice but to finish it. Saying that, he continued to open his mouth and take another bite, leaving Peter gaping in confusion.
Wait a minute.
The kid hurriedly snatched the half-piece of bread from Leon's hand and spoke loudly.
I'll eat it, okay? Holding the piece of bread in his hands, Peter didn't hesitate to take a huge bite.
The moment he swallowed the piece of bread, his eyes lit up and sparkled brilliantly.
So good.
Seeing Peter eating the bread with his cheeks puffed out, Leon smiled softly.
Until the half-piece was gone, Leon pulled out another loaf and offered it. Here, he nodded refreshingly and said.
Actually, this was my share, but whatever, I'll let you have it. Looking at the fragrant bread right in front of him, Peter couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unfamiliarity.
How bizarre.
There were obviously no special ingredients in it, just an ordinary piece of bread. Peter stood there completely dazed, unable to shake off his sense of bewilderment.
Then why is it so delicious?
The kid pressed his lips together with a grievance. Things like this were usually just for show. Memories of being sent back to the orphanage replayed like a reel of film.
People are just like that. The ones who used to be nice to you always end up abandoning you here anyway.
Using the excuse that he didn't look at them like real parents, they threw him away all over again. Just thinking about it made Peter feel a pang in his heart, causing him to press his lips together even tighter. The kid devoured his food voraciously while saying coldly, "Liars, all adults are total liars."
So? Leon cut him off before he could finish. Peter, you know what?
Noticing the kid's gaze fixed on him, he continued.
When adults are upset, they usually skip meals. They don't realize that doing so only makes them feel worse and they'll regret it later. But even though you were very sad, you still ate so well without skipping a meal. The afternoon breeze gently blew away a few strands of Leon's hair, revealing his radiant face.
When I made this loaf of bread today, I secretly hoped someone would enjoy eating it, so I'm really glad you like it. Peter fell silent, his eyes holding 1,000 emotions as something within them shone brightly.
Not even 5 seconds into the touching moment, Leon narrowed his eyes and teased. Hey, are you crying?
The kid blushed with a guilty conscience and retorted, I'm not crying, it's just that the bread is too good. He asked with a feigned tone.
Is that so?
The kid gritted his teeth and looked away.
Yeah. For a split second, Peter hesitated,
and then the kid said with shyness,
Thank you.
Hearing those words, Leon smiled gently. He held out his pinky finger in front of Peter and made an offer.
I'll bake more for you next time. Come on, let's make a pinky promise. Peter stood dumbfounded, stammering. A promise? Leon added, let me tell you something.
This young master of yours has never broken a promise in his life. His gaze reflected pure trustworthiness.
Remember that.
The kid stared into those eyes, completely dazed. Peter's finger finally rose up to meet his.
I'll eat 2 next time.
Hearing that, Leon playfully rubbed the kid's head and said,
Why only 2? You can eat 3 if you want.
Judging by your appetite today, I'll probably have to bake a whole ton of bread next time.
Peter muttered resentfully. Watching this scene from afar, the director couldn't help but be astonished. Oh my.
She looked at Peter's radiant face and sighed inwardly. It's been so long since I last saw that child smile. If only we had expressed our sincere feelings like this before, the kids would have opened up to us much sooner. From afar, the director heard Leon cheerfully saying,
Now then, let's head over to the other kids.
Peter also squinted his eyes and replied, Okay. That warm figure made the director feel a bit heartbroken. I feel so ashamed for neglecting the kids all this time under the excuse of being too busy. Someone as sincere as him truly deserves God's blessings. A moment later, the director politely said her goodbyes to the remaining guests.
Please come visit the 2 of you again next time. Thank you all.
Of course, see you all later.
Excuse me, young masters, if you don't mind.
Just as Leon and Rixel were getting ready to leave, they were unexpectedly called back by her.
Could the 2 of you stay at the orphanage a little longer?
We can't just let you leave after you've done such a wonderful thing for this place. The director smiled awkwardly and proposed.
I just checked. It turns out that someone from the temple is coming today to pray for the kids.
So, facing the two of them with surprised looks, she continued. How about the two of you receive a blessing prayer from the priest before you leave? Rixel politely placed his hand over his chest while secretly rejoicing inside. Success! Since sister has gone out of her way to be so thoughtful, it would be terribly rude of us to refuse. We would be honored to receive it. The director extended her hand to lead the way. Then please follow this way, both of you. The sound of a carriage approaching rapidly could be heard. The priest will soon. The shadowy figure of a man lingered behind the curtains. Right on time. The next day, Rixel sat alone in the quiet living room, recalling the conversation that had just taken place. Brother, how about you postpone your meeting with the priest for another time? Since that person comes from the temple, I'm worried he might bring harm to you. Leon readily agreed. All right. Rixel was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to agree so easily. Leon stood up and explained. Actually, I just remembered there's a small matter I need to take care of at the estate. He was startled and sighed inwardly. Just like that? On the outside, Leon wore a bright and refreshing smile, but on the inside, he was bursting with joy. So don't worry about me, go handle your own business. It's time for my baking lesson, I'll head out first. Returning to the present moment, Rixel let out a sigh. This is fine too. What my brother needs is a prayer containing divine power. It would be very troublesome if that priest held a grudge against our family. Therefore, I must meet him first to test the waters. Right at that moment, a low voice rang out alongside the sound of the door opening. It is an honor to meet you. He clasped his hands together, his lips curling into a slight smile alongside a pair of sharp, golden eyes. May the grace of God always be with our anonymous benefactor. I am Licht, a servant of God. Rixel listened or asked. Anonymous benefactor. Licht slowly sat down. I heard all about it from the director of the orphanage. You wish to keep your identity as the donor a secret? Yes, that's right. He secretly evaluated the suspicious man in front of him. He's younger than I thought. I heard that young priests usually stay inside the temple, yet he went out of his way to come here and offer a prayer like this. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Licht offered his gratitude with utmost politeness. Thanks to your noble gesture, the temple has received tremendous help. On behalf of all the priests, I sincerely thank you. Rixel replied politely. Think nothing of it, this success was achieved because everyone chipped in together. But the person who truly poured their heart and soul into this was my brother. Even the idea of baking bread for the kids was his. Hearing that, he raised his eyes in confusion. Your brother? Licht asked as if suddenly remembering. Is it the one who went home early due to health reasons? Rixel nodded gently. That's right, he played with his fingers as he recounted. My brother's body has been extremely frail since childhood, and to this day he is still battling an illness. Rixel raised his eyes and hesitated before speaking. To be completely honest, I didn't come here purely out of kindness or a desire to do volunteer work. I deliberately arranged this so that you could examine my brother. Licht narrowed his eyes and smiled. Please calm down, benefactor. It is truly a tragedy that such an upright person has to suffer the torment of illness. However, I also came here secretly to avoid the prying eyes of the temple. He watched Licht adjusting his glasses and thought. Is he rejecting me? I completely failed to read his expression, yet the man suddenly said. 3 days from now. The priest clasped his hands in front of his chest and smirked. Could the two of you come here again with your brother at this exact time 3 days later? Upon returning to the estate, Rixel shouted out. Oh, brother! He looked dissatisfied at his brother who was sitting there. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet at this hour? With your health condition, how can your body handle it if you keep staying up late? Leon awkwardly laid down to dodge the topic. It's just that I couldn't sleep. Leon unnaturally tried to deflect. Anyway, what's wrong? Why did you rush into the room in such a hurry? The boy happily delivered the good news. That priest agreed to examine your body for you. Hearing that, he immediately sat up. My body? Rixel nodded and explained. Yes. He said he wanted to lend a hand since he also received a great favor from you. Leon thought to himself that right now he was only slightly weak, and you couldn't really call it an illness. Ever since his mana awakening last time, the mana shock condition had completely vanished. Besides, he never had a chronic illness to begin with. He recalled the things he'd been doing lately. In fact, having run around tirelessly recently, his physical strength had actually increased even more. Anyway, this wasn't a bad offer.
Should I accept it? Leon decisively agreed. All right, I'll go. Hearing that, Rixel beamed with excitement. Really?
His expression drooped slightly. But there's one condition, the priest requested to meet at dawn.
Finding it a bit strange, Leon asked suspiciously. At dawn? When? Rixel immediately answered. 3 days from now.
3 days later, at the orphanage belonging to the temple, Leon, now in disguise, glanced sideways at the bottle of holy water on the table.
High-grade holy water?
He evaluated it inwardly. To be able to create something like this at such a young age.
Impressive.
Not knowing when he had appeared behind him, Rixel called out.
Brother. Leon hurried to reply. I'm here.
He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed slightly.
Pleased to meet you, priest. Licht also clasped his hands together.
May the grace of God be with you both. I am also deeply honored to meet such benefactors.
First, why don't we sit down and chat for a moment?
Once all three of them were seated in chairs, Leon voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind.
Priest, there is something I'm quite curious about.
Licht spoke casually.
Please feel free to ask. Hearing that, Leon asked. If you don't mind, could you tell me why you scheduled our meeting at dawn?
He hesitated slightly.
Actually, I recently had a dream about the two of you. Leon and Rixel were startled. A dream?
Licht extended a hand and smiled faintly as he explained. That's right, sometimes priests with exceptional divine power receive revelations from God through dreams. They are also known as prophetic dreams.
Rixel asked cautiously to test the waters. Might I boldly ask what kind of dream it was?
He smiled faintly.
It wasn't anything major.
Children sleeping peacefully in a field, and the two of you standing right beside them. Your appearances at that time were a bit different from now, but it was definitely the two of you. After waking up, that dream left me with an immensely warm feeling.
That's why I wanted to meet the two of you in person. Licht added internally.
Besides, I also need to confirm something. He observed the two of them before him. I want to see what kind of people the ones who appeared in my dream actually are.
Licht cast a discerning gaze toward Rixel. First, the younger brother is a mage.
He speaks quite politely, courteously, and looks so young that he even had to disguise himself like this.
He must belong to a prominent family.
In this region, there's a high probability he's from the Asteri family.
Is his goal truly to cure his brother?
It would be very troublesome if mages are trying to steal information from the temple. I'll find out as soon as I examine the older brother.
Licht spoke up and asked Rixel. Now, as we agreed, may I begin the treatment? The boy nodded slightly and stood up. All right, I'll step outside for a moment.
I leave him in your care.
Once Rixel had left the room, Licht walked over to Leon. I'm starting.
He replied politely.
Thank you. The very next second, a stream of blue light emanated from Licht's hands, gradually converging onto Leon.
Sensing that the reaction was different from usual, Licht frowned in doubt.
He looked at Leon's back in sheer disbelief. The blessing was cast to absolute perfection, yet why was there not the slightest change in his body? My divine power isn't that weak.
Thinking this, he continued to channel more spiritual energy.
Did I make a mistake somewhere? Even after casting it twice,
Licht was still shaken by the condition of the man. His face darkened.
Leon turned back toward him with excitement and said gently, I actually feel much better.
He lightly massaged his tense shoulder from earlier, and continued with utmost satisfaction.
Priest, I think receiving a blessing like this is more than enough. Licht startled and stammered. No.
His initial confident gaze was now dyed with worry. There are only 3 reasons why a body doesn't react to a high priest's blessing spell.
First, a mage of a higher grade than the priest is blocking the treatment process. Second, they are already completely healthy and no longer need a blessing spell.
And lastly, they were born short-lived.
Leon nodded gently, smiling brightly with appreciation. Thanks to you, I feel completely refreshed. Licht suddenly changed his tone, speaking softly. My friend, if you ever need my help in the future.
He stepped closer and tightly grasped both of Leon's hands, then lifted them up together with deep sympathy.
Please come to the temple and look for me. When the physical pain becomes unbearable and you cannot catch even a wink of sleep.
A flame of passion ignited within his heart.
I will definitely help you at all costs. Do you understand what I mean? Leon, who still understood nothing, could only say yes.
He opened the door, not forgetting to say a few parting words.
Thank you so much for your kindness, priest. Think nothing of it. Well then, I hope we meet again. Watching Leon's retreating figure,
Licht withdrew his smile.
He watched on piously and prayed. May the grace of God always accompany you for the rest of your life.
Leon scratched his head and muttered.
Why do I have this lingering sense of unease? Scene cuts to the Astery estate.
The carriage successfully brought both brothers home.
Rixel said cheerfully. Brother, I'm so glad you look much better. This morning's dawn trip was truly meaningful. Leon agreed as well. I think so too.
He massaged his shoulder and thought happily. Since my body was already quite healthy to begin with, I couldn't really feel the direct effects of divine power all that much, but it's truly an extremely useful energy. Just one casting would have been enough, yet he kept repeating it over and over. Thanks to that, my shoulders, which were aching from staying up all night baking, are now completely recovered, and the sore muscles have completely vanished too. However, he looked worriedly at his younger brother. But Rixel, your complexion doesn't look too good.
Are you tired?
The dark circles under your eyes are so deep.
Rixel smiled and reassured him with squinted eyes. I'm fine. He turned around to leave. I have to go now. I have a mana training session this morning. Leon was startled and said. What?
He sighed and muttered.
You stayed up all white last night again, didn't you?
If you keep pushing yourself this hard, your body is going to act up sooner or later.
From behind, Sylvia appeared and said.
The heir's training schedule is always harsh, but lately he's looking even busier than before.
Leon rubbed his chin and thought.
That's true, I'm worried the kid is going to ruin his health.
Sylvia stepped closer and spoke politely. If you're this worried, why don't you try talking to the head of the house?
You'll have to meet him soon anyway to discuss the coming-of-age ceremony. You could bring this up then. Besides, the head probably has a lot on his mind lately too.
Hearing that, Leon brightened up and came up with a plan. Sylvia smiled softly. Or maybe I should bring him some sweets.
A moment later, Leon and Elvia approached the kitchen. He skillfully grabbed the rolling pin to flatten the dough below.
Leon turned to her cheerfully. Good idea, thanks, Elvia. Cookies aren't too heavy, and they have just the right amount of sweetness. Even grandfather. Come to think of it, I wonder if grandfather likes sweets? With an expressionless face, she corrected the address. I am Elvia. Who is Sylvia?
The head of the house doesn't particularly like sweets, but he'll eat whatever you make, young master, so you don't need to worry.
Hearing that, Leon looked a bit awkward and shy as he said.
Even so, if he's going to eat them, I want him to truly enjoy them.
Suddenly, Leon remembered something and let out an "oh." Elvia paused slightly in speculation. Don't tell me.
Seeing Leon reach for the sweet potato on the table, she asked.
Are you planning to use that? Leon picked it up and replied. That's right. She watched Leon peeling the potato and commented hesitantly. That's certainly a bizarre combination.
He replied cheerfully. This is the perfect opportunity for him to try it and see how good it is. The sweet potato was gradually sliced into thin pieces by Leon. Instead of sugar, I'll chop up some banana sweet potato and put it on the cookie dough.
With the natural sweetness and mild wine flavor of the sweet potato, grandfather will definitely enjoy it easily, right?
Once preparation was done, he reached out for the cookie molds.
Next, like this, each piece of dough was pressed into molds of various cute shapes. They look so cute. Next time I'll have to ask Mudu to make me some new cookie cutters. Leon placed them into the oven and said cheerfully.
Next step, now we just need to arrange these shaped cookies in the oven and bake them. Looking at the glossy, fragrant cookies, he said eagerly.
They're done. Special banana sweet potato cookies. Leon looked at the information panel that just popped up. Why does food have the exact same effect as a bottle of potion? Elvia was quite surprised and offered a compliment. You are truly amazing. I only shared the dough recipe, so basically you made all of this by yourself. Frowning slightly, she said. The final step of cooking is tasting, so you should try one. He also picked one up and said, let me try. Leon picked up a freshly baked cookie to taste it. The moment he tasted its sweetness, his face lit up with a radiant smile. I think this tastes even better than chocolate chip cookies from my past life. Cooking proficiency increased, and the recipe has been saved. Elvia kindly advised him with a warm smile. Sweets help relieve fatigue, and eating too many isn't good for your health, but since these cookies aren't too sweet, the master will probably love them. Hearing this, he turned around and spoke sincerely. Thank you for helping me out, Elvia. You've been a huge help. She gently shook her head with a subtle smile. I'm only doing my duty. Now let's pack up the cookies. Leon hesitated as if deep in thought and turned her down. I'll take care of the packing myself, you can go take a rest. Elvia looked slightly surprised. Pardon? He turned around and whispered secretly. I still have something else I need to do. Once Elvia had left, he deftly accessed the system and muttered to himself. I couldn't just open the storage vault with Elvia standing right there. Now that my cooking level is at 3, I've unlocked plenty of recipes and have enough ingredients. He cheerfully rubbed his shoulders. Next up is the drink. The system interface popped up, displaying the resonance effect when paired with a beverage. Leon selected the ingredients from his storage. What I'm going to make next is a workout booster. The red drink requires fruity oil pharmaceuticals and primrose root. Both Grandpa and Rixel will definitely love this. Looking at the ingredient list for a moment, Leon felt slightly puzzled. But these ingredients look so familiar. Where have I seen them before? Oh well, whatever. It pairs perfectly with the cookies, so I just need to focus on evaluating the quality. After careful selection, Leon placed the plate of fruit on the table. Awesome, the ingredients are super fresh oranges and fresh lemons. Leon rested his hands on the table, full of excitement. Let's begin. First, wash the fruit and slice it up nicely. Then, simmer the primary vitality recovery potions on low heat. Once the oranges and lemons are slightly cooked through, add the fragrant metasweet and wait for the fresh fruit flavors to blend completely. When you catch the aroma, strain the steaming drink through a cloth. And finally, add a drop of sea rosemary oil. A bottle of the beverage is now complete. The Alchemist's workout support drink. Looking at its effects, Leon sighed in admiration. No wonder it felt so familiar. This genuinely reminds me of cinnamon mulled wine. He tasted the drink himself and beamed like a flower. It tastes amazing too. Now let's pair this freshly brewed drink with the cookies. Now the tray was fully laden with both cookies and the drink, which was officially recognized by the system as Leon's special food and beverage set. You have successfully crafted and unlocked an achievement. You have received shillings. Leon gladly accepted the reward. This should be more than enough. He took off his apron and left it on the table. Leon picked up the food tray and started walking. Time to go see Grandpa, I suppose. In front of Patrick's study, Leon's voice echoed from inside the room. Grandpa, are you busy? When Leon opened the door, he stepped inside carrying the tray of pastries. Patrick grumbled, "What are you bringing in here? Has it come to the point where the servants are making you carry things yourself? I'm going to punish them right away." Before he could finish his sentence, Leon smiled and cut him off. It's not like that. I brought it myself because I wanted to hand it to you personally. He placed the tray on the desk and cheerfully introduced it. This is a drink I made using the potion I crafted last time, and I also baked some cookies because I thought they'd go really well together. Hearing this, the old man's tone softened considerably. You mean you made these yourself? Leon replied, yes. He looked straight into his eyes with confidence and expressed, I thought it would be fun to show you my progress this way. Seeing Patrick pick up a bear-shaped cookie, he urged him on. Please try it. As soon as he took his first bite, Patrick carefully tasted it. His eyes widened in astonishment. Patrick savored the flavor of the cookie and thought to himself, the cookie melts in my mouth, releasing a sweet, gentle aroma of sweet potato that provides a pleasant surge of energy. It's completely different from a plain roasted banana.
a unique flavor created with a perfectly balanced sweetness. The system interface chimed with a notification for apprentice cooking proficiency.
Leon felt secretly smug.
A talent development quest for cooking requires someone to taste the dish to earn experience reward points. Looking at that skyrocketing experience points, Grandpa must really like them.
What a relief.
After finishing his treat, Patrick turned serious.
All right, spit it out.
Leon was momentarily stunned.
Ha!
The old man calmly lowered his hands and demanded, "You didn't come here just to hand me this.
Get straight to the point." Leon scratched his head a little and said shyly, "I really can't hide anything from you, can I?"
He hesitatingly brought up the subject. "The thing is, I heard my coming-of-age ceremony is going to be rescheduled soon.
Can we let Rixel rest until then?" Hearing this, the old man wondered, "Why is that?"
Leon frowned slightly and spoke with concern again.
"Everyone in the family is attending the coming-of-age ceremony, right?"
"But Rixel's current schedule seems way too exhausting.
Could you lighten his training intensity until the ceremony takes place?"
"I want our whole family to be there with bright smiles." Hearing this, Patrick rested his chin in his hand and fell into deep thought. On the outside, he looked like a strict and stern head of the household, but inside, he was bursting with pride over his grandson.
What a considerate child! Whose grandson grew up to be so well behaved? Who on earth raised such an amazing kid?
He observed the grandson before him, liking him more and more. He had assumed they would fight for the sole position of head of the family. They could easily have fought over the succession, and he had been worried lately because they seemed distant. Yet, they had built such a close brotherly bond without him even knowing. He had yet another thing to be proud of. He had no reason to refuse.
"Fine, I'll grant your request.
I'll let him know that he can train on his own until the ceremony."
Leon happily obeyed. "Thank you, Grandpa." Patrick suddenly asked a follow-up question. "Is that all, though? Don't you have any other requests for your coming-of-age ceremony?" He was slightly taken aback.
"Ha!" Leon beamed with a wide smile.
"Nope, I don't have any other requests."
Patrick frowned slightly in evaluation.
Who on earth does this kid take after? He has zero ambition.
Even though the highlight of a coming-of-age ceremony is the gifts, it isn't just a simple event. If it's something the celebrant wants, they ought to get it. Even if it's a rare jewel found nowhere else in the world, that is the most elegant way to flaunt a family's wealth. The old man sat there in stunned surprise.
The kid actually said he doesn't need anything? Does that mean?
He widened his eyes and pursed his lips as he thought, does he want me to figure it out and prepare something grand myself?
Seeing that resolute look in his eyes, Leon broke into a mental sweat. Then I'll take my leave now.
Patrick rested his chin on his hand in speculation as Leon's back disappeared. He paced back and forth in contemplation.
How on earth should I prepare the perfect gift? Leon walked with confident strides down the mansion's hallway. Ahead of him were towering piles of books and documents stacked messily on a desk.
Rixel sat with his head resting on his hand, intently reading a document at the paper-cluttered desk. He suddenly burst through the door into the study and called out loudly, startling his younger brother into letting out a yelp as paperwork flew everywhere.
"Ah!"
Leon walked in, looked around, and chuckled while the boy scrambled to pick up the scattered papers from the floor.
"What on earth happened in here? I didn't take you for such a messy person."
Rixel blushed, covering his mouth in embarrassment to hide his fluster.
"How humiliating. I never wanted you to see this, big brother. What brings you here today, brother?"
He cheerfully brought out a tray of pastries. "I figured you'd want some snacks while working, so I made these myself." The two brothers sat together on the luxurious sofa. The younger boy was popping a cute little rabbit-shaped cookie into his mouth to enjoy. Rixel widened his eyes in surprise right after chewing the first bite, letting out a crunchy sound followed by a stunned expression of pure admiration.
"Oh my God, this is insanely delicious. I knew it ever since the bread you made."
"You're really good with your hands, big brother."
"Oh, come on now."
Leon showed his concern and advised his younger brother to take a break before the important ceremony.
"Rixel, Grandpa gives you a lot of work, right? Just take it easy and rest until my coming-of-age ceremony."
He smiled and gently revealed that he had proactively talked to out of concern for his health. "I asked Grandpa for permission, you look completely exhausted."
Rixel felt deeply warmed and touched by his older brother's thoughtful and warm concern.
He never expected his brother to care about him this much. "Thank you so much, big brother, but I'm not tired because of the air training or family duties." That emotional moment was quickly ruined when the older brother misunderstood the reason for his fatigue.
Don't tell me it's love letters. Why did I even bother being curious? Absolutely not.
The brothers laughed and cried as Rixel hurriedly clarified the real reason. "Right, at your age it's normal to start noticing girls, but it's because of your upcoming coming-of-age ceremony."
Leon had a light bulb moment upon realizing his worry. So it's related to the family ritual? The Asteri family's coming-of-age ceremony involves a ritual called the Library Labyrinth.
It's a place that grants skills and guides entrance to the magic they need most.
Though called a labyrinth, it adjusts to the user's level so there isn't a single fork in the road.
If you try to conquer it forcefully, it becomes an impenetrable maze,
but if you listen to the guidance, it's simply a library.
The secrets of how the library operates and the dark memories of this body's former owner slowly begin to unravel. The original Leon even used it as a hideout before I took over this body, and they say whoever reaches the end of the labyrinth is allowed to take a special item with them.
Rixel must think this is dangerous for me because I don't have mana. What a good kid.
Leon spoke up to reassure him, but Rixel's absurdly unexpected response froze him in his tracks.
It's fine, Rixel. That ritual is just a formality anyway. No, it's not. I'm worried about the outfit. He looked up with a blank expression, breaking into a cold sweat as he asked back, "The outfit?"
"Yes, could." Looking around the study, Rixel held up a blueprint and asked him, "Have you seen the outfit the head of the family prepared for you to wear on your coming-of-age ceremony?"
"No, I haven't seen it yet."
He decisively slammed the blueprint onto the table.
"Here it is. The head of the family has a fatal flaw."
The blueprint of the formal wear was revealed, a skin-tight neon green outfit paired with green pants, a blazing red cloak, and bizarre bright red high heels.
He has zero sense of aesthetics whatsoever. Well, that's it, we're totally doomed.
Both brothers broke out in cold sweats, their faces turning dark with despair.
Leon spoke up.
"There is absolutely no way we can wear this to the coming-of-age ceremony, especially given his reputation as an 8th-circle Grand Mage." The boy nodded tremblingly.
"I completely agree."
The two brothers clutched their heads and screamed in the chaotic room.
He wondered, but he usually wears normal clothes. Why did his taste suddenly change out of nowhere?
Rixel explained, "Because up until now, Sylvia has always stopped him every single time."
Leon was moved upon learning the truth about Sylvia.
So Sylvia was silently protecting us all this time.
I'll find a way to stop this. Now I'm really grateful to her.
I want our whole family to dress nicely.
Proceeding according to plan.
The kids cheered joyfully. It's the young master. Leon, wearing a simple cloak, cheerfully greeted the two local kids.
Doing well lately? Thorn? Leaf?
He bent down, pulled out a bag of colorful cookies, and smiled.
It's been a while, everyone. Here, please try some. I baked these cookies myself.
The two children happily hugged the bag of cookies and ate them delightedly.
Oh my God, something this precious. By the way, what brings the young master here? I need a favor from you guys. Rhea looked surprised upon hearing the unexpected request. A favor? Do you guys remember the tailor who volunteered at the orphanage with us? Leon went on to request the search for the talented tailor from back then. Could you introduce me to him? Pardon? Thorn and Leaf ran around playing. This one's mine, give me one more.
The image of the talented tailor vividly reappeared in his memories with his incredible craftsmanship. I caught a glimpse of his skills when we did volunteer work together, and he was genuinely insanely talented. He altered clothes for each kid to fit them right on the spot and quickly sewed new clothes from scraps of fabric, looking like an absolute master. Back to reality, Rhea thought for a moment before answering the urgent request to find a skilled tailor.
I need someone with his kind of skill. Is this too difficult? Not at all, I can manage it. However, her expression turned hesitant and reluctant when she noticed his thoughtful attitude. Is there any other reason you're hesitant to introduce him?
Well, once you get there, young master, you'll understand.
He walked alone to a desolate, run-down wasteland wearing a hooded cloak,
and stopped in front of an old wooden sign covered in dust and cobwebs.
Is this the place?
The wooden sign suddenly wobbled and creaked, almost falling down and startling him.
Utterly bewildered. Did I come to the right place?
The door swung open, revealing a long line of mannequins lined up along a dark, dilapidated hallway, creating a somewhat gloomy and creepy atmosphere.
Something feels wrong. Why would someone so talented work in such a rundown shop? Leon timidly called out into the dark empty space.
Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared right behind him, making him jump.
Is anyone here? Yes. A customer?
Andre lit up, spreading his arms wide in a mix of excitement and astonishment.
You're a customer, the tailor realized with a start. Aren't you the young master I met at the orphanage? But your hair and eye color are different. Leon awkwardly scratched his head and explained.
I'm really sorry I couldn't tell you the truth that day. I'm the eldest grandson of the Astery family, but for some reasons that day, I had to be in disguise.
Andre chuckled, holding out his hands to show respect. That's quite all right.
It's understandable for a young noble to have his reasons.
He wondered, but given your status, why did you go out of your way to a place like this? He smiled gently and turned to answer. I'm looking for a skilled tailor. Andre jumped in surprise, breaking into a cold sweat as he replied, a skilled tailor? With your status as an Astery, you certainly don't need to patronize someone like me.
Interrupting his embarrassment, the tailor suddenly remembered his manners and hurriedly led the way. Instead of standing here, please come inside, or we can sit down and talk in detail. This way, please. He stepped inside and was captivated by rows of colorful fabric rolls, prestigious awards, and gold trophies placed prominently on shelves. He blushed with excitement.
Isn't that the highest award from the Empire's most famous competition?
I feel so embarrassed hosting someone of your status in such a rundown place.
Andre invited him, please have a seat while I brew some tea. He cheerfully replied, right on time, I brought some cookies, let's have them with tea. Tea was poured into cups, sending up wisps of steam. Andre apologetically spoke up.
I'm so sorry, I'd love to treat you to something higher end, but my current situation is a bit.
It's fine. He was extremely surprised by this unexpected gift.
I baked these cookies myself, hope you'll like them.
The young master baked them himself?
Andre gazed at the cute little bear-shaped cookie with a sweetheart embedded in the middle, recalling an old story. Come to think of it, he had said the bread donated to the orphanage was also handmade by him. Oh, that bread was shockingly delicious. He decided to enjoy the heartfelt cookie from the young master.
I wonder what this cookie tastes like. Thank you, I'll gladly partake. The moment he took his first bite, the explosive flavor of the cookie completely conquered Andre's palate, an absolute flavor explosion. The sophisticated sensory experience began with a crisp crunch followed by a soft melt, delivering a wonderfully rustic and pleasant sensation, starting with a crispy crunch and immediately melting in the mouth. At first, it felt like a rustic country boy, but immediately afterwards, that flavor transformed powerfully and captivatingly like a dramatic romance story. But right now it felt like a romantic scene playing out in Andre's mind. The crown prince had his heart stolen by a country girl at first sight. The bright and fluttering flavor felt just like the thrill of a first love. The ultimate sweetness left him immersed, unable to find words worthy enough to praise it. Isn't it delicious? Delicious doesn't even begin to describe this. Andre dropped his jaw in awe.
This is art. Leon calmly sat drinking tea, exuding a contrasting, captivating aura. Those contrasting images were just like the young master standing right in front of him.
Good, it looks like he really likes it.
He might be considered the family's good-for-nothing, but in reality, he's an unsolved mystery. The white porcelain plate had a slight crack, with only a few small cookie crumbs left on top.
Andre wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and sighed with fulfillment. This is truly wonderful. Young master, thank you. Leon smiled and asked, do you like it?
He clenched his fists, his face beaming with excitement. Of course, I almost shed tears.
This cookie has reignited my inspiration. Andre turned serious.
Young master, you went out of your way to come here and even gave me such delicious food.
I, Andre, will speak my mind without hiding anything. Andre looked toward the design mannequin and guessed that coming all this way meant he wanted me to make clothes, right? That's right, I'm completely capable of making them for you. He sat straight on the sofa, declaring with sharp eyes and absolute confidence.
I'm confident I can draft patterns, cut fabric, and sew better than anyone else.
However, Andre explained, if it leaks that I'm the designer, other nobles won't accept it. You might even get mocked for wearing them out in public.
He was surprised.
Why?
That's because. He clenched his trembling hands on his knees, his face revealing bitter anguish.
Because I'm the illegitimate child of a noble family, that's why.
Privilege really makes it easy for people to look down on others.
They say it lowers their dignity, that commoners shouldn't touch clothes, which are luxuries meant exclusively for the nobility. Is that all? Leon wondered if he really needed to suck up to the nobles.
When the rumors spread, even the people who used to sponsor me gradually cut ties,
because many of them didn't want anything to do with me in the first place.
Sitting across from each other, Andre suggested, so if you give me the job, it's better to just say these clothes were made by some unknown rookie.
He interrupted, wait a minute, can I look at some clothes you've made before? Andre talked about the current state of his shop and the items he possessed.
I threw away all the clothes I used to sell to the nobility, so now I only have clothes for commoners.
That's fine, I just want to see your craftsmanship.
Andre, at that, resolutely pulled back the dust curtain to reveal a secret display space behind it to the young master's astonishment.
Andre proudly showcased his passionate creations handmade for the ordinary working people in the region. These are the items I sell to the locals. Unbelievable.
Before Leon's eyes, a series of glowing item stat panels popped up, proving his outstanding professional-grade craftsmanship.
This is top-tier quality clothing, ready-made cotton coat by a 2-star skilled tailor. Leon looked around the tailor's clothing shop. This is truly my reality right now.
He assessed the tailor's exceptional craftsmanship, ready-made cotton trousers by a skilled tailor, ready-made ceremonial dress by a skilled tailor. With this kind of fabric getting 2 stars, it proves all other conditions are spot on. Leon started cooking up a grand idea when he saw the stack of premium fabrics.
What if someone like this were provided with top-tier fabrics?
He made an unexpected offer that left Andre stunned.
Andre, I really want to wear clothes made by you for my coming-of-age ceremony,
he anxiously advised the young master. But young master, this is a big opportunity for me, but you will definitely lose face.
I guarantee not a single person will dare say a peep about it.
Now just tell me whether you can do it or not.
Leon nonchalantly held up 3 fingers to state his time requirement. 3 outfits before the coming-of-age ceremony. The crushing pressure made Andre sweat with anxiety. Is this even feasible? He confidently boosted his morale. I'll take full responsibility, so speak your mind. Are you ready to go all out? Leon clenched his fists, his desire to showcase his talent surging.
To create gorgeous clothes using fine fabrics, to freely flaunt his skills without having to worry about anything else.
In this world, what tailor could ever turn down an offer this enticing? Andre blushed, bravely accepting the thrilling challenge.
Just give me your orders, young master. Wise choice. The old man was extremely excited to prepare for the clothing design.
What kind of clothing style would you like, milord? What details should I incorporate into this? Leon began making rather demanding requests.
I want them to look sophisticated and neat while retaining a minimum level of elegance.
Since the whole family will be matching, I want consistency. Yet, each person should carry a distinct flair.
And they shouldn't look too old or too childish, meaning sophisticated yet elegant, matching yet distinct.
Andre realized with a jolt. Wait a minute, does that mean the head of the household will also wear clothes tailored by me? Do you really feel all right with this?
That's right, is there a problem? The tailor grew anxious, mindful of how deeply the aristocracy despised him.
As I said before, I am a tailor whom the nobility utterly detests. What does that have to do with my family? Andre further explained the supreme standing of the Asteri family. No. Who would ever dare mess with the Asteri family? A household standing on equal footing with the royal family, no less. Right. The affirmation left the tailor frozen in place for a few seconds. Leon's recognition gave Andre a massive surge of motivation.
I, Andre, will do my absolute best to craft these outfits for you. Inspiration welled up within him, allowing the tailor to quickly finish his design sketch. Oh my, a textbook design just popped right into my head.
Do you have a specific type of fabric in mind? Actually, I haven't the slightest clue about those things, so I brought this along. The family's treasure catalog left Andre astonished. This is the fabric catalog preserved by my family. This is the Astery family's fabric catalog.
The very thing whispered about like a legend among tailors.
Deeply moved, Andre asked for permission to open the legendary book.
Just being able to lay my eyes on this is more than enough to satisfy me.
May I open it?
Of course, take your time looking through it. The sound of turning pages echoed through the room.
Andre could not help but be awestruck upon seeing the sparkling pages.
Good heavens, this catalog contains the rarest fabrics on the entire continent, all of them top-tier materials from every corner of the realm. Elf hair. Famously produced by only a handful of elves. These are legendary materials that seem to exist only in the imagination. Fairy breath, crafted from the heart and soul of archmages.
I never imagined these fabrics actually existed in real world. Leon smiled and probed Andre for his thoughts. Well, did you spot any materials you like? The problem is that there isn't a single fabric here that I don't love.
Young master. Suddenly, he froze before a mysterious page.
Curious, Leon leaned in closer when he noticed Andre's expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem with that fabric?
Back in my prime, there was a certain fabric that a certain lady absolutely loved to use. Andre explained the strange disappearance of this fabric from the market, noting how entirely impossible it was to find, which made it all the more astonishing to see it here in the catalog.
I have never forgotten any fabric once I've touched it.
I've always wondered what kind of fabric it was, but unfortunately, there isn't a single note about it here.
Leon leaned down to examine the fabric sample closely. Let me take a look.
A system information panel appeared, displaying astonishing statistics about it, the deep love of the archmage.
Could this thing have been made by grandfather himself? Andre had definitely mentioned that a certain lady used to wear clothes made from this fabric.
He grew pensive as he read the fabric's description, which noted it was crafted by an archmage.
If this was going to be matching outfits for the whole family, they simply had to use this fabric. Leon immediately made his decision regarding the material for the outfits. Andre, can you make clothes out of this fabric? Of course I can, I certainly can do it. Andre smiled and prepared to dive into the work. Then let's start by taking your measurements first. A new character appeared, interrupting the two of them. Brother, working hard?
I heard some news and came a bit late because I was busy rounding up some supplies. The younger brother's sudden appearance caught the two in the room completely off guard.
Supplies?
It sounds quite rowdy outside. Shouts echoed from outside, making both of them jump.
Move everything inside. Understood, sir. Andre's jaw dropped in disbelief at the grandiose scene unfolding in the courtyard. What on earth is all this?
A massive batch of expensive professional tools was swiftly moved inside. I heard you found a tailor to your liking.
If we're preparing for a once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age ceremony,
Rixel proudly boasted that with such colossal family support, this level of backing was only natural.
Leon could only chuckle.
Big brother has prepared far too thoroughly.
Well, is this usable?
You must be used to your old set of tools, so I figured this pile would be.
Not at all.
He abruptly hesitated before making a new decision.
I will. Andre was deeply moved by this heartfelt gesture.
I would be immensely grateful if you replaced this entire lot for me. The tailor expressed his gratitude.
Eldest young master, thank you for patiently waiting while we finished the measurements. Overflowing with passion, Andre promised to create an absolute masterpiece.
I will pour my entire ability into crafting a masterpiece.
Take your time.
He smiled and turned to make one final, small request.
And there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. The request to learn tailoring left everyone stunned. Could you teach me a few sewing skills whenever you have free time? What? Ha? How could I possibly dare to teach you, milord? Andre panicked and tried to dissuade him out of fear that the young master might get hurt.
No, I mean, if you're sewing for the very first time, you'll end up getting poked by needles the whole time.
Besides, those sewing machines are quite prone to sudden accidents. It'll be fine.
Rixel reassured him that he simply wanted to try it out for fun. I don't intend to tackle anything difficult right away, I just want to give it a try for fun.
May I boldly ask why? The young master's understanding deeply touched the tailor. The reason?
After talking with you, I realized just how much skill and passion you possess.
And I also saw how exceptional your meticulous aesthetic is. It would be such a shame if I couldn't fully appreciate the hardship you've endured just to craft these clothes. So I figured I need to understand the techniques myself first in order to truly grasp the intent of the maker. Andre choked up at the young man's precious words. I never expected you to think so deeply about it. It's true, every single stitch, every applied technique, right down to the pattern construction, a tailor pours a very specific intent into all of it. Andre reverently expressed his gratitude and unwavering loyalty. I would be more than happy to teach you everything I know without holding anything back, the tailor kindly advised the young man before briefly stepping away to prep for work. First off, would it be alright if I went to take the second young master's measurements before we begin? If you have any questions about the things in here, feel free to look around and try them out. Thank you. The peaceful scenery of the wooden cottage settled in as dusk fell, dyeing a corner of the sky in golden hues. Leon stepped into the tailor's workspace and couldn't help but marvel at the surrounding ambience. No matter how many times I look at this, I'm still impressed. He approached the table, looking at the rough fabric and the system status window displaying the quality assessment of the material. Worn-out cotton fabric pattern by the artisan. The fabric quality is abysmal, with loose threads sticking out everywhere. How on earth was he able to make clothes with such poor quality fabric? He picked up the trousers to examine their structure and learn the tailor's cutting methods. Let's see, turns out you just sew the pieces together like this? Should I try sewing something myself? Looking back down at his still clumsy hands, he told himself he hadn't been properly taught yet, nor had he grasped the absolute basics, so jumping straight to convenient tools felt wrong. I suppose I should try hand sewing first. Suddenly, Leon remembered he possessed an artifact perfectly suited for this exact situation. Thank goodness I happen to have something that fits the bill. The Artisan's Repair Kit. This was the Artisan's Repair Kit he had received as a bonus at the magic goods shop last time. His hands began to move swiftly, pouring all his focus into completing the product. If not now, then when? Leon looked on in utter surprise as he saw the needle. Its appearance changed. He couldn't hide his excitement over this special magic item. It transforms to look brand new when you use it. Magic items really are fascinating. It even automatically threads the needle for you, too. Sitting down at the workbench, Leon eagerly dove right into testing his skills. Now, let's see. The brilliant evening sunlight cast a glow over his focused figure as he practiced sewing. He was utterly surprised by how captivating sewing could turn out to be. Why is this activity so addictive? The more he worked, the more peaceful and focused Leon felt. He had thought he would get bored quickly with something requiring such meticulousness, but it was actually soothing his mood. The more focused he got, the more even his stitches became, and he even started picking up speed. A magical guideline appeared, helping him complete the task with ease. Moreover, he could clearly see a whole path of guidance laid out right in front of him. Could this also be thanks to that magic item's ability? It's much easier than I thought. Cotton fabric pattern. Leon joyfully checked his impressive first ever finished product. Doesn't look too bad, does it? A sudden noise from behind startled him, causing him to turn around. Are you done already? I'm sorry, I should have called out to you. Andre was dumbfounded by the young master's innate talent. It's nothing. You were concentrating so intensely that I just couldn't bring myself to interrupt. Started sewing from this side, right? For someone trying it for the very first time, the skill level was. The tailor was amazed and impressed as he inspected the pants. Though it was still slightly crooked, it was genuinely impressive. Andre suddenly recalled a tailoring technique he had neglected. Good Lord, how strange. This is the very thing I've been neglecting all this time. He eagerly dove back into work, sweat pouring down his face. Hand sewing had always been the core foundation of high-end bespoke tailoring, after all. Lately, he had been so caught up in ready-to-wear garments that he had nearly forgotten all about it. Andre became completely absorbed in his creation, entirely losing track of his surroundings. That's right, I'll emphasize this part to make the outfit look even more elegant, and I'll raise this section to create an even stronger focal point. It'd be wonderful if I could secure that spot nice and tight. The old man is drifting off into his own world again, isn't he? The two young men decided to let the tailor keep working and head back first. Should we head back now, brother? Go ahead.
After all, Rixel murmured today, the whole family had a scheduled dinner with the head of the household anyway. The butler stepped into the study, bowing respectfully to report.
"Milord, the young masters have arrived. Shall we head down to the dining room?"
Setting down his quill, Patrick let out a soft sigh after finishing his work.
"All right."
The two strode down the grand hallway beneath the glow of the chandeliers. The butler spoke up first to break the heavy silence. "It's rare for all three grandfather and grandsons to have a meal together."
"Indeed, we need moments like this every once in a while."
The old man's expression turned solemn as he brought up major affairs. "I have no crazy obsession with working myself to the exhaustion. I do this simply because it's the best way to protect those kids. Bearing His Majesty's workload on top of everything else naturally leaves you exhausted, sir."
Patrick's sorrowful gaze drifted out the window. Leon weighed heavily on his mind.
Those damn royals, the war with the demons ended 50 years ago, yet they're still sucking every ounce of strength out of this old man. The butler hurriedly tried to reassure his master when he saw him belittling himself.
"How much longer do I even have left?"
"I just want to spend my remaining time with my grandchildren. Please don't say such things."
"An 8th-tier mage has a lifespan on par with the elves, don't they, sir?" "Let's assume that's the case."
He continued walking, reaffirming his supreme responsibility. "With our main family gathered in full for a change, as the head of the household, I cannot be absent."
"You are entirely right, sir."
The massive dining room doors swung open. The servants chanted in unison and bowed deeply. "The head of the household has arrived. I wonder if it's because I'm getting old, or if it's that sweet-talking grandson of mine melting my heart."
The two brothers raised their heads simultaneously.
"Now I just want to live out the rest of my days in peace alongside the treasures my children left behind, but to do that,"
Leon smiled, "we absolutely cannot let anyone discover that child's potential." "Good evening, grandfather." He couldn't help but wonder at the extravagance of this family meal. Do we really need to be this extravagant just for a family dinner?
Rixel explained the reason why the meal was so special. "It's been so hard to get the whole family together, so I told the head chef to whip up a few special dishes, that's all." He recalled the lonely meals of his past. "Come to think of it, back then I used to skip meals entirely or just eat patient diet food while grandfather always dined at the royal palace." Leon realized the sheer loneliness his younger brother had been forced to endure, concluding that Rixel must have eaten alone all those times. He looked at Rixel with a thoughtful gaze.
He must have been so lonely. Leon resolved that the family needed to reunite much more often.
"That's right, we definitely need to have more days like this." He felt a pang of heartache for his brother's solitude.
The younger brother knew it immediately. He must have been so lonely.
It must have been so hard enduring everything all by himself. He resolved to change that through regular gatherings. "From now on, because of him, I should tell grandfather, no, I'll propose that the head of the household host more family gatherings." Leon smiled happily, knowing his younger brother had suffered through his solitude long enough. "Rixel, you won't have to eat alone anymore."
Before dining, the butler carefully helped Patrick into his seat. Everyone responded in unison to his invitation. "Let's eat."
"Yes." The clinking of silverware shattered the silence of the dining room. Setting aside the initial silence, Patrick inquired about his grandson Rixel's work progress.
"How is the task I assigned to you coming along?"
"Yes, everything is being handled flawlessly."
Despite answering fluently, Rixel couldn't completely hide his tension.
With a cold look in his eyes, Rixel thought to himself, this was his older brother's coming-of-age ceremony, after all, delayed by a full 3 years before finally happening.
Didn't grandfather even want to ask how he felt about it? Or at least what kind of gift he liked?
This atmosphere was definitely not what his brother had hoped for.
"I have to break the ice myself." "Grandfather." Gathering his courage, Leon asked a question. "Did you used to weave fabric for mother back in the day?"
Hearing the question, Patrick didn't answer immediately, instead taking a slow sip of his wine.
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
Leon skillfully observed the old man's expression. "Knew it, whenever mother is brought up, he always gets annoyed." Continuing his meal, he gently steered the conversation. "I met a tailor today, and while we were chatting, I happened to come across a very special piece of fabric belonging to our family." He cast a serious look toward his younger brother to seek confirmation.
"Rixel, you remember it too, right? That sparkling piece of fabric and the pile of things you brought back." "Yes, I remember." Memories of Andre rushed back.
The tailor mentioned that back in his youth, a certain young lady was extremely fond of a very special fabric.
Leon continued laying out his compelling argument.
He said the piece of fabric we have is an exact match to the one that young lady used to bring.
Since this fabric is something he hasn't been able to find anywhere else since then, yet it turned up right here in the Astery estate, I couldn't help but wonder if that young lady was mother?
That's why I asked. Patrick fell into a deep, pensive silence at his grandson's unexpected question.
I see. The topic of mother.
The dining table atmosphere suddenly turned heavy and gloomy, likely the very subject their family tried hardest to avoid.
A close-up of the warm soup on the family's lavish dining table, yet, we couldn't just keep burying it and pretending it wasn't there forever.
Being able to talk openly about the deceased was the only way to truly comfort and heal one another, and a confident smile crossed his face as he came up with a bonding plan.
What we need right now is a breakthrough to reconnect.
So I'll use these matching outfits as an excuse to mend our relationships and help everyone open up. Patrick finally spoke up, agreeing with his grandson's sentiment.
Leon, as you said.
The shocking truth straight from the old man's mouth brought the dining room air to a standstill. That fabric was indeed woven by my own hands. The two brothers stared blankly in surprise.
You wove it yourself, grandfather? May I ask why?
Holding his wine glass, the old man gave it a gentle swirl as if reminiscing about a distant memory. There's no grand reason. It's only natural for a father to worry about his only daughter.
The past resurfaced, a time when every single thread was chosen with absolute protection and love.
I was terrified she'd slip and get hurt, or catch a cold walking in the rain. I selected the finest magical yarn, infused a protection spell into every single thread, and had it woven into fabric. Yet, memories of his late daughter flashed through Patrick's mind. He never expected that fabric to still exist after all this time. Rixel looked down at the table, a stifled wave of emotion welling up inside him upon hearing about his mother.
Mother's fabric. Rixel's inner feelings were never shown outwardly.
But he must have always been curious about his mother. Wrapped up in nursing my own shattered heart, I left my grandchildren all alone.
To shatter the gloomy atmosphere, Leon chimed in with an enthusiastic tone.
I'm planning to use that fabric to make some suits. Do you think we'll run short of material, sir? Don't worry about running short, stop thinking nonsense.
Thank you, grandfather.
But his next question stunned the old man once again, nearly causing him to drop his wine glass. So, when are you free to come down to the tailor's shop with us, grandfather?
What? Patrick was utterly shocked by his grandson's proposal.
I thought only you two boys were wearing them.
What are you talking about?
Naturally, you need to wear a set too, sir.
Rixel quickly chimed in with a reasonable suggestion.
Big brother, while I agree we should all match, the head of household's schedule is packed.
How about we invite the tailor straight to the estate instead?
Good idea. The old man finally conceded to his grandson's clever persistence.
All right, have it your way. Since you're heading this project, Leon, I'll defer to you. Thank you, grandfather. Leon cheered inwardly because his initial plan had succeeded.
Great, now that I have grandfather's approval, I don't have to worry about his weird fashion sense ruining my designs.
Everyone is starting to talk more naturally, too.
He smiled brightly as the heavy burden lifted off his shoulders.
Now I can safely focus on preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony.
The atmosphere inside the estate grew warm and filled with light, and everything proceeded smoothly afterward.
Andre arrived at the estate and began taking measurements professionally. Thanks to Andre's visit, the suit preparations flowed seamlessly.
The maids and servants bustled about preparing for the ceremony, and the venue decorations fell right into place.
The family's solidarity made everything progress at lightning speed. On top of that, we received full backing from grandfather and Rixel.
Big brother, don't overwork yourself, just leave all the annoying chores to me.
Are you genuinely worried about the expenses under my roof?
Truth be told, I barely had to lift a finger for anything. Needle and thread were readied for the final touches. Thanks to that, determined to carve out time for his hobby, he kicked off a sewing practice session. I finally had time dedicated entirely to training my sewing skills, but something felt off. Everything seemed to proceed as usual, until an unexpected notification popped up. Around this time as usual, a new talent would awaken right while he was sewing.
New talent, tailoring. Tailoring proficiency has reached novice level 1. Instead of feeling happy, Leon felt suspicious. A notification banner like this should be popping up. Why isn't anything happening at all? Suspicion rapidly mutated into fear. Why is that? Even if it's not quite up to par with when I was a blacksmith, the stuff I make is definitely of decent quality. I made it entirely by hand without relying on a sewing machine. Why hasn't the talent awakened yet? This time, I didn't skip any basic steps. He quickly shook off the fear and searched for an explanation for this lack of awakening. Could it be that I have no aptitude for this kind of work? No. Don't jump to conclusions, just think about how much time you've spent sewing. If I really lacked talent, it'd probably be in cooking instead. He began raising questions about the difference between these two skills. Then what's the difference between tailoring and cooking? Is it the tools? Or do I need a mentor like Elvia guiding me every step of the way? Suspicion quickly spiraled into absolute dread. Yet my alchemy relies far more on tools than a mentor, so where on earth is the bottleneck? A servant abruptly stepped inside and spoke up. Young master, Andre has arrived. Sylvia hurried in to report on the clothing preparation status. Are the clothes done? They seem to be finished, but his expression looks a bit strange. He looked bewildered at her hesitating attitude. A strange expression? Yes, he looks as if. Sylvia's face betrayed clear worry and tension. Something terrible has just happened. Leon hurried down the hallway upon hearing the news. Andre was here, but something felt wrong. I've temporarily invited him into the parlor. Would you like to see him right away? As he walked, he wondered what on earth could have happened. What on earth does that even mean? Leon pushed open the door to the parlor and stood frozen at the sight. The room was overflowing with sparkling, displayed suits. Isn't this basically bringing the entire dressing room over here? He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of these outfits. How on earth did the old man manage to carry all of this here by himself? I think everything is fine. Leon enthusiastically called out a greeting to his familiar designer. Uncle Andre, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Andre politely handed him the completed outfit. Try it on. This is the young master's formal wear. Would you like to try it right now? So gorgeous. High-end formal wear crafted by a master tailor. Leon quickly slipped into the meticulously tailored jacket. He beamed radiantly as he stood before the large mirror. So gorgeous. High-end formal wear crafted by a master tailor. But Leon quickly noticed the shadow of melancholy on Andre's face. Is something wrong, though? You don't look very happy. A flicker of hesitation crossed the tailor's face. Even I have to admit it's too gorgeous, it's just that there's one thing making me feel a bit worried. A system notification banner popped up to deliver some good news before immediately dousing it with a bucket of cold water. You have acquired an outfit of incredible quality, yet it cannot be worn to a banquet. What? Something's missing. Find out what it is and put Andre's mind at ease. He looked over the outfit for a moment before a realization dawned on him. I see. Leon touched the collar of his suit. The collar area looks way too empty. Andre's cheeks flushed red, and his eyes glowed as if he had just discovered a kindred genius. Exactly right, young master. Surrounding him were sketch accessories. The outfit itself was perfect, but it lacked a focal point. A necktie, a bow tie, a cravat, not even a pocket square was present. Leon cupped his chin in thought, pondering the dress codes of this world. That's right, those details matter a lot in this world. Let's see. He pictured his grandfather and family members wearing clothes designed by him. If everyone's outfits followed this style, his grandfather should wear a formal, sophisticated necktie. As for Rixel, since he was younger, a trendy bow tie would suit him better. He stood before 3 mannequins draped in 3 unfinished supersets, hesitating before speaking up. Young master, please forgive me, but could I ask a favor of you? Ask a favor of me? Andre pleaded, his expression full of expectation. Yes, would you be able to finish tailoring the family's outfits with your own hands? And if possible, embroider them as well. Leon's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in pure shock at the proposal. What? I'll teach you everything. I'll teach you everything. From making neckties to embroidery. Wait, let's put that aside for a second. Leon was surprised and worried by the proposal. Would it be too rude for me to casually alter a master's work like this? Andre began recounting a story from the past. Is there a reason you're asking this of me? The thing is, the tailor explained the connection between his mother and the clothes. Actually, when I was taking measurements for the head of the household the other day, I realized that the young lady I used to make clothes for back then was none other than your mother. Even though I was just an insignificant, nameless tailor, she thanked me. The immense significance of clothes made out of love. That was when I realized. Back then and now, the clothes she made for the people she loved carried a tremendous amount of meaning. Advising him to finish the outfit with his own hands, he noted that if the head of household had poured magic into every single needle and thread for his child, the little young master himself should be the one to complete the outfit. Because this outfit needed something Andre couldn't provide, something even a master couldn't bring. A happy smile and the realization of truth crossed the tailor's face. That definitely wasn't an easy decision for a tailor with so much pride. Turns out making pretty clothes isn't everything. Leon clenched his fists and smiled with confidence. He was so kind and thought of me like that. I've got to give it my absolute all. I understand. He said this while peeling off the test jacket. I'm counting on you for everything, right? Of course. Let's start choosing the styles. Please, take a seat here. Leon sat down at the drawing desk and immediately grabbed his pen to sketch. Actually, I just got an idea. The sketchpad page displayed sharply hand-drawn images of a necktie and a bow tie. I understand what you mean. You want the head of the household to exude a noble, sophisticated vibe, while the second young master should look youthful yet elegant, right? Yes, I want everyone to see them as the heirs of the household. Brilliant, Andre turned to ask him. And what style would the young master like to choose for yourself? Leon made his decision. I'll decide after I finish everyone else's. I understand. Then let's start practicing with the basic necktie. A strip of silk for a necktie appeared against a sparkling background. The structure of a necktie is like this. The loop going around the neck is the protective anchor section. And the narrower end is called the small blade. Finally, the wide end shaped like a sword blade determines the overall style of the necktie, so its details need to be handled with extreme care. Sweating profusely, Leon asked, "Wait, are you using sword-related terms for everything? Did I use the wrong phrasing somewhere? Please don't use these words in front of grandfather. He doesn't quite get along with the Sword Saint household," he muttered while observing the fabric. Andre looked surprised and praised him. "Aren't you going to use an interlining pad? You've got a sharp eye. Normally you would, but this time it's not needed," the tailor explained as he smoothed out the white silk. "The silk we use is high-grade fabric that holds its crease for a very long time. As expected of expensive fabric, it really is top-notch." Andre's joy was evident on his face as he readied himself for the upcoming work. "All right, let's begin." A tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Everything was ready. Leon remained humble in the face of the tailor's praise. "Now, well done. You don't need to hand out such flattering compliments. This necktie is way too good for the skill level of the maker. Now let's move on to the next step." They discussed the idea of embroidering the family crest onto the outfits. "Now we'll try embroidery. Do you already have an idea in mind?" "Yes, I do. I want to incorporate our family crest." The profound meaning behind the family crest symbol he chose. A family crest is just like a brand logo anyway. Give it a convincing meaning and it instantly looks high-end. Look at these leaves attached to the branch. I did this to signify that our family will forever stay closely bound together. Good grief, what a profound meaning. Andre approved and encouraged the young master to begin embroidering. Then let's embroider with that meaning in mind. The tailor instructed him on embroidery techniques to create refinement. The most important thing in embroidery is surface texture. If you capture that part clearly, the embroidery will look very natural and sophisticated. Leon confidently promised to finish the job on time. I get it, this is purely a matter of practice making perfect. Give me 3 days, and I'll wrap everything up within that time. Andre expressed absolute trust in his talent. Of course, Andre, completely trust you, young master. A few days later, a prick of a needle drew a drop of blood from his finger, accompanied by a yelp. Leon sucked on his injured finger, muttering to himself. Thank goodness it wasn't too deep, looks normal enough. Leon sucked on his injured finger, muttering to himself. Thank goodness it wasn't too deep, looks normal enough. He resolved, I'm intentionally avoiding using the magical repair kit because if I keep relying on its guidance, I'll never improve. Let's just call it stubbornness on my part. Leon clutched his head helplessly, slumping over his desk as he let out a sigh, looking slightly better, though thinking about it, it was still pretty rough. This really isn't easy at all. Constantly getting poked by needles just makes me want to give up. He leaned his head back against the chair, whining lethargically. My shoulders hurt, my eyes hurt. He stared fixedly at the outfit laid out on the bed in front of him, standing in absolute silence without saying a word. Leon gripped the fabric on the table tightly, his eyes suddenly lighting back up. I can't give up, my speed is starting to pick up. A brilliant golden beam suddenly enveloped his busy hands as he sewed. The Golden Quest notification window appeared, sparkling brightly. New talent, tailoring. Novice level 1 tailoring proficiency has been reached. Finally. Both Leon's weapons and tailoring skills leveled up rapidly after handling the fabric cutting stages entirely by hand. Now I can. Novice level 2 tailoring proficiency has been reached. Capitalizing on the momentum to unlock an achievement. Reward, 3,000 shillings. Continuing to meticulously flatten each crease, he kept receiving skill level up notifications from the system. He paused for a moment to ponder the operating principles behind the awakening of crafting skills. Wait, does the awakening of crafting talents depend on? Looking at the fabric with sketched leaf embroidery patterns, Leon questioned the degree of necessity the finished product held for himself. Just how badly do I need that item right now? He recalled his past awakenings, where practical necessity was always the most powerful catalyst. For instance, when his blacksmithing talent awakened, he desperately needed a sickle and hoe to make medicine. When his cooking talent awakened, he similarly needed oil to make bread and cookies, specifically see rosemary oil because it emitted a refreshing aroma. New talent, cooking. Cooking proficiency has reached novice level 1. But with tailoring, no matter what he did, it only ever increased his proficiency while the talent itself had never awakened. Clearly defining his current objective, he resolutely prepared the next necessary materials to focus on finishing. In that case, what I need right now is this. Confidently executing decisive scissor cuts without relying on a pre-made template. Good thing I didn't use the repair kit right from the start. Even without following the guide, it still looks pretty good. High-end necktie. The value of the necktie increased thanks to the artisan's hands. Leon prepared to carry out the decisive embroidery pattern step to elevate the piece. Nice. The artisan's hands had finally activated. Now if he added the embroidery on top. A white necktie embroidered with luxurious gold-threaded leaf motifs appeared amidst a sparkling halo. Superior necktie. The system showered him with continuous praise. Unbelievable quality for the product of a novice tailor. A masterpiece worthy of being displayed anywhere. The moment the necktie was fitted onto the outfit, the system immediately announced that the two matching items had upgraded into a set, granting a bonus resonance effect. Leon looked at the brilliant results before him and cheered happily. I did it! Master Tailor's high-end formal wear set. His very first 4-star item. This formal wear could maintain stable body temperature regardless of any external weather. Reading this, Leon couldn't help but be startled. It even comes with bonus effects. At the same time, the system notified him that Leon's Great Tailor Achievement progress had reached January 3rd. Seeing these words, Leon couldn't hide his excited grin as he remarked, "This is amazing. If Rixels and my clothes turn out this gorgeous, I'll finish this achievement in no time." Afterward, Leon picked up the scissors and cheerfully encouraged himself. Time to calm down and keep focusing. Only sharp scissor lines could be seen gliding swiftly across the soft fabric. With his nimble hands, he transformed that white piece of fabric into a bow tie centered with a gemstone that flashed a streak of light under the lights. Once the bow tie was attached, the effect was further amplified. Now, it not only kept the body warm but also granted immunity to a certain amount of physical and magical damage. Seeing this, Leon chimed in with smug satisfaction. Nice, Rixel's outfit is done too. The progress bar reached February 3rd. Next, he cast a troubled look at the remaining outfit beside it. Now my own outfit is the real problem. Leon brought a hand to his chin in thought, furrowing his brow as he muttered, given the reputation of the Astri family, I can't look sloppy. Besides, it'd look pretty weird if the star of the banquet isn't wearing a necktie, right? Gotta make sure it doesn't clash with grandfather's or Rixel's necktie. But then, hitting upon something, he suddenly came up with a neat idea. I'll shorten the long necktie and turn it into a be-on-the-lookout tie.
Holding a pan, Leon swept smooth lines across the paper while starting to mutter to himself. Then the focal point of the necktie will be the gemstone.
Let's see.
Next, he turned his head to look at a box placed nearby. I suppose I'll use one of grandfather's old gemstones. Looking at the gemstones emitting a sparkling glow, Leon thought with delight, this one looks absolutely perfect.
It looks identical to the eye color of the people in my family.
And then he gently attached the purple gemstone right in front of the collar before excitedly exclaiming, attaching the stone right here finishes it.
Just as Leon finished that action, the Great Tailor Achievement quest was also completed, accompanied by a generous reward. The system even noted that because Leon had accomplished something extraordinary, he would receive extra money. Seeing this, Leon couldn't hide his surprise. I get extra money on top of that?
Right at that moment, the system notified him that he had over 100,000 shillings, allowing him to purchase all currently available items.
After reading those words, Leon instantly lit up with excitement. 25,000 shillings all at once. And the shilling shop has finally unlocked. Got to go check it out right now. Leon was completely immersed in joy without paying attention.
From behind his back came the sound of hurried footsteps. Suddenly, the door was shoved open hard, creating a earth-shattering noise that startled him into letting out a loud shriek. Looking at Rixel's frantic appearance, Leon stuttered in fear.
Rixel, why are you here? Rixel strode in with a dark expression, gritting his teeth. Tomorrow is your coming-of-age ceremony, brother. Why are you still sitting here sewing?
I heard you've been pulling all-nighters for 3 straight days.
At this rate, you're going to pass out before the ceremony even starts.
Terrified out of his wits, hair standing on end, Leon frantically wondered to himself, I was hit with a deadline and had no other choice but to stay up.
But how on earth does the kid know about this?
Bearing a deadpan expression, Rixel spoke in a low voice, proposing an ultimatum.
Go to sleep right this instant.
Perhaps spooked by Rixel's wide-open eyes, Leon let out a squeak of fright. At that exact moment, Sylvia appeared with a blanket from goodness knows where, wrapping Leon up while smiling brightly.
The second young master is right, sir. Come on, let me put you to bed.
Wrapped up like a silkworm chrysalis, he wept powerlessly without a sound.
No way. The shilling shop just unlocked. Why are you making me go to sleep before I even get to glance at it? Just a little bit. Please let me look for just 1 second.
Before his eyes was the scenery of a majestic, pristine white castle illuminated by glaring sunlight.
Right at that moment, a voice echoed from inside the castle. Young master. Elvia stood beside Leon, gently observing.
You look very dashing today, especially that necktie, it suits you well. Hearing this, he let out a joyful sigh of relief.
Really? That's a huge relief.
At the same time, a thought flashed through Leon's head, all the hard work paid off. Even though he had passed out the moment his back touched the bed, Patrick was wiping away tears with a handkerchief at that moment, emotionally blurting out, Young master. Sylvia gently tilted her head to the side, the corners of her lips curving into a smile. Looking at Leon's tall, grown-up figure, she thought to herself, that frail child back then is holding his coming-of-age ceremony today. I used to be terrified this day would never come for you.
Time really flies.
At the same time, Rixel walked over cheerfully toward the two of them.
Good morning, big brother.
Seeing him, Leon smiled quizzically.
Rixel, are you waiting for me?
With a tender look in his eyes, the boy gave a nod.
Yes.
And then Rixel raised an eyebrow and declared clearly, from here on, I will escort you. The sound of doors opening echoed through the space, accompanied by his gentle voice.
Because today inside that room is the bustling atmosphere of the banquet.
Stiffening his tone, Rixel asserted, You're the star of this banquet, big brother. Inside the luxurious room was the melodious music,
emitted from a symphony orchestra.
A young lady swept her gaze around before gasping in surprise. The decorations are so grand, truly befitting the style of the Astory family. Hearing this, the middle-aged man beside her couldn't help but chuckle.
This is even more extravagant than the Imperial Grand Banquet.
Another man with a wineglass in hand suddenly turned to speak up. I heard Marquis Patrick and his eldest son didn't get along, but turns out it was just baseless rumors. The dark-skinned man shrugged calmly in response.
We'll see about that. Amidst the noisy, bustling atmosphere, a loud announcement rang out.
Marquis Patrick and the young masters have arrived. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their heads toward the source of the sound.
Excited whispers erupted continuously. It's the Marquis, still as majestic as ever, and walking beside him is young Master Rixel, and following right behind the two of them is Leon with a gentle smile on his face. Today's main character is young Master Leon.
Dressed in luxurious attire, he took step after step forward amidst the applause of the banquet attendees. Catching sight of Leon, a woman lowered her voice to mock him.
He doesn't look as imposing as I thought, does he?
Feels a bit overshadowed compared to the heir, young Master Rixel.
The man beside her readily chimed in.
Well, rumors say he's a bit eccentric, after all.
Suddenly, Patrick furrowed his brow and called out, Leon.
Hearing this, he responded cheerfully.
Yes, grandfather.
Next, the old man looked toward the crowd of nobles before him and instructed sternly, listen closely, don't go mingling with that crowd over there.
They aren't the kind of people you should get involved with.
Looking surprised, Leon immediately questioned him.
Are you worried about me, grandfather?
Patrick let out a sigh, knitting his brows as he reminded him, remember this is a crowded place, you'll have to deliver the opening speech later, so pull yourself together. Seeing the stern expression on the old man's face, he involuntarily chuckled out loud. Don't worry, grandfather, I won't do anything that would bring shame to the head branch of the Asteri family. At the same time, he thought to himself cheerfully, the old man really still cares about me in his own weird way.
Leon reached up to adjust his collar while casually thinking to himself, I couldn't care less about entertaining a bunch of sycophants either. My sole objective is.
Next, he bowed politely while gently introducing himself.
Hello everyone, I am Leon Asteri, and today I have officially come of age.
His train of thought continued aiming to leave a good impression of the family in everyone's eyes. Without a trace of shyness, Leon spoke up confidently. I sincerely thank everyone for attending, especially the future heirs who will lead this country.
Today
Catching sight of this scene, Rixel suddenly froze.
He gazed at his older brother, bewildered as he wondered to himself, Big brother, has he always been this dependable?
Right at that moment, a young lady whispered her assessment.
Young Master Leon looks quite captivating today, doesn't he?
Sweating nervously, the girl beside her hesitated.
Turns out I wasn't the only one who thought so? It's hard to describe. He looks ordinary, but... The young lady in the yellow dress raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Doesn't his outfit look unusually special?
Hearing that, she immediately realized.
Now that you mention it, it has a very sophisticated and minimalist aesthetic.
Hearing this, the other girl stated with certainty.
It's not just the clothes, it actually elevates the wearer.
Without hesitation, she agreed wholeheartedly.
Spot on.
As expected of the most noble family in the empire.
Blushing, the young lady inquisitively probed, I wonder which designer made it.
Another girl glanced over to reply, I heard none of the usual tailors got commissioned for this. After observing for a while, Patrick crossed his arms and remarked, the kid's got a brain on him. Hearing this, Rixel turned to him in surprise, flushing with rosy cheeks as he stammered, Big brother, he actually planned ahead to this extent? The old man thought for a second before his lips curved into a smile.
I can't say for sure, but he's always quick-witted. Just like someone I know.
Rixel still seemed to harbor a few unresolved questions in his heart.
Right at that moment, Leon's gentle voice rang out.
From here on, everyone, please feel free to enjoy yourselves until tomorrow,
so relax and have a wonderful time at the banquet.
Once again, thank you all for traveling such a long way to get here.
If you'll excuse me.
With a bright, cheerful smile on his face, he spoke up, wishing everyone a pleasant evening.
Resounding applause echoed throughout the room. Seeing Leon step down from the stage, Rixel remarked admiringly, Big brother, you're amazing. With a look of awe, the boy leaned in to question him. You've been swamped with work, so where did you even find the time to prepare such a great speech? Did you practice in secret? Hearing this, Leon laughed awkwardly. Not at all. I just kept it simple.
But thanks for the compliment. A smug thought crossed his mind, years of corporate slave experience in South Korea really pay off. At the same time, Patrick walked over and expressed his satisfaction.
Family blood really doesn't lie. Even without mana or aura, he still maintains such a majestic demeanor.
Next, the old man curved his lips in praise.
Well done. Hearing this, Leon happily replied, Thank you, grandfather. And then Patrick gently suggested, Alright then, we should go enjoy the banquet too. Laid out on a red-clothed tabletop were plates of mouth-watering dishes, accompanied by the melodious violin sounds of the string ensemble. Red wine gently rippled inside a glass, accompanied by a voice. "How is it, Leon?" Then the old man looked toward Leon with curiosity. "Have you decided what to bring to the labyrinth ceremony?" Leon raised his wine glass to his lips and took a gentle sip. Patrick's thoughts surfaced simultaneously. "I hear whatever item you bring into the labyrinth determines what you receive.
Those who bring a spellbook gain new magical knowledge, while those who bring a magic staff receive a new offensive spell. For a normal mage, the outcome is quite predictable, but since you aren't a mage, it's a complete unknown." In that case, Leon twirled the glass of red wine in his hand and spoke hesitatingly. And then with a confident smile, he asserted, "I'll probably bring the potion I made myself." As soon as Leon said those words, a wave of gloom washed over him.
"I don't have magical talent, and right now I don't have any decent equipment on hand either. Even this 4-star outfit is just something Uncle Andre made and I slapped a necktie onto. So I might as well just bring the best thing I crafted with my own hands and be done with it." Patrick fell silent and thought for a moment before letting out an unavoidable sigh. Indeed, that's a good way to look at it. The labyrinth will grant you knowledge suited to your current capabilities anyway, and I have one more thing to ask: are you at all interested in politics or the position of heir? Without needing much thought, Leon gave a firm answer. No. That left Patrick slightly confused. "You answered right away like that." That left Patrick slightly confused. "You answered right away like that. That's never going to happen, grandfather. Besides, I assumed Rixel was going to be the next heir anyway." While Rixel looked on at his older brother with eyes brimming with emotion, Patrick cleared his throat to address his younger grandson. "If that's the case, Rixel, can you cherish your older brother with your life?" The boy quickly placed his hand over his chest to make a solemn vow. "Yes, I swear on the family's honor and by my own mana." Expecting a lengthy philosophical ritual to follow, instead the old man simply took a light sip of wine to clear his throat and nodded with a mutter. "Then it's settled." Completely unbotherated by the baffling looks from his two grandchildren, Patrick happily set off mental fireworks. "I never expected the succession issue I worried about the most to be resolved this quickly. Makes me want to go brag about this to the whole world." As of now, the most threatening households to the Astri family were the royal family and the Sword Saint household. That stray thought unintentionally irritated Patrick into casting a gaze toward the distance, where Kyle and Terrace were sitting together, eating dinner and chatting. Those royal old geezers are already dealing with massive headaches over their own throne succession struggle. So we don't need to worry about them for now. Just when it seemed it would end there, Patrick glanced over at Clarentia in the distance. The real issue lies with the Bent family. Their bloody purge disguised as a succession ritual just wrapped up not too long ago. I hear a young woman shouldered all that bloodshed to revive the entire household. Who knows what savage era we're living in to let something like that happen? Still, the fact that they're tied up with family affairs works to our advantage. However, since they're extremely sensitive right now, it's best to avoid running into them if possible. Realizing he had zoned out for too long, Patrick cleared his throat to resume the conversation. "Alright, Leon, I understand your stance, so go ahead and live life however you want as a member of the Astri family." Squinting his eyes with a polite smile, Leon asked, "What if I end up causing trouble, grandfather?" The old man delivered a concise answer. "Go right ahead if you want to." However, the opponent's deliberate hesitation to speak plainly left Leon confused. However, Patrick unexpectedly dropped a rugged, mafia boss vibe. "If you get hurt, I won't let it slide." That left Leon sweating bullets. "I'd probably get knocked out of the world by grandfather before I even managed to die from causing trouble." Leon quickly bowed deeply to express his resolve. "I'll live a quiet, peaceful life and take very good care of myself." Finally hearing what he wanted to hear, Patrick nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Good, let's finish our meal." The banquet continued for quite a while, until Leon had some time to sip wine by himself while his eyes kept wandering toward where everyone else was gathered. Thanks to that earlier conversation, he had the luxury of standing off to the side of the banquet to zone out in thought. Both grandfather and Rixel are trying so hard. Dealing with those stuck-up nobles really is exhausting and annoying. He slowly handed his half-finished glass of wine back to a waiter while his brain was still busy processing dialogues. "Still, I have my own work to do." For whatever reason, Alex proactively walked over to greet him. Hello, young Master Leon, I've been curious for a while now. Could you reveal who designed this stunning outfit? This triggered Leon's business instincts instantly. My first customer is here.
No matter how much his inner voice was screaming, on the outside he maintained the polished etiquette he had learned earlier.
Of course, naturally. And to his surprise, right after Leon spoke, a bunch of other prospective guests stepped forward to chime in eagerly.
Young Master Leon, me too, please share it with me. While he stood there dazed, clueless about what was happening, the crowd turned out way bigger than he had imagined.
Is this the sheer power of 4-star gear effects? Leon's mouth automatically opened to capture the noble's attention. Are you all curious about who made this outfit? Though I'm a bit shy about it. An unexpected reply naturally left Alex and the others looking baffled. Pardon? Leon suddenly put on an embarrassed expression as he dropped an absolute bombshell of gossip.
As it turns out, this designer is the illegitimate child of a noble family, and because they sold clothes to commoners as well, they got ostracized by the aristocracy. Naturally, the nobles took the bait almost instantly without a shred of doubt. Good grief, in this day and age people still discriminate against tailors over something like that? The First Prince's faction tends to be pretty rigid about those kinds of things. Catching a mention of the royal family in the murmurs, Leon froze for a couple of seconds.
Wait, come to think of it, the second prince is also an illegitimate child, right? Could Uncle Andre have become a victim of public opinion due to the shadow war between the two princes?
Still, he quickly regained his composure and flashed a friendly, corporate-smiled greeting. Anyway, because of that, I can introduce them to you all.
But if that makes you uncomfortable. Before Leon could even finish his sentence, the nobles couldn't help but burst into loud, lively chuckles. Not at all, please tell us. We only care about the clothes themselves.
Thanks to those reassuring words, he gently offered a confident smile before introducing the mysterious individual.
Since everyone has been so enthusiastic, it would be quite rude of me to keep secrets. Let me introduce him to you. The tailor who made this outfit is Andre.
His boutique is located in the southern part of our family's domain.
Alex, waiting endlessly to hear the tailor's identity, dropped his jaw and exclaimed immediately. I had a feeling, so it really was him. I kept wondering where he'd vanished to. Turns out he's under the family's protection.
Before anyone could say another word, Leon unexpectedly dropped a bombshell right in the middle of the party.
You all should hurry if you want to book an appointment.
As far as I know, there are only about 3 slots left for today. This new information left the nobility completely stunned.
Only 3 slots?
When he intended to express his feelings. Because of that, Clarentia unexpectedly revealed her existence.
Hold on.
Completely ignoring everyone dodging her, she gently dropped her question to Leon.
That tailor, does he really take commissions for any kind of clothing?
While the surrounding people were busy discussing all sorts of things.
What on earth is she planning to order? Probably a gorgeous dress, right?
Meanwhile, he maintained the friendly demeanor of a professional to reply.
Of course, Lady Clarentia, Marchioness, while Leon's brain was busy rambling and calculating. A clothing order from the Sword Saint family, huh? His mouth quickly cut straight to the main point. If you don't mind, may I ask what kind of attire the Marchioness wishes to have made?
Clarentia, as if she had anticipated this question beforehand, replied immediately without the slightest bit of hesitation. I plan to order training gear and comfortable everyday wear.
However, her subsequent remark sent shivers down everyone's spine. My old sets are all completely torn and no longer wearable. The chilly aura radiating from Clarentia terrified the aristocrats so much that they scrambled to flee instantly. Oh my god, my back suddenly hurts so much. Oh lord, my head, I forgot to turn off the gas stove at home.
Oh dear, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll definitely book an appointment next time. And so, the grand hall was left with only Clarentia and Leon, which made him feel slightly awkward. And just like that, they all ran away. Well, since rumors say she's a survivor of that bloody purge, it's totally understandable that people are afraid of her. But a customer is still a customer, no need to mind those rumors. That rational train of thought helped Leon calm down and flip his salesman switch back on to speak up. The quantity of clothing is quite large, so it might take a little longer than expected.
Is that all right? Clarentia agreed instantly without a second thought. That's not a problem at all. Do I need to pay a deposit in advance? Leon didn't need to waste any time thinking to come up with a fitting reply. We'll sort that out after the party is over. The moment Clarentia left, Leon couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. That ended simpler than expected. Now, next up is, he quickly turned around to speak to the people who had bolted earlier. The remaining slots were snapped up in the blink of an eye. Does anyone else want to put their name on the waiting list? Just like that, he successfully handled a batch of potential clients registering for tailoring services, resulting in an order book almost as thick as a regular notebook. Time passed who knows how, as he looked at his ledger and couldn't help breaking into a bright smile. Awesome! Uncle Andre will probably be happy with this many orders, right? Suddenly, Sylvia appeared out of nowhere, delivering a message in a soft tone. Young master, the head of the house has announced that the trial is ready. Without thinking much, Leon nodded in response right away. Yes, I'll be right there. A moment later, Leon stood bewildered in front of Patrick's study door. Before he could push that door open, Terrace unexpectedly showed up, striking up a conversation with Leon. As expected of the direct heir of the Astri family, famed for magic, you don't look worried at all. That tone, 3 parts concerned, 7 parts sarcastic, drove him up the wall. This jerk knew full well that he couldn't use magic. But on the surface, Leon still had to flash a friendly smile in response. Only, before he could finish, Rixel jumped in to rescue him. Naturally, why should my big brother be worried? His knack for clashing head-on with a rival who had a much bigger backing made Leon break out in cold sweat. This guy Rixel looks exactly like you at times like this. Totally different from how he treats me, and the first prince was indeed the type of person Rixel would despise with a passion. The guy had real talent, but his core nature was just a hedonistic, pleasure-seeking squanderer. Terrace didn't want to bicker and lose face, so he immediately offered to retreat. I shall take my leave and return to my seat. After the 2 princes departed, Rixel anxiously addressed his older brother. Brother, the potion you asked for is in here. Safe travels on your trip. Leon quickly nodded in an upbeat manner, totally contrasting his earlier awkward stance. Yeah, thanks, little bro. He slung the pouch over his shoulder and let nostalgic feelings wash over his mind. This place holds so many memories. I used to work hard here ever since I was a little kid. For someone unable to awaken any talent like me, this place used to be a sanctuary and a refuge. I heard the founding head of the family left a treasure here after the war with the demons ended, but I wonder what kind of item it is. If even they call it a treasure, it must be an extremely valuable piece. Even in the game, Sylvia unexpectedly offered a sharp dagger to Leon. The young master fully understood its function, so he simply muttered a gentle word of thanks. Then he quickly made a small cut right on his finger, letting his plasma drip straight onto the ground. The magic array beneath Leon's feet was activated rapidly, causing the massive mansion to shake continuously, leaving Terrace, who had just reached the lobby, wondering aloud. Who would have thought that just opening a door could cause such a massive shockwave? Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the guests' concerns, Leon focused all his attention on the spiritual energy threads stretching outward. They quickly bound his waist tightly and abruptly dragged Leon into the space behind that door. Regardless of how panicked the target might be, the maze library of the Astri family, depending on the will of the maze, can be cleared without any trials. However, if the intruder harbors greed and intentionally sabotages it, it will instantly transform into an inescapable dungeon. Yet its terrifying power could trigger an earthquake large enough to make the massive, sturdy mansion tremble as if it were about to collapse. That threw the 2 princes and everyone else into a panic. What on earth is happening? Everyone be careful. At the same time, the one who opened the library earlier, Leon, was struggling to keep his eyes open, staring at the blinding light right in front of him after being dragged in. Something's off. The library doesn't usually open like this. What on earth is going on suddenly? The moment he saw what was in front of him, he let out a startled shriek, because Leon suddenly realized he was being pulled into some unfamiliar, dark void within the library. Seeing the terrified expressions of his 2 loved ones squeezed his heart, preventing any weird noises from escaping. Grandpa, Rixel, me, what is going to happen? Time passed who knows how, as Leon's massive body drifted through a bizarre, ethereal space. The system in this place abruptly delivered a lengthy notification,
paying no mind to whether the user had regained consciousness or not. You have achieved the achievement book maze. You have been granted read permission for all books in the library.
Intelligence stat increased by 10, permanent mana stat increased by 10. A high purity mana circle was formed.
Back at the party, the continuous shaking of the space drove everyone to scream in terror.
The flickering candles now swayed back and forth chaotically.
The flashy wine glasses began tumbling to the floor out of control. Everyone scrambled to find a way out to save their own lives.
Help me! Where is the Marquis?
Suddenly, the ornate chandelier high above swayed repeatedly. This caused the cable connecting it to the ceiling to snap quickly.
The massive chandelier plunged freely downward under the pull of gravity.
Alex was the only one who spotted it, freezing in absolute horror.
The chandelier is falling.
Fortunately, before the chandelier could knock her out,
Patrick's mana wave swiftly batted the broken fixture away.
Escaping the jaws of death, Alex regained her senses and muttered a few words.
We're alive. The youngest Duke couldn't help shouting out loud. This is Lord Patrick's protective energy. He's shielding us.
And just like that, the chaotic scene unfolding inside the Grand Astri family mansion was temporarily subdued in a short span.
Meanwhile, Patrick stood upstairs, redirecting his power throughout the territory under his jurisdiction.
He issued orders with an anxious tone.
John, hurry to the banquet hall and guide everyone out. I've already set up protective barriers.
This forced him to hurriedly bow and confirm immediately.
Yes, Lord Head of the House.
Rixel waited for him to leave before speaking up in a panic.
Grandpa, what on earth has happened? Patrick looked at the devastated landscape around him and couldn't hold back a sigh.
The library has gone out of control. I told Rixel to evacuate the guests first.
And how are the princes doing?
Following the recent event, Terrace dropped his flippant demeanor to reply seriously. They are safe. Rixel deployed protective artifacts for them. Hearing those words, Patrick was able to let out a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness everyone is safe and sound. Rixel, send healers to the injured and prepare resting quarters for the remaining guests. I will guard the entrance to the maze, so I'm leaving the handling of this situation entirely to you. Suddenly handed such a huge responsibility by his grandfather, Rixel immediately let his panic show.
Sir, that's too dangerous, Lord Head of the House.
I'll stay too.
Sadly, Patrick didn't give it much thought and turned him down swiftly.
No, as the next heir of the family, you must fulfill your duty.
Sensing the tense atmosphere of the Astri household, Terrace anxiously spoke up.
Marquis, it's dangerous. We don't know what the maze is like right now.
He suddenly turned back with his usual stern expression to counter.
Do these tiny, trivial chaotic events expect to put me in danger? Or did I not know before that my esteemed guests cared so deeply about me? Rixel, hurry up and go.
His tone, brooking no argument, left the boy frozen mid-sentence. When the mood began to dip, the two princes tentatively offered their help.
Yeah, big bro Leon will probably be safe. Come on, I'll lend a hand too. Rixel paid almost no attention to the two of them, anxiously thinking to himself.
Brother, just like that. The three young men quickly departed from this dangerous floor, leaving Patrick alone with heavy burdens in his heart as he gazed toward the library door.
The maze's condition is fluctuating erratically. If by any chance Leon gets dragged into this too,
Suddenly, a familiar, melodious voice rang out.
You're still staying behind in an emergency like this?
Catching sight of Clarentia's face, Patrick blurted out a question.
Head of the Bentist family, why are you staying instead of leaving?
She didn't bother answering that question, leisurely changing the subject instead. It seems you're quite certain he's still alive.
It's as if you already knew the outcome. Patrick didn't reply, but his contemplative expression silently gave Clarentia an answer,
prompting her to make a calm offer that startled him.
I'll help. When Patrick furrowed his brows in confusion. What's the reason? It would be more beneficial to your family if you didn't help us. Clarentia paused for a few seconds before her mouth produced a relatively reasonable response. Well, I just ordered some outfits from him. I don't like my plans being ruined. Then I'll wait nearby. The moment Clarentia left, Sylvia appeared right behind Patrick.
She gently dropped a subtle remark.
That child's sharpness is no ordinary matter,
forcing him to nod despite his reluctance.
Indeed. Sylvia, set up barriers around the maze. Orders given, how could she not obey? Yes. While Sylvia was busy channeling her internal energy to create a magical barrier, Patrick cleared his throat to instruct her. This matter must absolute not leak outside. From now on, we focus on restoring the exterior of the maze. That way, Leon will at least have a way out. At the same time, our boy Leon remained completely unaware of the chaotic real-world scene outside, lazily lounging and enjoying the surrounding fresh air. The gorgeous natural scenery put him in such a joyful mood that he hummed a few self-composed tunes straight from the heart. The melodious birdsong blending with the gentle breeze made Leon smile. Suddenly, he happened to catch sight of the familiar system notification, "You have achieved the achievement book maze," causing him to mutter to himself, "This is driving me nuts. Seeing this achievement pop up means I've cleared the maze, but I have no clue what the heck I did to clear it." Irritated, Leon sat bolt upright to calm his mind by recalling everything he had seen in the game. This is the reward zone, and since the maze has been beaten, this place should be safe. So how do you claim the reward? In the game, you just click yes and it's done. Finding himself forced into a passive position annoyed Leon to no end. Meaning the original Leon wandered in and out of this place without running into any obstacles. Is the only thing that's changed since then my mana pool? No, definitely not. Because it only increased by a little over 1 point. If it were just about mana volume, my relatives would treat the end of this maze like their own living room. Plus, if anyone could enter this easily, Grandpa wouldn't have hidden his treasure here. Or maybe it has something to do with me possessing this body. This fresh idea gave Leon a glimmer of hope to map out a new strategy for his vague plan. Come to think of it, Grandpa had mentioned hiding his treasure here 50 years after finishing the war against the demons alongside the hero. The hero had suddenly vanished without a trace after the war ended 50 years ago. Leon stopped short right as he said that. This maze was solved the moment I stepped foot in it. Unlike the original Leon who frequently visited the library, this is my first time here since transmigrating into this body. What if this maze recognizes me not as Leon Astery, but someone else? It sounds a bit illogical, but the demon war is the game's setting. The player steps into the shoes of the hero, fights demons, and saves the world. If the treasure Grandpa hid happens to belong to the hero, wait, doesn't that make this my character's item? Sitting on the grass, Leon brought a hand to his chin in thought while casting a glance around. If the hero's hidden treasure was an item he used to own, the system might have flagged it as recovering a legacy item. Then he slowly rose to his feet and stated firmly, "Anyway, I can't stay here forever. With a single circle mana pool, I can't even touch tier 4 magic or higher. So the only way is to use brute force to break out of this place." Next, Leon took steps forward. There has got to be a way through. Even though his level is low, his walking foot suddenly paused. It seemed he had noticed something. Following that, Leon looked down at the flowers growing beneath his feet. Come to think of it, these white flowers, information on the rare, pure white flowers popped up. This type doesn't grow alongside others and is usually used as ornamental plants. He finished reading and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Looking closely, they're planted according to a pattern. It seems this whole map follows a certain order. Right beside the pure white flowers were ordinary purple weeds, which also grew exclusively and didn't mix with other types. Leon surveyed the flower field once and thoughtfully analyzed. Each area has only one type of plant. But if they're all mixed up like this, it means. Then he crossed his arms and confidently derived his deduction. This area is broken down into small sections, and these plants are artificially arranged. There's definitely an area planted against the rules, holding the key to getting out. And the most abnormal spot was, the moment he saw what was ahead, Leon's jaw dropped in astonishment. Then he smirked triumphantly. Is this where plants that shouldn't be near each other are growing all mixed up? Next, Leon gently closed his eyes. A powerful stream of blue energy radiated from around him. Standing there, he muttered contemplatively to his own heart. I closed my eyes, focused on listening to my heartbeat, letting my consciousness sink into my body and sync with that rhythm, until a magic circle appeared in front of my chest. Sensing it, Leon let out an amused chuckle. This is a magic circle, fascinating. Right then, the system notified him of successful magic circle positioning. Now he could view its data. Leon closed his eyes again while whispering to himself. Alright, Leon, focus, try channeling the mana flow into your eyes. Powerful energy surged upward, and he suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. The support skill Witch's Eyes was activated, lasting for over 10 minutes. The instant Leon saw red dots appearing across the flower field, he couldn't help starting. That was a close call. Spots with all three plant types were basically traps. Then he shifted his gaze to another floral area, either completely devoid of mana threads or engineered to trigger new magic if touched incorrectly. Not this place. After scanning around once, Leon broke into an amused smirk. Guess I gotta go a bit further. The scene showed him walking across the flower field, wisps of blue power floating through the space around him. As Leon marched forward, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Right then, the system announced that the Witch's Eye skill had been upgraded, revealing the area's hidden name. Noting the origin point of the illusion mana thread floating out, he beamed with joy. Found it. Kneeling before the energy source, Leon wondered aloud whether he needed to dig down and inspect it. Next, he cheerfully opened the system to access the shop. If that's the case, I need something to clear away this mana thread. Let's check out the shilling shop. Since Leon's assets exceeded 100,000 shillings, all items were unlocked. Leon's current membership tier is bronze. At this point, Leon let out an astonished gasp. Everything's unlocked, and a new page popped up. Dragging his hand across the system screen, he raised an eyebrow and spoke. Survival, since this is what I need most right now, let's check this out first. Staring at the product before him, Leon blurted out in shock. No, wait, wear and tear makes the success rate low, 20% success rate, remaining uses, 1. After reading through it once, he stared into empty space in anger. Why are all the items like this? Is this a scam? I mean, leaving price aside, I can't even use these. Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? At that moment, the system offered to apply a filter. Seeing that, Leon couldn't hide his delight. Awesome, that function actually exists? Then he excitedly proposed. Then show me items under 120,000 shillings, from cheapest to most expensive, including discounted ones. Hearing that, the system immediately loaded the information. A sound echoed. Leon looked satisfied upon seeing that the system was working. Awesome, filtering things out is way easier this way. However, when Leon saw the results on the screen, a look of disappointment briefly crossed his face. Still, most of these won't do me any good right now. Then he looked at the two items, the magic detector and the shark shears, and hesitatingly analyzed them. These two seem like the best choices. The magic detector was tempting, but way too expensive. The shears were definitely the more practical choice right now. Plus, with my current skills, I wouldn't be able to break through illusion magic anyway, even with a detector. In the end, Leon reluctantly made up his mind and reached out to press the purchase button. I'll take this one. Right at that moment, the system notified him that the shark shears had been permanently bound to him. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled as he looked at the item right in front of him. I've been trying so hard to save up shillings ever since I got here, and they vanish in the blink of an eye. At least I like this permanent binding thing, hopefully, it solves the problem. Next, Leon spoke up excitedly. Now, let's go dig up that mana source line. He pulled out a shovel and smugly declared, all those daily grinding and gathering chores are finally paying off. Digging is going to be a piece of cake now. As soon as Leon finished speaking, he immediately got down to work, his hands relentlessly driving the shovel into the dirt. At the same time, the system notified him that the Witch's Eye had 1 minute of duration left. Hearing that, Leon startled and blurted out, has it been that long already? Wait. Right at that instant, the tip of the shovel smashed hard into something, accompanied by a harsh, grating sound. Seeing this, Leon's eyes went wide with surprise. There it is. Unable to hide his excitement, he started digging faster with both hands. Hurry up. Leon's hands gripped tightly onto the object buried deep in the earth, which was emitting a stream of energy. He lifted the treasure chest up and excitedly remarked, it's just like those reward chests in games. The system started a 10-second countdown again. Leon hurriedly replied as he used the shears to cut the thread. I know, right as the time ticked down to the 7th second. His shark shears snipped the source thread completely. The enhanced Witch's Eye skill came to an end. He looked at the glowing golden treasure chest with a gaze full of anticipation. It actually worked. At this moment, the system asked Leon if he wanted to claim his reward. Without the slightest hesitation, Leon immediately replied, of course. The item was being bound to him and stored in his inventory, and it could not be identified here. Looking at the light in front of him, he grinned happily because the successful binding proved it was truly his item. Next, Leon asked in confusion, what on earth is this thing if it can't be examined here? At the same time, the system announced that because he had collected a related item, Leon would be forced into story mode, which was an unskippable memory sequence. Hearing that, Leon broke out in a nervous sweat,
staring with an expression of disbelief as he aggressively questioned the system.
Wait, what? What is story mode? What? What is going on?
Before his eyes appeared the image of a door adorned with luxurious patterns,
and only Patrick and Rixel could be seen standing in front of it. The current atmosphere seemed quite tense.
Patrick narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep, probing voice.
Rixel, I assume the public relations fallout has been handled properly?
Hearing this, the boy reported honestly, yes, Lord Head of the family, we've blamed the chaos on an earthquake, and there are currently no signs of further trouble. Then Rixel broke out in a sweat and avoided eye contact. I also secured cooperation commitments from the two princes regarding this matter. The head of the Sword St. Bentist family has also promised to ensure that false rumors don't spread. After listening, Patrick nodded approvingly.
Good.
At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, that would keep the rumors from spreading among the royalty and nobility.
Who would have guessed the first prince's incompetence would actually come in handy this time? Then he asked in a low voice, what about the temple and the underworld?
Those people replied while sweating, we struck both places before the information leaked. At least your brother's whereabouts remain a total mystery.
Hearing that, Patrick furrowed his brow. Good, well done.
At the same time, Patrick affirmed to himself, no matter what happens, that information must never be exposed to those two places. The temple and the underworld, a grand archbishop obsessed with digging up everything related to the hero, and the underworld founded by one of the hero's comrades.
Now, they were a major force.
His train of thought continued, unlike others, those two places possessed enough intelligence to uncover the core truth.
If not careful, they might realize that Leon possessed a special power,
and in reality, Leon was indeed connected to the hero. The first piece of evidence was the hero's potion, the second piece was right now. Trouble started the moment Leon stepped into the labyrinth dedicated to the hero's treasures.
There was definitely something there that even Leon himself was completely unaware of. Until I find out what that is, this information must be kept in absolute secrecy.
Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling both Patrick and Rixel as they looked in the same direction.
The surrounding space shook violently.
Right at that moment, someone screamed in panic, the labyrinth is moving. Right then, he raised an eyebrow and signaled.
Everyone, prepare yourselves.
The boy spoke hesitantly, a look of vigilance on his face.
I can sense a massive power erupting from within.
Seeing the light appearing on the door, Rixel nervously spoke up.
Something's crawling out.
Suddenly, something flew out and smashed straight into his forehead to the boy's utter astonishment. After taking the hit, Patrick tried his best to suppress his anger until his entire body trembled, while Rixel doubtfully picked up the object in his hand.
This is...
As soon as the boy looked closely at what had just been shot out, he spoke in surprise, a letter.
With a curious and sweaty expression, Rixel stammered, this is...
Then he reached out and unfolded the neatly creased paper in his hand.
After glancing over the handwriting on the page, Rixel confirmed with absolute certainty.
Although it looked like it was written in a great hurry, this was definitely his brother's handwriting, with no bloodstains or signs of damage whatsoever.
Sweating slightly with curiosity, Patrick asked, what does it say?
The boy's face turned pale as he raised his eyes.
Well, right at this moment, the system announced that Leon had successfully accessed the story mode.
After being unconscious for a bit, he gradually regained consciousness.
Next, Leon pushed himself up while grabbing his head. My head hurts so much, did I really enter story mode?
Before him played a short character story cinematic. Seeing this, Leon made his own guess.
Judging by the title, these seem to be someone else's memories.
A man whose face couldn't be clearly seen held out a small chest with a crooked smile.
I don't need this anymore, so, Patrick, you handle this.
As soon as he heard the familiar name, Leon realized with a start, Patrick, this was the memory of the day his grandfather received the item from the hero.
Voices from the memory echoed one after another. Not yet. We haven't finished everything. Why now? Someday when it's necessary.
At this point, Leon was covered in sweat, holding his head in a panic.
Damn it, such important information and I couldn't hear a single thing clearly. And why was the perspective like this? I should have been more careful during character creation.
I used random mode so I can't even remember what that was. At that time, Patrick took the chest and firmly asserted in a serious tone.
Understood, I will take charge of keeping it safe.
Right then, the system also announced that he had observed a stored memory. story mode came to an end accordingly.
Hearing that, Leon stared in confusion and blurted out, "What? It's over already?"
Then, with sweat pouring down like a waterfall, Leon made a grimacing complaint. And here I thought I was going to see something super important.
Turns out I didn't gather any useful information at all.
He looked down at the small treasure chest in his hands and muttered in a low voice, "Roughly speaking, this timing coincides with the war against demons, and it looks like that person left it for my grandfather to use on a day of need." Inside the chest were sparkling pieces of jewelry.
Leon looked at the items with a hint of skepticism. This skill-concealing accessory set?
Next, Leon put the ring on his hand while raising an eyebrow. Actually, this item isn't that hard to get in the game, only people who want to hide their strength use it, but in reality, it's a support item for farming extra experience.
I even equipped every single character with one to grind extra EXP.
Anyway, I don't know which character in my account it's linked to, but they probably left it here because they didn't need it anymore. Plus, it showed up right when I need to hide my mana, so I should just be grateful. Then he gently closed his eyes, and at the same time, the system asked if he wanted to check the information regarding his mana circle. Without hesitation, he replied in a serious tone. Yes. After analyzing the data, the system immediately stated that his current surplus mana volume was extremely low.
Hearing this, Leon startled and wondered to himself, "Huh? That's strange. Can my first circle really hold this much mana?"
A man could be seen clasping his hands together to concentrate his mana, while Leon muttered inwardly at the same time. Everyone has to train and meditate day and night to expand their mana reservoir before they can create a second circle. Or a third.
Seeing this scene, Leon couldn't help but feel curious. Why is my first circle so big?
An expression of worry mixed with confusion appeared on his face, but then Leon casually brushed his doubts aside.
Oh well, whatever benefits me is good. Next, he gently stood up.
Anyway, thanks to this item, his secret wouldn't be exposed. Even though it was an event item, it was still considered a supreme treasure here.
Huge profit. Looks like I'm going to have an unforgettable coming-of-age ceremony.
Suddenly, Leon raised his head, breaking out in a sweat as he thought to himself.
Now the problem is,
he cast his gaze around and gave a bitter smile in his heart.
I'm still trapped in the labyrinth. Leon's voice echoed in the quiet space. First of all, I need to move and find a way out.
At the same time, Leon's foot accidentally stepped on a book on the ground. Right then, the system flashed an access denied warning. He couldn't access it without permission from the library's owner, but then it told him that he was the owner here.
Seeing this, Leon blankly blurted out, "Huh? I became the owner?"
With a slightly worried expression and a frown, Leon muttered to himself, "It must be because I completed the labyrinth. This wasn't part of my plan." Text appeared on the screen stating that the labyrinth entrance was damaged and automatic repairs were underway. The system then asked if he wanted to teleport to the endpoint. Reading that, he couldn't help but be startled.
What? The interior is wrecked, and now even the entrance is broken? If I leave it like this?
And then Leon broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he spoke. "Grandpa is definitely going to yell at me."
"I don't want to get yelled at. What should I do?"
Patrick's furious face appeared in his mind, accompanied by an angry voice. "You idiot, I told you to do whatever you wanted. Who would have thought you'd cause this disaster?"
Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and wondered, "Wait, if I'm the owner, can I fix it?"
At this point, the system suggested repairing the labyrinth. If he did that, the bound items would return to their original locations. After reading, Leon immediately refused. "If I do that, the things I just got will disappear.
The entire library of books I accumulated while building the labyrinth will vanish too, so no way."
Next, he curiously asked if there was any other way.
The system promptly offered another suggestion, manually adjusting the labyrinth to carry out repairs.
The repair resources for the entrance would be delivered, and it would take some time to complete. Reading this, Leon nodded and mumbled, "Sounds a bit like editing a save file. The last time I added books to the labyrinth was a week ago. Aside from the treasures I'm currently holding, I'll restore everything to the state it was in a week ago."
Then, he excitedly asked, "How long will it take?"
The system replied that it would take 672 hours, and he wouldn't be able to leave during that time either.
Leon questioned back with hesitant skepticism. "How many hours?" The number 672 appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Leon startled and screamed, "That means a whole month." Next, sweat poured from him like a fountain as he nervously asked, "So can I walk around inside the labyrinth during that time?" The system told him that he was free to move around inside the library. Not stopping there, Leon continued with another question. "Is there any way to send a message outside while repairs are ongoing?" The system said there was a book delivery tube that was currently unused. Hearing this, Leon happily spoke up. "Perfect, I should send a note to Grandpa and Rixel first so they don't worry." Then he broke out in a sweat and gave a single nod. "All right," and with a serious tone, Leon signaled for the repairs to begin. Hearing this, the system immediately started the work. Books could be seen floating mid-air, driven by an energy source. Even the knocked-over wooden ladder and chairs scattered about were moving. The space inside the library seemed to be shifting. Simultaneously, the system announced there were 671 hours and 59 minutes left to complete the labyrinth restoration. Witnessing this scene, Leon stood blankly with a satisfied look. All right, so can you take me to the end of the labyrinth?" A spatial portal immediately appeared before his eyes, and seeing it, he remarked in amazement, "That's a really convenient feature." After that, Leon calmly spoke, "From now on, I just need to try and survive for a month." To do that, Leon suddenly looked surprised as if he had spotted something. He looked toward the crystal-clear pool of water and blurted out in astonishment, "Could that be a lake?" Leon's reflection on the water's surface gently rippled. As he walked step by step to the edge of the lake and muttered in a low voice, "I didn't expect there to be such a huge lake inside the labyrinth. Luckily, it doesn't seem dangerous." Just as Leon was relaxing, the system instantly popped up a warning. The lake contained bilaterally symmetrical aquatic animals and 10-legged crustaceans. Seeing this, Leon grimaced and requested, "Can you explain that in simpler terms?" The system wasn't difficult and started explaining, "There are plenty of edible fish and trash. If you try fishing, you can catch anything from normal to high-grade fish, all the way up to rare-tier fish." Without hesitation, he immediately asked, "How many rare-tier fish are there?" The system replied that there was only one. At the same time, the system announced that fishing in the lake had been unlocked thanks to the owner's authority. Meanwhile, Leon startled and spoke up, "Even though I can fish, I don't have a fishing rod right now." There's that. A fishing float could be seen bobbing on the crystal blue water, accompanied by his humming. Leon sat at the edge of the lake, holding the fishing rod and happily thinking to himself, "Luckily there was fishing gear in the shilling shop, even though it cost me a fair bit of money. I actually thought if there was no other choice, I'd end up eating the bait. But I've already caught a few fish." He calmly whistled tunes while excitedly laughing out loud. "Looks like I won't starve to death." Suddenly, the fishing float jerked violently, causing Leon to let out a startled cry. Sweating lightly, he firmly asserted, "This one is completely different from the ones I've caught so far." The fishing line stretched taut. Witnessing this, Leon gasped in amazement. "This thing is super strong, could it be a big fish?" But then he gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands and tried to calm himself down internally. "Take it easy, don't rush." The head of a purple fish broke the surface of the water. At this point, Leon let out a strained grunt. "Grab!" Then he yanked the rod hard, excitedly shouting out, "Got it!" At the same time, a system notification popped up, "You have caught a 2-star labyrinth carp?" An introduction immediately appeared stating that this species had no fine bones, no muddy fishy smell, and exceptional flavor. The labyrinth carp in front of him made him exclaim with delight, "It's huge!" Finishing his sentence, Leon looked at his own sturdy hands and sighed in a relaxed mood. "The feeling of reeling in a fish is really awesome, huh? No wonder everyone loves fishing." His newly enlightened look caused the system to continuously report happily, "You have awakened a new talent, fishing." At the same time, his proficiency level reached level 1. Afterward, Leon put the labyrinth carp into his inventory and said excitedly, "Good, tonight's dinner will be this carp. A nutritious carp is exactly what this weak body needs." Saying that, he stood up and carried it away through the field filled with flowers and lush green grass, muttering, "Should I prepare a cooking spot first?" Then, piece by piece, the necessary items gradually materialized: tables, chairs, a frying pan, and other household goods. Leon briskly placed the labyrinth carp on the table while his eyes and hands focused on the system screen to make selections. "I put this away earlier because I was afraid Rixel would catch a cold in the forest, but it looks like I can use it for something else now. I'll get the alchemy toolkit out too." As Leon scrolled through the screen in hesitation, he suddenly blurted out in surprise, "Huh? What's this?" The system quickly explained that it was a magical flint to help start fires easily.
Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief and remembered, a bonus gift. Thanks to this, I can start a fire effortlessly. With that, Leon immediately pressed to select it, and the flint emitted a small flame the moment it appeared. Standing in front of the blazing fire, he placed his hands on his hips, leaned over, and marveled. Having a fire makes the space feel so much better. It suddenly gives me a strange sense of security. Finished speaking, Leon turned back toward the table. He adjusted his sleeves and muttered to himself, "Alright, time to prep the carp." He carefully made smooth cuts along the fish's body while letting out a sigh of satisfaction.
When eating outdoors, the absolute best way is to cook it primitive style.
The internal organs of the labyrinth carp were gently removed by Leon. At the same time, a system description popped up stating that the innards could not be used as food and were suitable for alchemy.
Seeing this, he voiced his excited skepticism. Can be used in alchemy?
Saying that, Leon decisively picked up the viscera and muttered, "Then I'd better put this into the alchemy jar."
Done, he wiped his hands and radiantly looked at the boiling stove next to him. Is it because of the alchemy materials? As soon as I put them in, it heated up automatically, super convenient. Leon prepared his ingredients while imagining delicious dishes, sighing happily to himself. Skewered grilled food is truly magical. It feels like anything put on a skewer tastes way better. Or is it just me who thinks that?
Looking at the fresh skewers of food on the table, Leon felt a bit sentimental.
Fish skewers must be inserted with the head pointing downwards.
Having the head point down lets all the grease drip out. He continued daydreaming about the grilled labyrinth carp about to enter his stomach, while the juices are locked inside, making the fish crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. Following that experience, Leon immediately skewered the fish alongside vegetable skewers and excitedly cheered, "Looking good." The primitive-style grilled carp was done. Suddenly, he stood up, looked over at the neatly stacked pile of belongings near the base of the tree, and hesitated. While waiting for the fish to cook, should I set up a sleeping spot?
Thought, done.
Leon quickly tidied up the small stones and muttered to himself. A bit clunky, but he excitedly enjoyed the process of laying everything out while encouraging himself.
Who knows when I'll ever get an experience like this again. If you want to enjoy some romance, you gotta endure a bit of hassle.
Finishing up, Leon looked proudly at the spot he had worked hard to arrange and marveled, "Not bad at all." Done, a delicious aroma spread everywhere, making him instantly turn his head and sigh, right on time. Quickly, Leon peacefully sat down in his own chair, his eyes glowing brightly as he looked at the skewer in his hand with deep emotion.
At the same time, the system gave a reminder: grilled labyrinth carp will provide a feeling of fullness at a low rate, but what caught Leon's attention was the very last line of text. Warning, cannot be taken out of the labyrinth.
With his eyes wide open and mouth shaped like an O, he muttered to himself, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of warning. Does that mean these are strictly labyrinth delicacies?" But then he brushed it aside, raised the delicious fish to his mouth, and enjoyed it.
Whatever, bon appetit. He watched intently while eating, praising it enthusiastically.
The crispy outer scales probably came from the fat being roasted to a golden brown, making it as crunchy as a snack. The tender meat revealed through the cuts on the belly offers an unbelievably soft texture. Finally, looking at the grilled labyrinth carp, Leon felt genuinely thrilled. Best of all, the distinct, appetizing burnt aroma of properly grilled fish truly stimulates the appetite. With those thoughts, Leon felt deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes as he savored the moment. This flavor makes me wish I had a hot bowl of white rice topped with kimchi right now. Next, he docilely enjoyed this worldly flavor like a happy cat. I heard that carp usually have a very strong muddy smell, but the labyrinth carp is almost odorless, has hardly any fine bones, and tastes absolutely amazing. This flavor is definitely worth sharing with someone else. Suddenly, a notification window popped up, leaving Leon in disbelief.
What? My maximum mana increased?
Watching the magic circle in front of him grow larger and larger left him in a vague state of disbelief.
This is impossible.
Yet atop that circle, a brilliant blue light gradually radiated an exquisite hue, raising questions.
Has my mana pool actually increased? Can my mana pool grow just by eating?
Seeing this, he frowned and came to a startling realization. If mages find out about this, they'll probably wipe out all the fish in this lake.
I wonder if it works on Rixel. I definitely have to let him try it later.
Leon then suspiciously glanced over at the strange stove. He gently stood up, poked his head in, and muttered, "Let's see."
From inside, a red gem emerged, causing Leon to widen his eyes in utter confusion and ask, What is this? The system reported that it was the essence of the labyrinth carp, capable of restoring mana. Seeing this, he picked up the essence, examined it closely, and asked with a dreamy, puzzled look, "This is the first time something like this has appeared in my area. Could it have some insane effect?" But suddenly, Leon froze, calmed down, and quickly broke into a sly, wicked grin. Instantly reaching out to tap the system screen, he said, "This is so intriguing. Besides, with everything that's been going on, I still haven't had the free time to focus on alchemy, right?" He mused, "I'd better store it away for now." Looking at the system display, Leon secretly felt pleased. "Over the past period, I've harvested all the herbs I could find, so I've got plenty now." In the distance, 2 small mushrooms were also sprouting, prompting him to praise. "Besides, there are material blocks scattered all over the labyrinth, mana is overflowing everywhere, and nobody is bothering me either." Thinking about this, Leon smiled faintly while surveying his surroundings and said, "Come to think of it, this place." Standing in the middle of a dreamy expanse filled with flowers and lush, untamed greenery, he declared firmly, "Isn't this just a high-speed leveling hunting ground built exclusively for me?" At that thought, Leon's face instantly turned ravenous as he licked his lips, rubbing his hands deviously and fascinated. "Good, very good. Looks like the end of this labyrinth has way more to offer than I thought." High up in the quiet sky, shooting stars drifted quietly past, creating a magnificent yet peaceful scene. At the same time, Leon remembered and muttered to himself, "But first, I've got to finish eating this grilled carp." The dawn began to illuminate the surroundings, marking another day of Leon's survival in the labyrinth. Every day that passed felt strangely peaceful to him. Today, Leon continued his leveling journey with labyrinth crayfish, which had a marvelous sweet taste that delighted him. Managed to catch 3 of these today. Leon scrolled up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that I'm just getting lucky? Then he brought them ashore for the system to store. Suddenly, Leon fell into a vague doubt. "I still have leftover flour from making cookies a while ago. Should I make sausage and stewed bread soup?" Barefoot and at peace here, he walked relaxedly across the cool green grass in perfect harmony. "I'm gradually getting used to life in this labyrinth." Walking along, Leon mused aloud, "Every morning I wake up, go collect the fish traps I set the day before, and then check on whether the crops near the edge of the forest are growing well." Gazing at the small roots in the soil, Leon exclaimed, "The banana sweet potatoes are growing really well, too." Kneeling down gently with a shovel in hand, he said, "Good, today I can spare some time to gather other things." Leon was fascinated by the harvesting process, from labyrinth fruits to young labyrinth mushrooms and labyrinth daisy greens. Holding the daisy flowers in his hand with excitement, he said, "This is the first time I've ever seen daisy flowers. They're truly gorgeous." Leon instantly widened his eyes in awe. Bringing them back to place near the campsite should look great. The system screen popped up showing a selling price of 300 shillings, leaving him dumbfounded. "What?" Leon asked in surprise, "You can actually sell this thing?" Leon looked dreamily at the system description in front of him, feeling skeptical. There had never been any messages like this before. Does the shilling shop also double as a storefront counter? Holding the daisy flower in his hand, he dazedly wondered if he could sell it right now, but the price dropped on the screen, causing Leon to frown in confusion. "What? The selling price was 300 shillings just now, why did it drop? Are you trying to haggle with me?" Noticing his expression, a notification popped up instantly. The value had been calculated in real time, making Leon sneer with contempt. "So that's how it is." He then gently brought a hand to his mouth, closing his eyes in thought. "It seems right now I can only sell 1-star items, and the item description has to include the price as well, meaning if I want a fair price, I have to actively negotiate?" Suddenly, massive question marks automatically appeared across the screen. Thinking about it, Leon wore a crafty, cunning look as he held out the bouquet of daisies to persuade them. "Look closely, if you dry these daisy flowers and brew tea, it's great for your health. It's no exaggeration to say it's also an alchemy ingredient, plus anyone can brew it easily. Doesn't that make it more valuable? So I think it's worth way more than the current price." Hearing this, the system seemed enlightened and reconsidered. "Makes sense." Adjusting selling price, it quickly showed a value of 280, leaving Leon stunned. His brow sank in agony. "I just provided you with new information and you only bumped the price up a tiny bit while still charging a commission fee? Aren't you being a bit too stingy?" The system calmly displayed the text, "Commission fees are mandatory per shilling shop regulations." Seeing this, he sighed in disgust. Well, since it's a rule, I suppose it's non-negotiable. But then it gently announced, however, the shilling shop always listens to customer feedback.
Afterward, it proposed a new price of 300 while offering yes/no options, making Leon think with a wave of excitement.
Turns out it's not completely rigid after all. Does that mean if I can persuade it, I can sell things for a higher price?
Deep down, he thought with dark cunning, without knowledge, you get ripped off, but from now on I can study more and make sure I sell everything for the highest price possible. Outwardly, however, Leon put on a sweet smile and said, agreed, I accept. No sooner had he finished speaking than the shilling shop immediately notified him that the item had been sold for 300 shillings, and concurrently rewarded him with a pouch of money that he eagerly snatched up.
Awesome. Speaking up immediately, Leon looked at it and pressed, can I sell processed items? The shilling shop promptly confirmed, yes. However, there are currently no sellable items in your inventory.
It added a warning that items currently open, faked, or flawed cannot be sold. Hearing this, Leon rested his chin on his hand in response and asked further, so you mean if I want to sell, I have to prepare new items and sell them the right way, right?
Understood.
Gradually, the shop faded away, and Leon comfortably reflected, today was a very productive day. Stretching his body comfortably, he said, I've gathered enough ingredients from the forest, time to prepare something to eat.
With that, Leon went back to neatly arranging all the ingredients he had obtained on the table.
At that moment, the system also notified him of a recipe for a spicy, aromatic hot pot.
Leon ignored it.
Excitedly picking up a red ingredient, he praised, turns out this is pepper, and whole peppercorns at that, how wonderful. Finished speaking, Leon dropped the gathered items and existing supplies into the pot, and exclaimed, alright, first I'll put the meat and spicy berries into boiling water, then add the clean crab heads and legs to make the broth. In the meantime, he deftly prepared other ingredients while working and talking. Once the flour was mixed with water into a pliable dough to his liking, he smashed it hard against the tabletop to add elasticity and let the dough rest for a bit. Meanwhile, he prepared soft mushrooms and boiled them thoroughly.
Leon enjoyed the entire process while working.
He slowly dropped the little crab in and muttered to himself, then added the crab body, turning it into an unimaginably delicious seafood soup. Stirring evenly with his hand, Leon marveled with anticipation, it smells so good. Next, he pinched the dough as instructed. Now that the broth had fully absorbed the flavors, he took the rested dough, tore it into thin pieces, and dropped them in. After that, he excitedly brought over small leaves, finally added a large handful of labyrinth daisy greens, and let it boil a little longer. A pot full of vibrant colors and aromas materialized before his eyes.
Leon cheered excitedly, done, bon appetit.
The rich seafood-flavored broth blended together perfectly. Holding his spoon, he scooped up a spoonful to his mouth and said, let's taste the broth first.
Following that, Leon couldn't stop praising it.
This broth is unimaginably good. The piping hot broth instantly sweeps away any greasy feeling. Suddenly, he thought of a special dish.
What about the stewed bread soup? Leon imagined the whole process step by step blending together like a symphony.
The dough pieces, varying in thickness, offered a distinct texture when eaten.
The mushrooms and daisy flowers mixed within each bite created a delightful contrast.
The sweet, fragrant flavor of the daisies blended with the broth to create a brand new layer of flavor. Thinking of this, Leon immediately exclaimed that these familiar flavors were dangerously delicious. Afterward, he scooped up another piece of meat and said, let's see, time to taste the crab meat.
The moment it entered his mouth, Leon's taste buds exploded.
His mind soared as he praised, it's so sweet, the texture is firm and elastic like lobster, but the meat is sweet and carries the distinct flavor of green crab. Thinking of this, Leon instantly realized why the broth tasted so good. It was all thanks to the freshwater crab. Then he scooped up the next bite with his spoon, a piece of crab, a piece of stewed bread soup, alternating with sips of broth.
Leon opened his mouth wide, then slowly sipped and relished this earthly delicacy.
Transforming into a food reviewer, whenever he started feeling slightly greasy, he took a bite of daisy greens to refresh his palate. This combination made it feel like he could eat endlessly. Finally, the pot of broth was scraped clean to the bottom. Leon leaned back, exhaled comfortably, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe, truly too delicious, I just loaded up on a huge amount of carbs. Afterward, he relaxed and lay down under the shade of a tree to sleep and rest after a productive morning. Waiting for Leon to automatically snap back to reality, he muttered, can't sleep, get up, gotta gather firewood before sunset. He looked around and marveled, I think I see a decent tree around here.
With that, Leon stood with his arms crossed in front of a tree, studying it intently. This tree looks fine.
The system introduced it as a species with few branches and leaves, but possessing soft, fragrant wood that was also waterproof. After a period of inspection, Leon decided to buy tools. I'll try crafting a few tools and see. If I make something of good quality, I'll sell it at the shilling shop. Holding the tool in his hand, he cheered triumphantly, I've saved myself some shillings for today. Then Leon excitedly grabbed an axe and spoke, basic carpentry tool set for beginners. The tools prepared by the woodworking artisan for beginners were not high-end, but sufficient. The system instructed him to chop the reddish tree trunk in a V-shape.
Hearing this, Leon swung his arms nimbly.
Within a minute, he had brought the trunk down.
Leon cheered relaxedly, done.
At the same time, the system notified him about gathering labyrinth wood ranging from small to large.
Leon wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkling with delight. Even though it's just a small tree, it yields a ton of materials. He hesitated, wondering if he should saw the rest and haul it back. But before Leon could finish his thought, he suddenly realized in puzzlement, huh? Leon stared intently, asking vaguely, what's that? Is there something over there? He stepped forward on bare feet. Leon froze in disbelief before that small cabin. Oh my god, another cabin in a place like this? He curiously peeked through the window and evaluated it. At a glance, it looked completely normal. Leon hesitated and wondered if he could actually use it. Inside, there was only some basic furniture and a bed. Sensing his hesitation, the system immediately announced, thanks to the privileges of the Labyrinth Master, you are permitted to use this house. Leon brightened up and cheered happily, well, obviously this is way better than having to sleep outdoors for a whole month. Leon suddenly startled and grew suspicious. Wait a minute, he questioned the system, is there any way to move this cabin to my main camp? The system confirmed that it was possible. Leon grinned broadly and cheered, awesome. Then life in the labyrinth for the next month is going to be way easier. The system popped up a question asking if he wanted to execute it right now. Leon quickly turned around, ran off, and answered no. Wait a second. He cleverly ran over to a familiar spot and muttered to himself, since I've got a proper house now, I need to craft some tools. I have to clean up the space at the main camp first before placing the cabin there. With his agility, Leon cleaned up very quickly. He relaxed, put his hands on his hips, pointed, and invited, all right, place it right here. The system reported that the installation would take a little time and cause a loud noise. Leon hesitated for a moment, then stroked his chin wondering how on earth it would move. Since this is a labyrinth, it's probably summoned using magic. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared overhead, leaving Leon stunned. Ha! He looked up, his face filled with fear and confusion. Don't tell me. With that, the house was dropped heavily onto the ground, causing everything to shake violently. Simultaneously, a notification sounded stating that the installation of the cabin was complete. Leon stared in shock at the house hovering midair. He had never imagined he could make an entire house fly, and the experience genuinely terrified him. But just a moment later, he smiled. After a week of living in the labyrinth, he finally had a home of his own. Leon looked around the completed cabin with a full sense of satisfaction. Everything was neatly organized while it was still broad daylight. That way, he would have enough time to craft basic items before nightfall. Leon immediately set to work making wooden bowls and wooden toothpicks. The system notified him that he had created ugly toothpicks. They were made so poorly that they were hard to use, suitable only as firewood. The system also displayed ugly wooden bowl. It looked horrifying, though at least it didn't leak. The system kept emphasizing its ugliness. Leon felt embarrassed by the endless stream of critiques. Even so, he told himself nobody becomes an expert on their first try, and continued pushing forward. He proceeded to craft wooden bowls, wooden cups, wooden chopsticks, and various other wooden utensils. The system notified him that his creativity in rapidly crafting a wide variety of items had awakened a new talent. He unlocked carpenter talent. A congratulatory notification popped up. His carpenter talent reached apprentice level 1. Leon happily realized that this was already enough to help him survive in the labyrinth. The system went on to state that items ranked 1 star and above could be sold. Useful or not, the shilling shop would buy items that at least looked nice. Leon wondered if the item he was about to make would be sellable. He crafted a labyrinth wooden flower pot. The system described it as a flower pot made from labyrinth wood. It was exquisitely carved, though the system doubted whether it could actually be used as a flower pot.
The estimated selling price started at 1,000 shillings.
Leon excitedly decided to test out his bargaining skills. The system brought up the sales window.
It asked if he wanted to sell the labyrinth wooden flower pot, 1 star.
The initial offer price was 800 shillings, before commission. Leon was startled by how low it was.
He firmly insisted that the flower pot looked great and was built extremely sturdy. The system acknowledged its good craftsmanship, but explained that this was merely a lowest tier 1-star item with no special value. The price dropped further to 650 shillings.
Leon protested even more strongly.
He explained that this wasn't ordinary wood, but labyrinth wood, a rare material that only grew in the labyrinth. Its rarity should drive its value up significantly. He continued to emphasize the greatest advantage of labyrinth wood: completely waterproof, with ultra-high durability thanks to special power. He asserted that the flower pot was both beautiful and practical, a high-quality product that practically sold itself.
The system began recalculating.
It announced that the price had been adjusted based on the new information. The suggested price increased to 1,500 shillings.
Leon smiled with satisfaction as the price exceeded his expectations. He accepted immediately.
The system confirmed the item had been sold for 1,500 shillings. The flower pot vanished and Leon received 1,500 shillings.
He asked if the same item could be sold multiple times.
The system confirmed it was possible, but warned that if supply exceeded demand, the price would gradually decrease.
Leon concluded that crafting a variety of different items would be more beneficial, since he naturally needed to make practical utensils anyway.
Furthermore, he would accumulate plenty of valuable experience. At this pace, reaching expert level was only a matter of time. 3 weeks passed, and Leon continuously improved his production skills. During a fishing session, he caught a labyrinth white snow salmon. The system explained that this was a rare fish living only in the labyrinth. Its body was as white as freshly fallen snow, and its eyes sparkled like moonstones. This fish held quite a significant value. The system notified Leon that he had completed the achievement, caught 10 different high-quality fish species. He received the Master Angler's Path, accompanied by 3,000 shillings.
His fishing talent rose to Apprentice Level 3.
The system also warned that his fishing rod had worn down past 95% durability and needed repairs. Leon breathed a sigh of relief knowing he had caught the fish when the rod was down to just 5% durability.
He cheerfully declared that all preparations were finally complete.
He knew that to advance from apprentice to expert,
aside from his primary talent, he needed at least 5 other talents to reach Apprentice Level 3.
The system displayed his current talents: medicine making, Apprentice Level 9 fishing, Apprentice Level 3 gathering, Apprentice Level 7 cooking, Apprentice Level 6 sewing, Apprentice Level 4 carpentry, Apprentice Level 3. Leon realized that leveling up fishing had fulfilled the final requirement. Even so, he admitted that upgrading production talents required an immense amount of effort. While cleaning the salmon, a crystal unexpectedly fell out.
Leon was surprised by this discovery.
The system identified it as the labyrinth salmon eye. Though taken from a fish, it was treated like a real gemstone. Its greatest advantage was extremely high mana conduction capability despite not being a magic stone. Recipes related to it required expert level 1 to unlock. The selling price was 10,000 shillings.
Leon was astonished by its colossal value.
He wanted to sell it right away, but hesitated. He realized this recipe also required expert level, just like the fish essence.
Leon decided not to sell. He believed the recipe would be unlocked soon.
Right at that moment, the system notified him that he had obtained the labyrinth salmon essence. His specialized medicine-making talent had hit its limit. Thanks to his extraordinary natural talent and unremitting efforts, he had progressed at lightning speed in a short time.
Specialized medicine making evolved into specialized alchemy. His alchemy level instantly jumped to expert level 1.
The system announced that a massive number of new recipes had been unlocked.
Leon was astonished by the sheer quantity of recipes. He realized this level up was entirely different from before. Instead of having to read, the knowledge flowed directly into his head.
Many of the new recipes were unrelated to regular medicine, even including counter-magic techniques. He grew even more excited about leveling up.
After the knowledge transfer finished, Leon immediately looked into what the fish essence could be used for.
The system stated that the fish essence had to be swallowed whole, had a strong fishy odor, and belonged to the alchemy category.
Leon realized he could use it right away without processing. He checked if there were any recipes utilizing it.
The system confirmed yes, but some recipes were still lost. The required ingredients were 5 special fish essences and 2 fish eyes.
He was currently missing 1 fish eye. The system warned that the success rate was very low.
Leon was glad he hadn't sold the fish eye earlier. But he suddenly realized something more worrying. The recipe required 5 fish essences. The fish eye he just got was the only one he possessed.
That meant he only had a single chance.
Despite anxiety over lacking ingredients, excitement surged within his heart. To Leon, alchemy was the most interesting profession. The joy of fishing and the satisfaction of hard labor were wonderful, but nothing compared to the explosive moment of creating a special result.
Leon smiled confidently.
Worrying about failure was only for beginners. The lower the success rate, the greater the joy when it succeeded.
As the mixture boiled in the pan, the reaction suddenly turned extremely violent.
Leon immediately knew something unusual was happening. The system notified him that he had gained heat resistance thanks to the grace of the fire deity.
He tightly clenched the lid shut.
He only had 1 shot, failure was not allowed.
After weathering the intense reaction, the crafting process finally succeeded. The system announced, created Alchemist's fish pill, 2-star. This is the first pill created by a master alchemist, holding great value.
When consumed, it permanently increases a certain amount of mana. It smells like shrimp, but when chewed it emits an unpleasant fishy odor, so it must be swallowed whole.
Selling price, 15,000 shillings. Leon looked at the completed fish pill.
Despite the dramatic crafting process, he was slightly disappointed it was only 2 stars. But considering the poor quality ingredients, not failing was already a good result. He wondered what this pill was used for. The system revealed that a specific species of fish would be attracted to it.
Leon suddenly understood its true utility. The alchemist's fish pill can be used as fishing bait. He immediately hooked the pill onto his fishing line and went back to action.